Ya'ate, good morning, colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. It is 10 o'clock a.m. on April 18th, 2023. We'll begin this morning with a roll call. If you're here in the chambers, feel free to press your request to speak button. If you are online, please let our staff know here in the chambers. Today we do have our legislative staff, Jalissa, who will be managing the Zoom accounts this morning. And if you also want to text in a Chief of Staff Manuel, he's also here in the chambers. And we can start off with a roll call, colleagues.
Now. Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo is present. Honorable Lamardo Azaret. Honorable Lamardo Azaret. Honorable Lamardo Azaret did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr. did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Brenda Jesus is excused. Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Shondine Parrish. Honorable Shondine Parrish. Honorable Shondine Parrish answered. Roll call. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson answered. Roll call. Honorable George Toth. Honorable George Toth. Honorable George Toth did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie is present. Going back up. Honorable Lamardo Azaret. Honorable Lamardo Azaret. Honorable Lamardo Azaret did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Shauna Ann Claw. Honorable Shanna Ann Claw is present. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson did not answer. Roll call. Honorable George Toll. Honorable George Toll. Honorable George Toll did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not answer. Roll call. Madam Speaker, you have 17 members present, including yourself.
Thank you, staff, for doing roll call this morning. Colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, we do have 17 present, both in person and virtually. We'll reconvene back at 10:08 a.m. Good morning again to our viewers and our guests in the gallery. We are on our second day of the 2023 Spring Council session, and good morning, colleagues, here for another work day here during our Spring Council session. And just an announcement this morning, we are, if you're wondering, online or in the gallery, a lot of my colleagues and I are wearing green today. This is a special recognition to promote and to invest in our Earth Day and World Health Day to promote awareness around health issues. So thank you, colleagues, for observing by wearing green today. I would like to ask Honorable Chair Delegate Vince James to help us with the invocation this morning.
Kahadan Speaker Kodotso de Zendenigi be Hadidze Eya Shideni Ako Ado Shikado Shidinesha Kahasito Shidia Twitch in Sonson Ajini Bashish Chin Kia Andash Cheda Nalanda Shinale Ado Tatnas Nelebat Hata Shahigi Akin Dachi look anti Ixitra Hoye Jedito Get the chicken Ado Cornfield Steamboat and Jedito. Ako out a benat apan son a kunza de shiko jishako yard 8 not oko kodoshi so there's in linigi niashaho aigishi adishleko hey na ya what oh na oh ya oh ya do na star ya oh ya do na star ya oh ya do na star oh na star ya oh what ya do one on the strong ya, oh what ya do one on the strong ya, oh what ya do one on the strong hola way, na ya Allah says not jenny ya, be ya on the strong ya, oh what ya kayor koyet zitli ya, be ya on the strong ya, oh what ya katzit non it ya, be ya on the strong ya, oh what ya kasa on ya ka, big ya hojon ko, be ya on the strong ya. Oh, what ya kala so what's it ya, be ya on the strong ya. Oh, what ya katot is it ya, be ya on the strong ya. Oh, what ya katzit non it ya, be ya on the strong ya. Oh, what ya kasa on ya ka, big ya hojon ko, be ya on the strong ya. Oh, what ya katok o slit ya, be ya on the strong ya. Oh, what ya katit chitlit zitli ya, be ya on the strong ya. Oh, what ya katzit non it ya, be ya on the strong ya. Oh, what ya kasa on ya ka, big ya hojon ko, be ya on the strong ya. Oh, what ya got the bennett ya, be ya on the strong ya. Oh, what ya got passion it's ya, be ya on the strong ya. Oh, what ya got it on it ya, be ya on the strong ya. Oh, what ya kasa on ya ka, big ya hojon ko, be ya on the strong ya. Oh, what ya got it on it ya, be ya on the strong ya. Oh, what ya got it na otili ya, be ya on the strong ya. Oh, what ya got la yotit zitli ya, be ya on the strong ya. Oh, what ya got it on it ya, be ya on the strong ya. Oh, what ya kasa on ya ka, big ya hojon ko, be ya on the strong ya. Oh, what ya kala chol ya, be ya on the strong ya. Oh, what ya kanet is it zitli ya, be ya on the strong ya. Oh, what ya got it on it ya, be ya on the strong ya. Oh, what ya kasa on ya ka, big ya hojon ko, be ya on the strong ya. Oh, what ya should catch down hojon ko, be ya on the strong ya. Oh, what ya shake it hojon ko, be ya on the strong ya. Oh, what ya should not yet so hojon ko, be ya on the strong ya. Oh, what ya says out there hojon ko, be ya on the strong ya. Oh, what ya kasa on ya ka, big ya hojon ko, be ya on the strong ya. Oh, what ya oh on it what ya oh what ya oh on the strong ya. Oh, what ya oh on the strong ya. Oh, what ya oh on the strong on the strong oh what on the strong what ya oh what ya oh on the strong ya. Oh, what ya oh on the strong ya. Oh, what ya oh on the strong hola Kodan Hojon do le hon must ha the in lane de con quite kayat is car has any hon so there's in lini bench has sick do le hon Kodo na hat besh bahasa an bikin sa ando ni kado ko bito ko hajo bakti o ahi bito e ko na we ni yajen so in shlon anan de shlon ko e ya e ko belta na has khani besh bahasa an ni lini nje hajo ba edidi ni ko quite e ya e ko hashin so allah na atle ko bennache ya e konzade e beshmas anni tini ya hanek da le ko de ado le e ko bennahat ado ba yathi le ko ni hedene en le ni bane da do ba yilthi do ko de ba honi lon le ko kon ha da isnel ado ha da isneli to ko ba honi lo ko ado no stan ya de no stan dini ki bit eta hot e de bit en dal dehi ya de biyan dal dehi ko no stand up do ke hato do zesta ya de biyan dal de khan dal de do ata hato zi bani ta ko khishin khatat e hi ki ti a e nan tin dini tan in le khas twin hezani yen hi ya da ki ko do e Caught in it, no sign caught the kaiki do a edibinat ah no linda, jukot out a yen yatio, could the ben hunt or seen don that could be a ecodoya dilneo, ecodon hinanish, linigi eat and okoko, net nejacoyat, eho compesh mas, and nani lindo, net nejacoyat, eho, not nani law ain't his not a whale gisto, let okoko, a jabicate ahead the dato, but not the hojoha yin on his ark had a eco. Na au ka lini be si zo hajo ba be si zo in hitna ba hajo ba adi no in dan le ko do so des lini be shaho a ibn na ko a twanje e dish ne le ko na has twin hizani de ka in le de ko ya dat ko nas la de ya nas la de ko adon ha chine da ne se do na do chief bet ka dal de bet ka ne de ko a twanje e ben nashni do le ni is a lot so dan lini ki kon hit da holod op na ne shede en le hot set na da ko hot out it out twanje e ya e kon hit ne at out hot e ya e kon but so did these things ko yad e ho e ya ko is not jin so zit dog or state the ben sa just now the all in ko hashin so big nail de topic e an o nail de topic be ke ho need ain't do but go but la ho e ya e ke da ho need ko a 200 e ya e national do listen so in the snap ko a do under ko ha job ba ko hin zen ko a slatin ke ya ha ho so snel ko a den ke na hal ke be no e hot a you need jo a de do ho job ba di no thati da ko kon hidden and le ni pa ne da ko akon da has angot at not ani de ka ho na be hod the no ho kai the ne kliniki yad e ho ko ado le ko hajo ba igi gen han se case do le yad e ho han se case ko di concepts in the lipi kun and the nepeke ya ho zon the niki bi yad e ho hinan national e do be yad e ho e ya ko apo hone ando po hone zane e ko hata ho do ni bin ya e kwa ki ho hone lon le ko hot a it a 20 de national do le na gloshi bezen sa bezelt ist in hol au ko yad e ho be national do le so and the sneko be na ko do so de zen lini be shaho a ibn na ko shma be khayje shi de kesh tsle kesh al chine shi da kesh ma ya sha igesha sta kon hojon na gado le ado ases se zeni kon hojon na na sta do le so and the sneko kot ade ya kon hojo ba and lini so de zen lini bench ha sti do le ha ashad ha na kosne ni ya ni kon hot a in na wait ni agent so in sta e kon so de zen lini bench na na sti do le hojon na sne hojon na sne hojon na sne hojon na sne
Honorable Chair, Kwado Vince James, Kwadon Juna God Zilbiyin Do, so there's an Kain Lagi Ihehe. And thank you, colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. We did call to order, and we do have, if you're here, we will mark you present here in the chambers. If you're via Zoom, please feel free to check in with the staff here. Just a small recap of yesterday. We did call to order, and we did recognize our special guests and visiting officials, and we do have an adopted agenda. And we also received the State of the Nation address from President Boo Nygren and also Vice President Rochelle Montoya. We received a report from the Chief Justice of the Navajo Nation, Chief Justice Joanne Jane, and also her staff. We recessed around, I believe, 7 or 8 o'clock last night. And along with that motion yesterday, it was motion to recess to move into legislations today. Kwaiki will be moving on to new business on our agenda. We are on number 11, new business consent agenda, and we will have our staff, Miss Michelle Cook, to read that into the record this morning.
Consent agenda items A, legislation 0014-23, an action relating to the Nabikiatik Committee and Navajo Nation Council approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Casey Allen Johnson's Delegate Region. Chapters include Cameron, Coal Mine Canyon, Birch Springs, Loop, Talani Lake. Sponsor, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson. This legislation had no amendments from the Nabikiatik Committee, and this legislation, per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order 9, has been read into the record by electronic reading. This moves forward to Office of the President and Vice President. Legislation 0017-23, an action relating to the Nabikiatik Committee and Navajo Nation Council, amending CD-61-22, the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Vince R. James, Delegate Region. Chapters include Jedito, Cornfields, Ganado, Kintlachi, Steamboat, to include additional projects for this delegate region. Sponsor, Honorable Vince R. James. This legislation was heard at Nabikiatik Committee with no amendments. It moved forward to Navajo Nation Council. The legislation has been read into the record by electronic reading per Navajo Nation Standing Rules of Order 9. This legislation moves forward to Office of the President and Vice President. Legislation 0022-23, an action relating to the Nabikiatik Committee and the Navajo Nation Council approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Helena Nez Begay's Delegate Region. Chapters include Copper Mine, Kaibito, Lachi, Tonalea Red Lake, Bodaway Gap. Sponsor, Honorable Helena Nez Begay. This legislation went before Nabikiatik Committee with no amendments. It moved forward to Navajo Nation Council. The legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording per Navajo Nation Standing Rules of Order, Council Rules of Order 9. This legislation moves forward to Office of the President and Vice President. Legislation 0036-23, an action relating to the Nabikiatik Committee and the Navajo Nation Council approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Stephen R. Arvizo's Delegate Region. Chapters include Church Rock, Ayambato, Mariano Lake, Pinedale, Smith Lake, Theroux. Sponsor, Honorable Stephen R. Arvizo. This legislation went before the Nabikiatik Committee with no amendments. It moved forward to the Navajo Nation Council. This legislation was read into the record by electronic voice recording per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order 9. This legislation moves forward to the Office of the President and Vice President. Legislation 0037-23, an action relating to Nabikiatik Committee and the Navajo Nation Council approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Norman M. Begay's Delegate Region. Chapters include Alamo, Rama, Tukwajile. Sponsor, Honorable Norman M. Begay. This legislation was heard before Nabikiatik Committee with no amendments. It moved forward to Navajo Nation Council. This legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording per Navajo Nation Council Rule of Order 9. This legislation moves forward to Office of the President and Vice President. Legislation 0064-23, an action relating to the Nabikiatik Committee and the Navajo Nation Council approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Shandine Parish's Delegate Region. Chapters include Chilchimbito, Denahotso, and Kienta. Sponsor is Honorable Shandine Parish. This legislation was heard before the Nabikiatik Committee with no amendments. It moved forward to the Navajo Nation Council. This legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording per Navajo Nation Council Standing Rules of Order 9. This legislation moves forward to Office of the President and Vice President. Legislation 0050-23, an action relating to budget and finance, resource and development, health, education, and human services, and Nabakiatik committees and the Navajo Nation Council, approving $2 million from the unreserved, undesignated fund balance, UUFB, for the 110 chapters Summer 2023 Youth Employment Programs, waiving 12 NNC, Section 820E, Section 820F, Section 820J, and Section 820L to allow use of UUFB for reoccurring chapter funds. Sponsor, Honorable Seth Damon. Co-sponsor, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson. This legislation went before the standing committees of Budget and Finance, Resource and Development, Health, Education, and Human Services, and the Nabakiatik committees with no amendments, and moved forward to Navajo Nation Council. This legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order 9. This legislation moves forward to Office of the President and Vice President. Madam Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Cook, for reading that into the record for the consent agenda. Do we have a motion and a second for the consent agenda? Motion by Honorable Helena Nesbegay, second by Honorable Parrish. With that, colleagues, consent agenda is subject to no debate, and we'll go straight to a vote. Colleagues, go to the drawing board, and if you're online, please feel free to state your vote, or you can feel free to text in your vote. Point of privilege, Honorable Daniels. Hold on, Honorable Daniels. We're going to connect you to the audio. Just give us a few seconds. All right, Honorable Daniels, you have the floor.
Which one's up?
Honorable Daniels, point of privilege.
Madam Speaker, can you hear me?
Oh, Shiaj. Hoditsa.
Okay, thank you. Haji. Then the bench in Jackie. So, I'm wondering if I could add my legislation back onto the consent agenda 0068-23. That's my question, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Daniels, to your question, we already do have a consent agenda for your motion to be recognized, or for that to be recognized. We had to motion to suspend floor rules. And we are already in the vote, Honorable Daniels.
Thank you. I vote for it.
Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable George Toth. Honorable George Toth votes green. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito votes green. Honorable Sherlyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherlyn Yazzie votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty is excused. Honorable Brenda Jesus is excused. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, Madam Speaker not voting.
Yahat, thank you. Staff, we do have a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting on the consent agenda. Going down to item B, legislation 0051-23. For the record, we do have the sponsor excused today, Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty, and there is also no co-sponsor as of this morning. Okay. For the record, we do have the co-sponsor who withdrew co-sponsoring of the legislation 0051-23, and the sponsor is not here, and she's excused today. So with that, colleagues, we'll go down to legislation item C, legislation 0052-23. And the sponsor is excused. However, we do have the co-sponsor here today, Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Second call. Co-sponsor, second call. Third call. No co-sponsor is not present. Just for the record, the legislations will be on the next council agenda. Going down to item number B, legislation 0019-23. Although we do have Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson, who is a sponsor, with us in the council chambers. At this time, we'll have our staff, Ms. Cook. She'll read the legislation into the record.
Legislation 0019-23, an action relating to the Navajo Committee and the Navajo Nation Council, approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Plan for Honorable Jermaine Simonson's Delegate Region. Chapters include Hard Rock, Forest Lake, Pinon, Black Mesa, Whippoorwill. Sponsor, Honorable Jermaine Simonson. This legislation went before the Navajo Committee with no amendments. This legislation came before the Navajo Nation Council. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order 9, this legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. This legislation moves on to the Office of the President and Vice President. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff. Ms. Cook, for reading legislation 0019-23 into the record. Colleagues, do we have a motion? Motion by Honorable Ricky Nez, Honorable Chair Vince James, seconding party. We'll turn the floor over to Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson.
Yate, honorable colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, ado ade nihitya o yahagi, ado kwaita isinolta hanza holjish, ado kwa daji Jermaine Simonson shia, ado kwado Hard Rock, Forest Lake, Pinon, Black Mesa, Whippoorwill chapter banasha do kwaagi Nile 24th Council at in Hilbahazan qua basal chadat 8.8 million ein hitasni do aj ein late trat nas lita nas ja shi aj but not ni dan lita 24th day no ka aro shikwa shalaj dasatao na Jimmy Yellow Hair kwado ya qua chapters khata that antrat nas na le qua nije hilt nije tradish no equal distribution akut out astla nas ango akut alla de mil soto which hotel yitreis ni le ado hashin togo trat nas le but nas ango ya na nish ya yik hata hola din hitene kon hashin togo hawan kon de yahanda chaka ICB in the hasti aro kon di de hawan do da jo ka da batanda de dot ato sa ya hawan ban ni de ki sa anda do ni sa IC do ado stedal ne da da no I seen late hawan nas nelo yitras kai ako kodosha trat nas ne lepel has agin le pinyan ge back about hot zanje aje di de konts at nas lead ego o you had da art na sa antinit egon lego hawan yitrahigato hot nal sos di kwat and the hasti no don ne de hot on lego backspain nas ako shana hot shich Ishane da yila kut ego yegon hidden betten shilnish do yego ya kon da hasti kwagi ya Danil do kon de nal sos baka de ya da no ako dit na nish da dil ni da no yed hadasti ako di etsa legislation o ya hishna da ya Atago 3 projects out of the 5 delegate regions. There were only 3 projects. Atago da le DOJ ajelto beji ikaila doikin na ita o ade shat ya hisne ako kodo ya shat bido Banane kashi doles the kushi projects aja ya DOJ aja aja beji ina yitlandle the hui goshi shin kon ni hich hodne lead doles aro ya kwa benai kit ni leda ya hashin tsogo kwado trat nasnel na has agi la hait la hajo kwa peso chidos in hajo peso kwa nido zotoch IC kwa na hot igi IC aj peso chidos in the community division of community development adeola halet hajo kwat betin dot nishla Ishja hala peso la ado hot ego chon itato bits hot hajo I seen jano chitos in ado haiship and yachito in nanigi hajo aj ya do link the snow bahasti do ado trat nazil nazilo o hot elbich china hona di ni peso kwadon khan de dole ado kwa in the hasti that on needs the ashon de hajo that do link njon go that do link the snow kwa bana inch kan hala ya jo shish beshit the nal idole hada dale ha gitale do hajo peso chose ino na kwado kwado peso badin din ni da shit don't need ya o shin trat nazil de shin hot ba honosen lidole kwado ya trat nazil kwa beshma das anin yitato ni ka kwaje trat nazil je peso da ni da no ko na da zoligo shin etan shitra ko hot ya Ecuador non-hinge Ecuador 25th Navajo Nation colleagues Ecuador Sado Belata Dosis Adoshi ya Legon Hawana has Argo Njonago Nache Nakit Nache de Njonago Hawanas Nelo that the Nil Inle o koho o hat aya being hijin hadesti. Ich ha.
Thank you, Vice Chair Simonson, Joe Kodonjanago, the legislation a Bauhuintne. I believe we did send over a copy of the amendment that is needed also. E Kwashin Yokedo Les colleagues. First in queue, we have Honorable James.
Thank you. Yeah. Speaker, I'd like to make an amendment based off the email that we received in regards to the legislation that is here before us. Thank you, Speaker.
Is there a second? We have a second by Honorable Parrish. Colleagues, we do have the amendment on the board, and I believe it was emailed out too shortly, just a few minutes ago. And we'll have our staff read that amendment into the record.
Amendment 1, delete Exhibit A summary sheet and insert new Exhibit A summary sheet that's attached herein. 2, add DOJ eligibility review and Appendix A for the following projects. 1, Pinion Chapter Housing Renovation and Repair for Pinion Community. 2, Whippoorwill Chapter House Renovation Project. 3, Whippoorwill Chapter Septic Services Project. 4, Whippoorwill Chapter Elderly Bathroom Modification Project. 5, Whippoorwill Chapter New Home Waterline Project. 6, Whippoorwill Chapter New House Construction Project. And 7, Whippoorwill Chapter Hire of Personnel Project, attached herein to the end of Exhibit A. 3, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The council and committee hereby authorize Office of the Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel to correct grammatical and other technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. Exhibit A is attached herein, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, staff, for reading the amendment into the record. Colleagues, are there any questions or comments to?
Second.
Yeah, we do have seconds. Sean Dean.
Sean Dean.
We do have a motion and a second. Are there any additional comments or questions to the amendment, colleagues? Second call. Third call. Go to a vote for amendment number 1.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr. votes green. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty is excused. Honorable Brenda Jesus is excused. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, Madam Speaker not voting.
Thank you, staff. We do have a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting. And the motion carries for the First Amendment of the legislation. We're going moving back to our main motion. Are there any additional comments, colleagues? Honorable Speaker Damon? Waves his time. I don't see anybody else in queue. Second call. Third call. Colleagues, we're going to go to the main motion of the vote for legislation 0019-23. Go back to the drawing board. Before that, sorry, excuse me, we're moving ahead of myself. We'll have our staff, Ms. Cook, do our second reading of the legislations.
Okay. This legislation has an amendment to this Amendment 1 to this legislation is to delete Exhibit A summary sheet and insert new Exhibit A summary sheet attached herein. 2, add DOJ eligibility review and Appendix A for the following projects. 1, Pinion Chapter Housing Renovation and Repair for Pinion Community. 2, Whippoorwill Chapter Home Renovation Project. 3, Whippoorwill Chapter Septic Services Project. 4, Whippoorwill Chapter Elderly Bathroom Modification Project. 5, Whippoorwill Chapter New Home Waterline Project. 6, Whippoorwill Chapter New House Construction Project. And 7, Whippoorwill Chapter Hire of Personnel Projects attached herein to the end of Exhibit A. 3, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The council and the committee hereby authorize Office of the Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel to correct grammatical and other technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Cook, for reading the second reading of the legislation. Colleagues, with that, we'll go for a vote.
Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson did not vote. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba-Crotty is excused. Honorable Brenda Jesus is excused. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Madam Speaker, not voting.
Thank you, staff. With that, we do have a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting. Motion carries for legislation 0019-23. Thank you, colleagues. Congratulations, Vice Chair. We move into item E, legislation 0034-23. We do have the sponsor, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, here with us in the chambers. Staff, could you help us read the legislation to the record?
Legislation 0034-23, an act relating to resource and development, law and order, budget and finance, and Navajo committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council, approving $1,500,000 from the Hot Tourism Fund for the Navajo Tourism Department, amending 24 NNC Section 741 to allow revenue in the Hot Tourism Fund to be used by all Navajo Nation programs for tourism-related purposes, and rescinding resolution number CS-45-22. Honorable sponsor is Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. This legislation did go through the Resource and Development, Law and Order, Budget and Finance, and Nabakiatik committees with no amendments. It moved forward to Navajo Nation Council. This legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Cook, for reading the legislation to the record. Colleagues, we have a motion by Honorable Toth. Do we have a second? Second by Honorable Arvizo. Colleagues, do we have any questions? I don't see anybody else in queue. Going twice. Third call. Since there's no additional questions or comments, we'll go straight to a vote. Colleagues, we're going to the drawing board. And if you're joining us via Zoom, feel free to call or text, state your vote or text in your vote.
Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Shondine Parrish. Honorable Shondine Parrish. Honorable Shondine Parrish did not vote. Once more, Honorable Shondine Parrish. Honorable Shondine Parrish. Honorable Shondine Parrish did not vote. Honorable Amber Canesba-Crotty is excused. Honorable Brenda Jesus is excused. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Madam Speaker, not voting.
Yeah, thank you, staff, with that, we do have a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting. The motion carries. Congratulations, Chair Charles Newton. Next, we move to item F, legislation 0058-23. Ms. Cook, could you help us read the legislation to the record?
Legislation 0058-23, an action relating to the Budget and Finance, Resource and Development, and Nabakiatik Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, approving $3,879,180 from the Sihasin Fund for a new Navajo Nation modular office building in Crown Point, approving the related expenditure plan. Sponsor is Honorable Danny Simpson. Co-sponsor is Honorable Norman M. Begay. This legislation went before the Budget and Finance, Resource and Development, and Nabakiatik Committees with no amendments. This legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order 9. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff, for reading that into the record. We have a motion by Honorable Toth. Do we have a second? Second by Honorable Shauna Antlaw. Colleagues, do we have any comments or questions regarding the legislation? We do have a question on the floor. We'll give the presenter 20 minutes to present your legislation. Honorable Begay.
Morning, everybody. 25th Council, Madam Speaker, the staff, the gallery, or the pending conditioner. Yeah, had it is there. They're in need of office space. So the building that they're occupying right now is like the old jailhouse. That's center blocks Belial. So the buildings that they occupied are like the election office, the CIB office at Aggie. They got no space to move, so they requested for a two-story building, I guess, to try to make a one-stop shop. No, it legislation try to get all the entities to one building and one-stop shop. No, building the two-story module building. There's space for a lot of like a CIB social service they'll have a warmer place to stay and like I noticed at the election office when I was there primary this cause they didn't have a heater and even if they plug in the heater, the electricity bills were high. The building Mr. Honorable Simpson legislation he's got the COVID and he's out and maybe we'll see him at the end of this week. He's not here to present this legislation, but I've called for my agent Ninda, I think he might show up here when you guys ask the question. If you got a question, I'll try to ask them all your questions, what I know. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Begay. Colleagues, you can press your request to speak if you have questions or comments. We have Honorable Simpson in line via Zoom. Honorable Simpson, if you can hear us, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Though members of the Navajo Nation Council, yat issue na chikado arashi chanana orsani yat issue diship to yat epina. No dika as on shinshi 0058-23 said as brother Delegate Norman McGay had diship dita was representing like dita or is a cautious dita legislation dita kashina that kanda the Navajo Nation the Crown Point the day dita the Ken Dasley. Yeah, you know that I say they're in very substandard condition and some are condemned. Dita, deep current land office personnel. You know these dita, the old Navajo Nation police office, police station out of that building facility. It's you know that data out of ne, hidden area that Carter to go into these unsafe buildings to get services. Dita, dita, or Vista Nego land office. Dita. Why are we in a condemned building? Why are we operating out of a condemned building? Why are we in an unsafe building? Halida or the teacher office they need kid. A codica, you know, this say overhead or she modular building. Idiot 100 after Nego, you know, this on it did that. A conaso kuna, election office, they're operating out of the old police station, Nana, Ada. A codi election, Navajo Nation, land office, they had to move out of their facility and move into a temporary facility that's currently administrative service center, the Canadian Crown Point data, but it's temporary. Pretty soon they will be evicted due to other personnel coming in for the opera GC data. So they'll be out with no office, Nana. But again, going back to the election office, they're still operating out of the condemned the old police station data. Autocrat, it's like I cannot. They really don't have a safe place to operate out of. Public health education, age 638, our child support office, Nana, out of the census office, do Akudashi, Koshe, let's get a modular building. We're able to accommodate all these 5 or more offices, the more department under Navajo Nation. They did that. Basically the $3.8 million. Where our people can go to get service in a safe building, where our children can be working out of a safe building. I know this is a modular building, but we'll continue to work on a long-term solution to make sure we have a really one-stop shop. But DD is just to get our kids out of these unsafe buildings and have our people get service in a safe building. DD. So, I know there's a lot of work needs to be done, but right now, no, would really appreciate your approval of this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members of the Navajo Nation Council. Thank you.
With that, colleagues, we'll go to comments and question. First in queue, we have Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Delegate Begay and Delegate Simpson for presenting your legislation. We currently have, as of March 31st, 2021, $65,560,495 in citizen right now, with several, actually a lot of projects going towards Eastern Agency. So I'm a little bit concerned in terms of spreading out that citizen money. I'm also, we have been asking for a inventory of all of the Navajo Nation buildings, as well as the buildings that are that are dilapidated and that need to be replaced. I find it pretty interesting that there's been an argument made that we need to consider the safety of our employees, yet when my legislation for the building code went forward, that concern wasn't there. In fact, the concern was more about getting a book to the delegates so that they could read a book of what it means to have a building code in place. Part of that building code is to examine the current buildings that are dilapidated and that are, to make sure that we are providing a safe environment for our employees. So I want to know, number one, how much funding have you gotten outside of Sihisin to help with this building? Number two, I want to know which offices are going to be housed in that building. I don't believe that you said it was going to be a one-stop shop, but what offices are going to be in those facilities? I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 3:21. Next in queue, we have Vice Chair Simonson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ado Mr. Begay, Mr. Sampson for presenting this legislation regarding a new building for Crown Point. You know, there are numerous issues that we bring up all the time regarding new buildings and the need for all these buildings throughout the Navajo Nation. What I'd like to see is, you know, how when we get these new buildings, what is the plan to maintain them every year, every 6 months, every year? All of the Navajo Nation buildings, I feel like I'm correct to say that if there was a good maintenance plan on every one of our buildings, that they would last a little longer. And I feel that that's lacking everywhere. And so Kahashi, maybe some chapter houses do a good job in maintaining their own buildings and checking roofs and making sure there are no leakages. And but you know, what kind of real building maintenance plan do we have for these new buildings? Also, you know that we have there's that Inflation Reduction Act. And so last week in DC, while we were meeting, we had Holland and Knight, the attorneys the tax attorneys, they came before us and talked to us about as you know, there's $380 billion made available by Biden. And what that entails is renewable energy. They are trying to address climate change, and there's opportunities where you can, if you're building a new building, you certainly can make it to where it's energy efficient. You might want to put in an HVAC system. You might want to put solar on that building. And then there's a certain percentage of funds that you can, you'll be able to get back in terms of whether it's a tax credit or a tax benefit from that $380 billion. So this is just a comment for anybody who's building anything new, and if you want to consider those things and consider getting some money back from that the Inflation Reduction Act, I think that'll really be helpful. And if we as a 25th Navajo Nation Council, we do, again, going back to inventory and looking at all these new buildings that we're putting up, how much of that, what can we get from the Inflation Reduction Act and making these buildings energy efficient and using renewable energy? So that'll be my comment, and I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 1:58. We'll go down next in line. We'll have Honorable Chair Ms. James.
Speaker, ado presenters no tlinigi do shinat no tlinigi kodo in na adidishkil in regards to the project ado naje nahata anisha's anje Navajo Nation Capital Improvement Office. I don't know if they're on the line, if we have individuals on the line. I know they're very swamped with a lot of projects. Di kodo beso nadini anko ni honana zago hanzago lapit na hodol jish jo ai dat la abadas so aton de Kenya da au adat net da ko ado ajeta Division of Community Development has anjedo asahi ot ne na has tra oko konzat de al yujo ala yin da oko ko de asnana all day o ajeta nanas kitsli ko ako hot budget na the dish ako are they when are they going to be able to address this project if the legislation does pass? Reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4 minutes. Next in queue, we have Honorable Dr. Andy Ness.
Shada Speaker Curley, as well as the presenters, Honorable Begay, as well as Honorable Sampson. And to my colleagues here on the 25th, my only question right now is what is the inventory of this building that was conducted by the sponsor or its agents to reach this point where CHSN funds are requested, rather than assessing what is already available, not only in the community of Crown Point or within the agency of our Eastern relatives, but across the Navajo Nation, to secure such a building, and perhaps it would cost much less to rehab an existing building that's already here. And I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 4:15. Colleagues, I don't see anybody else in queue, and we'll give the floor back to the sponsor and co-sponsor, Honorable Begay and Honorable Simpson.
Kushina, I Kirigi, funding Ningi, I think there's some capital layout money that's associated with this modular building. The modular building is going to be a two-story building, which is 36 by 60 by 12 by 30 units. And it's going to be 4,320 square feet with the two-story building on top of each other. And the maintenance and the communication utility connection will be operated daily repair and operated by the administration facility carrying, mostly by contract service. And the building is going to be operated by the Navajo Land Department, the election office, census office, the health office, and some other administration buildings that will use that Eastern Agency office as meetings, small get-together meetings, I guess. And then from the capital layout money, I think the funds, they give us $100,000 from the capital layout. That was the House Bill 505 for the construction. Although the cost of that whole building is going to be $800,000, $79,180. Building needs the cost of this whole building. The land, everything is already. The chapter has already allocated those lands. Although maybe Honorable Simpson has a few more to add to this. Thank you.
Before we go to Honorable Simpson, please in the gallery, if you do have a cell phone, may you please put it on silence or please turn it off. It does interrupt the debate here and the presentations are on the floor. So please just mute your phones or turn off your phones. Honorable Simpson, if you're on the call, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and members of the Navajo Nation Council. Chambers. Good afternoon, thank you. Madam Chair, Eugene Charles Newton, Anu Deshina, Mr. Norman McGay, Delegate Norman McGay, $100,000 has been secured from the state of Mexico under the capital outlay funds, the ADA. what office will be operating out of this facility. And going back to Delegate Simonson, Madam Delegate Simonson, who's going to maintain this building. A lot of these buildings that belong to Navajo Nation are not properly maintained. But when we go back to Eastern Agency, majority of our facilities, existing facilities that have been in existence for 30, 40 years, they're very, very in substandard condition, and majority of those buildings are condemned, Ada. So right now, as I stated during my presentation at Dida, our kids are operating out of these facilities, Dida, and unsafe facilities, and our people are going into these unsafe facilities to get services. Madam Eugene Charles Newton, Madam Delegate Eugene Charles Newton, I do support her legislation. International building code, I do support that, and I think these buildings need to be structurally constructed when new buildings are constructed and all that. And I believe that we do need that international building code. All we were asking for during resource development was we need to take a look at the code that she's recommending for Navajo Nation to sponsor. So I do support her legislation. Mr. James, Delegate Mr. James, when money get appropriated and the oversight division or departments, why does it take them a long time to make these facilities a reality when they're fully funded? And to me, I understand what he's talking about, but Joe baseball, if things get done right away, you just let the division do their work. Let's see what they do. But as a council delegate, I give my word that I will follow this project and make sure it comes to reality. Delegate James, so I understand what you're saying. I agree with you. But as a delegate, I follow these projects in the 2 months. So I know how to get projects done. But I just follow up on these projects, make sure they get done. AutoCAD, Darcy, Andy Nez, Kitty, rehabbing existing building, maybe be cost more effective. Dr. Nez, like I said, within Eastern, any buildings that are available to operate, it's not feasible to even rehabilitate these buildings. It's not cost effective. So again, that's why we're going towards this modular building, so we can get our children that are working for Navajo Nation out of these unsafe buildings, and again have our net people go to these buildings, go into safe buildings to get services. So hopefully I answered all those questions that were asked by the four delegates. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Begay and Honorable Simpson, for your responses. Colleagues, are there any questions or comments? Point of privilege, Honorable James.
Speaker, thank you. Other presenters, colleagues, my point of privilege is my question was directing to Division of Community Development because they would know how many projects they have currently for the whole Navajo Nation. How many projects do they have? My question was to the agent. Are we going to even have the agent here, or maybe they're on the call? So that is my point of privilege, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. We believe we have the agent here within the chambers. Just give us a few minutes as they make their way to the presenter's table. Nothing. I'll return back the floor to Honorable Begay.
I'll go ahead and have my agent introduce herself. Thank you.
Yate Aspene Alonso. She Engineer Owens da Shijine. Dona Nishanigi Trabahe. Naslane Bashichin. Hanarahni that Shichedo, Belagana that Schnelle. I am currently the program manager for the homesite section at Navajo Land Department.
She's asking the community development, are they projects we got going? So.
Who addressed the question, and can you repeat it,
Can
please?
you rephrase the question?
Honorable James, can you restate the question for the agent?
Speaker, other presenters. Again, I'm going to raise a point of privilege, but my question was pertaining to Division of Community Development, not the home site lease land department. It's more, my direct question is towards Division of Community Development because they are going to be the actual party of this funding for this project. And as if you look at the legislation packet, they are on here as Exhibit B as well. And so my question again is to Division of Community Development, but good to see you and see you up there, Ms. Owens. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Point of privilege, Honorable Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. I raise this point of privilege under the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 16, in terms of the additional comments from the sponsor regarding maintaining the dignity and integrity of the proceedings. The sponsor did talk about House Bill 505 that allowed $100,000 from the New Mexico capital outlay. Speaker, I would like to request from your office that we get a listing of all of the capital outlay projects, what year they are in, how much they have received, and when they are required to have the 5% spending completed. I believe that that may be this year, and I know that we requested this back in January when we visited the state of the capital in New Mexico. New Mexico is the only state that does give capital outlay money to chapters, so we need to know what the state of those projects are at and when this $100,000 will have to be spent. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Charles Newton will have that staff get those documents. I believe we did get that email to us, and we'll retrieve that email and resend it back out. In the meantime, Delegate Honorable Begay. Before we move on to if there's anybody else from agent from Community Development, but that will just give a short responses from Delegate Simpson. If not, then we would have to go into recess to have the appropriate agents here and also those documentations. Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the council. Here at NANA for allowing us to present this legislation. Madam Speaker, I'd like to make a request to the council and yourself, Madam Speaker, if we can recess for 15 minutes for documents that are being requested to be retrieved, and also to have Division of Community Development be notified to answer some of the questions that are being asked from the council, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, colleagues. Just for on the record, do we have anybody from Navajo Nation Division of Community Development online?
To deal with community development.
We do have Navajo Nation, the Division of Community Development Executive Director, Mr. Castillo. Is that you online?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Madam. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Castillo. We are on legislation 0058-23, and there was specific questions raised for DCD regarding the project. For clarification, we can have Honorable Vitz James, who did raise a point of privilege for those specific questions. Honorable James, would you like to restate the questions for Division of Community Development?
Here dan speaker then presenters do shall kahasi do ado Mr. Castillo from Division of Community Development. Kodona Delkid in regards to legislation number 0058-23. AB kunne Kodona sos bedana hodit ahi B kunne exhibit B. Ya in hipe so zindo le. Nihye kodo be rat dit ahto na nation lini idil ni jokot ao be ha o zi selin ako kwanzate holsiste de your projects, the Quila projects under your department, your division ako de la de Quila case of nel benina additionally if you look at the CHSN balance, the memo, the letter, there's an attachment of listing of projects regarding CHSN funds. And a lot of these CHSN projects that are listed is under your department as Division of Community Development. Those have not been addressed up to this day. On top of that, you have additional other projects from other funding sources that you have not completed those projects. So how many projects do you have at this point that are all in pending status? At the same time, how many staff are working on these projects? Division Director Nlinigi, Mr. Castillo, Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Chair James. With that, we'll return back the floor for the point of privilege questions that were questioned. Mr. Castillo, if you're still online, you have the floor for your responses.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honorable James, for the question. Right now, the internal staff cannot handle the capacity of what we got so far, but the IDIQ contract for 4 firms, one's going to be out of Albuquerque, IDSA, they will be assigned to that project once we get that contract executed, along with all the ARPA projects on that region, on that side. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James.
Division Director Castillo, my question is pertaining to the CHSN projects. Now, the response that you just provided is pertaining to the ARPA funding. So you have a listing there of many projects that we've provided you that have been outstanding, that have been pending for years, and those projects have not been completed throughout the Navajo Nation. Are you capable on taking over this next project that we have before us for the Crown Point Land Office construction project? Thank you.
Mr. Castillo, if you're still online, may you direct the question specifically to the questions that were raised? Mr. Castillo?
Okay, thank you again, Speaker. Mr. Honorable James, the CHSN projects and the capital outlay, the previous director saw that they were understaffed, so she started the IDIQ contract. That was specifically for the CSN and capital outlay to get caught up. They just threw, with this new contract, we just threw it on the FRF. And we're trying not to impact the existing staff that we got on due to the FRF projects. So we're using the IDIQ contract for all the projects that are coming in, CSN, capital outlay, and FRF. Thank you.
With that, we'll turn back over the floor to Honorable Begay. Any additional responses?
Thank you, Speaker, Madam Speaker. Although, this is going to be a modular building. I guess it's going to be made in Texas, and then it's just going to be put together. So I think it's just a matter of putting a puzzle together. If you see the floor plan in the back, how it's structured and how it's going to be put together, it's just going to be like a puzzle putting together in the Holland. If I'm right, I'll hand it over to my agent here. She'll explain a little bit more on it.
Again, good afternoon, and thank you everyone on the committee and Madam Speaker Chair. So we went with BITCO Corporation as our vendor, and their modular building is coming out of Texas. So the building will be placed onto the old existing Head Start building, which has been condemned for quite some time. We've been working with Community of Development to oversee the project. They helped us create the budget, also to put together this letter as well, and just giving us guidance on what we need to do for this modular building. It is in need, it's an emergency. We do have other offices that we're looking into, elections, sends vital records, and also health ed. So this building is going to be constructed, and we are working with Navajo Nation Property to demolish that building. And a part of this whole budget is also the testing and abatement and also demolition. So everything is all included in the budget for BITCO. And that's what we are requesting, is that we keep BITCO as our contractor and community development as the oversight of seeing this project. So as delegate here stated, that they're just here to just help us guide our process through setting up this building and helping our employees so that they can get out of these other condemned buildings that they're in right now. I don't know if we have the PowerPoint presentation that's been given to each of the delegates here, but it does state that the old buildings are condemned, and we do have employees in that building right now. So by looking at the as-built and the floor plan, we do have the first floor with 8 offices, 2 restrooms, 1 kitchen, and 1 conference room. And the stairwell and the elevator will be outside of that building, only because if we put it a part of the building, it's going to start making movements, and we don't want that to happen. The second floor will consist of 14 offices, 2 restrooms, and 0 conference rooms at this time. However, once this legislation gets approved, we are allowed to make some modifications to the floor plan to open up maybe 3 of the offices for 1 conference room. And as delegate indicated, the contractual services is $3,253,380. And everything else that is included through CHSN fund will be the, supplies, communication, utilities, repairs, and maintenance. So that's just for the first year under CHSN funds. We are also working with the other offices so that they can also create their budget and help us maintain the building for repairs and maintenances. And we do have support letters from other chapters. We have resolutions supporting this building because it is in need. We do need our employees to be in a safe environment, safe building, and for all of our community members to come to this modular building, because we do get high demands from census to health ed, even to the home site section overseeing land department, you know, all these individuals come to our building. And so we do ask that you really consider our project, the legislation here set before you today. Other than that, that's pretty much the entire PowerPoint presentation. Just concluding that it is going to be a 2-story building. We do request that we keep Bitco as our contractor. And the pricing is good for Bitco until 4/15/2023. Is that this year? Sorry, that was just a couple of days ago. So we can update all the quotes and everything for that. Any other questions? Council, everyone in the online, anyone else?
Point of privilege, Honorable Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. So there was just now mention about the demolition of the facilities. Within the exhibits, you do have a letter from the U.S. Department of Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs that is dated March 26, 2013, that talks about the facilities. And it does state within the letter that they intend to proceed with the demolition of building numbers 3000, 3001, 3002, 3003, 3004, 3005, and then it goes all the way 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. And it does give the notice, the 30-day notice to vacate no later than April 29th, 2013. My question is this, the Navajo Nation has made a position that when these buildings are owned by the Bureau of Indian Affairs, by the Bureau of Indian Education, the Indian Health Services, that those responsibilities lie within the federal government to take care of the abatement and the demolition of these buildings. How do I know that? Because I've got 43 BIA buildings within my community. You also, this letter states that BIE owns these buildings and that they were planning to demolish those buildings. However, if you go forward to Bitco on page 5 of 15 of the Bitco contract, it does state asbestos abatement and removal of buildings at $460,000. My question is, were these buildings transferred to the Navajo Nation for ownership? If not, do we have consent from the Bureau of Indian Education in writing saying that we can move forward with abatement and demolition of these buildings? We don't own these buildings. I don't see a letter within your documents here to say that the Navajo Nation owns these buildings. If we don't own these buildings, we cannot do abatement or demolition. So where are those letters? Who owns these buildings? And can we get BIE on the line to get us a letter stating that they're going to transfer this property to the Navajo Nation, and then for Navajo Nation President Boo Nygren to accept those buildings again and then move forward with abatement and demolition? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Charles Newton. With that point of privilege, I'll be referring back the floor to the sponsors and specific to those questions. Honorable Begay and Honorable Simpson.
Madam Speaker, let me have Honorable Simpson answer this question.
Honorable Simpson, if you are online, you have the floor for those specific questions.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the Nomination Council, and Madam Delegate Jean Charles Newton, Kitty. If you look at the map, if you look at the land withdrawal, and I believe Ms. Owen can elaborate on this, the land has been secured, and in reference of, I think it's the Eastern Navajo Agency track 1.03 track. They secured the land for this modular building. So I'd like to have Ms. Owen elaborate on this, what Madam Delegate Eugene Charles asked about. The land has been withdrawn for this purpose to have this modular building be put in this track here. Ms. Owen, can you go ahead and elaborate on the my answer, please?
Ms. Owens?
Yes, so the building for this old Head Start has been given to Navajo Nation property. It was under the Navajo Nation Head Start under FMIS. So we did have a meeting with the Navajo Nation property, and once everything gets processed, this building will be owned by the Navajo Nation. It does have a Navajo Nation number.
Point of privilege, Honorable Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. Can we get, I'm sorry, who did you say? Property. Can we get Navajo Nation property either on the line or here in chambers to verify? Oh, we got property here. Do we have an official letter?
Thank you, Honorable Chair Charles Newton. For those specific questions, refer back to the sponsor, Honorable Begay, to those specific questions.
Thank you, Speaker. I have another agent here that can answer some more questions here, and I'll let her introduce herself. Thank you.
Yat Asian and I, though a day that is in I get all quite a craggy here, though Madam Speaker, space pass on. She Arlene Cohen in Shiedo, Kia Anish, not what it's in Bush's chin. Crown Point election administration Eastern Navajo Agency, a Banashnish. The Ade Madam Charles Newton, Nightin Kidigi, that building betra in Jigi, building 3001. And here, election office, door, tribal enrollment, door, health education, door, land administration. 4 times that's a move in Dankitilia. Just being moved into different offices at the building at the vacant go. A conan kidet nelo a holjish. A co the building betra inji ike a 2013 yada BIA as kedan Crown Point Community School. Since on their dormitories, their cafeteria, their gym. Ad anas nilo e arjigo. BIA else ba office occupied in the aro en that move in Hilia. We went into that Crown Point Community School. Aja danki office go kushin years as lean. Adon the BIA in Hilne AD building a condemn dol nil. No, this was in 2013.
Point of order, Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm raising this point of order because I called the point of privilege to ask for additional documentation in writing. I can't do that under a point of privilege. I'm calling this point of order under Rule 25 of the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order because the point of privilege is now turning into a debate. It's not a debate on my part. I was just requesting documentation, and I was told that this was the land department. That's why I asked, do you have that documentation in writing? So if we can steer away from the debate portion, and if we can be provided the proper documentation that should be included within the legislation, speakers, that was why I called a point of order. Thank you.
Thank you. Point of order, recognized by, and we do have the documentation here, and we'll have the staff scan them and email them out. Colleagues, we do have the staff passing out those documentations. Point of privilege, Honorable Vince James.
Yade Speaker, other members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I'm trying to sit here wondering what we are doing. You didn't call on a recess. You didn't call on any orders of our Title II Council Rules of Order. It's just came status quo quiet. What are we doing? Speaker, can we come back to order?
Thank you, Honorable Chair James. We were just waiting for staff to do their rounds of distributing the documentation. I believe we do have all the documentation, so I do believe that we can come back to order. Maybe where is our sponsor, Delegate Begay? I believe we still have one of our sponsors still online. Honorable Simpson, are you still with us online?
Yes, I am, Madam Speaker.
All right, we do have one of our sponsors online, so we can reconvene. So we do have those documentations, and if there's any additional ones, we'll be emailing those out as well. So we have both the hard copies and electronic copies. At this time, we'll go back to next in queue. We have Honorable So.
Yeah, I did. I shouldn't talk not to the pertaining to this legislation. We do have. It is a request from citizen. So I did based on yalgi do the request has been made so that a modular building should could be purchased. And a lot of vital points has been asked and talked about pertaining to maintenance and so forth. But again, a building that is pertaining to direct services really needs to we need to look at how direct services is rendered at the agency level, and whether it's in my agency or an Eastern agency, you know, direct service of some part of the tribal government is being rendered. But you know, I think the vetting portion of the modular building and the proposal is intact. Information pertaining to the abatement and other things are being on the environmental side is still being talked about. But Shoban this case it out with Nada. It's in the name of direct services. If we were asking for monies for our regions for direct services, putting ourselves where Honorable Begay is at and Honorable Simpson requesting, making their requests. We do understand that Citizen has a certain amount of funding left, and again, it's pretty much up to council to say yay or nay. I'm gonna just indicate that you know, the strategy from the tribal government, the mother government through the administrations really don't listen to their tribal programs about buildings, trailers, though modular buildings, you don't operate that. Oh, that's so good. And it really makes me think how in the world does the executive branch think about their tribal programs? That's just only one building out of the Navajo Nation. You know, look at the buildings here and live Fort Defiance. You have the trailer, I think we do owe our Navajo people that just as I'm gonna go ahead and support this legislation. I don't that this is Oban Sahakis. With that, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna divert the rest of my time over to Madam Chair Charles Newton. Thank you.
Comment? Speaker So, you had 1 minute and 11 seconds and you're giving that time, yielding that time to Honorable Charles Newton. Do you accept?
I accept, Speaker.
Honorable Chair Charles Newton, you have 1 minute and 11 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. So I am having a little bit of concern regarding not so much the project. I do agree that we should be taking care of our Navajo Nation employees. Where I have an issue with the project is that you guys have included funding for abatement and demolition of federal buildings. We don't, those buildings are not ours. And when Citizen came out, President Russell Begay vetoed, I believe it was $350,000 from the Shiprock chapter. We are the only chapter that never got full funding of Citizen, because then President Russell Begay vetoed the $350,000. The reason why he vetoed that was because Shiprock passed a resolution asking that there's 43 BIA vacant buildings in Shiprock. Many of you guys see it. You drive past the intersection right behind Wells Fargo. That whole complex is BIA buildings.
Time, Honorable Charles Newton. Next in queue, we do have Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you. And thank you to the sponsors and to the members of the program staff who are here to advocate for a safer work environment. Generally, I support the legislation. I've been to this building, and the first time I ran for delegate, I actually turned in my receipts and campaign expense reporting there. And I think maybe it was the elections office staff or someone said, you know, can you help us out? So I'm glad the Eastern Agency delegates are taking care of that. But my big concern follows on the point that Delegate Charles Newton highlighted, and that is if we can get a legal determination from the Attorney General that this is actually Navajo Nation property and that it isn't still federal property, because you have decades, you know, we have asbestos already identified here, but decades of exposure to potentially BIA employees, to Navajo Nation employees. And I think that we're going to be assuming a liability if we are demoing it and then also not delineating clearly when it became Navajo Nation property, if it did become Navajo Nation property. So I'm going to motion to table the legislation no later than the summer of 2023 Navajo Nation Council session so that we can obtain a legal determination from the Attorney General on the property status, the ownership, and also provide some sort of liability analysis for the building materials and the occupants. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 3:17. And there is a second by Honorable Chair Charles Newton. I'll just wait for staff to put the appropriate motion language on the board here. There's the big one too. Let's see. What rule is that? Rule 19? All right, thank you, staff. We do have that tabling motion language on the board, and specific to Navajo Nation Rules of Order, Rule 19. It says for Rule 19C, the sponsor at his option may be given 3 minutes to express his or her reasons not to table the legislation. No further debate shall be allowed. And I'll give the floor over to the sponsors, Honorable Begay or Honorable Danny Simpson, if you have any comments. You're allowed 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The property is questionable, but then I think we have all the documents here that states that it belongs to Navajo Nation, the property. So if you hand out, you get hand out that yagi, waka. So the property belongs to Navajo Nation, and the building is going to belong to the Navajo Nation. So, so the copies that you guys receive, which in yagi. So those that you know, our nation between us, they need to get these new buildings up and going. So another 6 months of or 3 months of delay would.
Point of privilege by Delegate So.
Yeah, Speaker, Madam Speaker, sit. When the Navajo, this is requesting documents, and whether this table motion fails or moves forth, any type of property given to the Navajo Nation is usually accompanied and approved by the Navajo Nation Council, meaning there's usually a resolution intact, a gift. So in this case, if the Bureau of Indian Affairs gifted the building to the Navajo Nation, a resolution from the Navajo Nation Council should deepest and if we can maybe have the staff from the property look for that legislation, and have maybe chief staff assign Office of Legislative Service to look for that particular legislation. So it's a gift. So the way I would see is that this letter, somewhere the Bureau of Indian Affairs said, hey, I'm going to give it to you. So there should be an official tribal council resolution to this document.
Speaker So for that clarification and just a guidance for when this legislation comes forward before council again. Believe we still have 2 minutes and 9 seconds for the sponsors. Honorable Begay, Honorable Simonson, you have 2 minutes and 9 seconds. Point of order by Honorable Vince James.
Speaker, I believe there was a point of privilege within the 3 minutes response to the tabling motion. So it goes back to the presenter. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Vince James, for clarifying that for us. On the Honorable Begay for your responses to the point of privilege raised by Speaker So.
Response after talking with my agent here on summer session documents we're expecting this legislation to come in until tomorrow, and then so Joshin also came that the documents that I know KDG will set that straight with the 25th Council. Thank you.
Honorable Begay for responses to that point of privilege. We still have 2 minutes and 9 seconds from the sponsors in regards to the tabling motion. Honorable Simpson, you have 2 minutes and 9 seconds. Point of order by Honorable Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. This is a tabling motion, so the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 19, govern this. So it does require a motion and a second. 3 minutes is given to the sponsor, but I believe that this, when a legislation is tabled or a motion has been made, that it doesn't go back to debate. So on Rule 19, C as in cat, it says the sponsor at his option may be given 3 minutes to express his or her reasons not to table legislation. No other further debate shall be allowed. So I believe it goes straight to vote since a motion and a second has been established and 3 minutes has been given to the sponsor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for that clarification, and with concurrence with the legal counsel, that is correct. Honorable delegates, we will go straight to a vote for the tabling motion. For clarification, honorable colleagues, to Rule 19D, a majority vote is needed for the tabling motion.
Red? Okay, I'm good, thank you. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon votes red. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus votes red. Honorable Shondine Parrish. Red. Honorable Shondine Parrish votes red. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson did not vote. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson votes red. Honorable Brenda Jesus changes her vote to green. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green. Honorable Amber Canaz-Bakrati is excused. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, with a vote of 8 in favor, 14 opposed, Madam Speaker not voting.
Thank you, staff. We do have 8 in favor, 14 opposed, and speaker not voting to the tabling motion, so the motion does fail. The tabling motion fails. Next in queue, we do have Honorable Toth, next in line.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Speaker. Ato vote o sai kia. Zal corona anan no lenigito asin tsugo. Oyo ben hiko a Eastern Joe, beso kin te no. To hot era jo tin no the Laho Western Johinesti Hejo Bainitsen. When Shahagosla a 2 million da Ektahanesti Akosehit a hitnelnesto Shadine. I done the Kushi base of Yego Yahay bin Soke 24 Council. Ako Eshit il Ahun shout that ni kida Oyon his agent naka. Niti hot eggy yo nahot or echo. Alan hatchin di ne. Hatchin di no. Ibayel tieko queda basta willieta. Kun be balancely. Do pesos la hata son neligishin to replanchen daro lileko. Yat eto lileko. Edeshit ako. Hasin tsogon. Hira the kuya ayan hich hotalia 14. Fly 2.6 million da. Ebeg et asot lala. Ako echait edo lil. Eben na ashon denat anino len anhan tukis. Anhan tukis hiro dat no kil do u. Ako erin hidesh kilkon not anino lenegi ashonde. Ado belt e kahadolilt idon dahast ishinte. Estadadol nil. Jun lao across on that is not. At that time, all these paper would have to be in place. Ahot an hinske dolil consonant anin oslanigi. Beso ena hot lilot asinchit ahota. Beso lchapin danota. Ako eben na kon jopa initzen. Ya. Hot eben hitchatis to ado beg otle. Hot hasti nero lito reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 2:12. Next in queue, we do have Honorable Arvizo. Honorable Arvizo. If not, we can go down to Honorable Chair Brenda Jesus.
Yate Ado, Madam Speaker Shadeja, Speaker Curley, thank you for allowing me time, and good afternoon, colleagues. And I'd like to thank NTUA and Choice Wireless for the lunch here this afternoon. Again, as a delegate, I am in support of this legislation initiative. And I just like to pose a concern, just as some of my colleagues had concerns regarding this particular legislation. Oftentimes, we as Navajo Nation think that the fastest way to get into a building is through a modular building concept. I do get it. It's prefabbed and it's delivered to the location. But coming from a construction and project management background, you look at the longevity of these buildings. You know, the Navajo Nation is wanting to invest over $3.8 million in a two-story building. And we know that the bottom floor, per the specification of this joist, it says it's a 2x8 floor, and if it's going to be a double two-story building, usually the first floor would have a 2x12 floor joist, so it'll hold the weight of the second floor. So I'm kind of concerned about this, and I don't know how the specifications were read. And then the other thing is the ADA requirements, Nana. So again, there's a lot of codes that have to be met, and I believe that Madam Chair Charles Newton does have a legislation to incorporate these particular national building codes in into any governmental facility going forward. And I think that's really imperative to meet our needs of the population that are disabled within these communities that we decide to have these buildings. So if it were me, I would be really looking at a more built out project rather than a modular, because it depreciates from day one and you really have no value. And if you really do upkeep it through operation and maintenance, then, you know, it would last a little bit longer. Honorable Danny Simpson, Honorable Norman Begay, and I just wanted to put that out there. And I think this is something that needs to be re-looked at to see what would be the most best type of built out for this office structure. I know we want a quick fix, but I think we're looking at the longevity of any type of public facilities out there in the Navajo Nation that we want there the next maybe 3-4 decades. So with that, that is my concern, and I just want that possible consideration to be considered. So I just want to express my concern and or even recommendation. Madam Speaker, back to you. And I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 1:42. Next in queue, we do have Honorable Riquinez.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker Curley, honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Our sponsor, Honorable Danny Simpson, Dire Kurosa Betan Hadit Ahi Peso Okadla 3.8 million. Aro On Haban Ciskesko from Northern Agency, Doane Hitchharan Stera, Eastern Agency, Western Sto, a Kodihorosa Betan Hadit Ahe Kodo. It was attempted to be tabled. Junal Chorsiki hat Era Pahat Dengoko, but Okoko, Do Jobe Hosen Goko, Yaha. Nlata nibe khahint insa khashit au tibe lara sorsni hotni kande aita yego ben khahint igot a Washington office in the hidni in the atana sa belia shich hal shows that de thana sne shit out ne o dine a hot hegidel entida para hastke a ko with the votes that we had today to table it, it was like 8 to 14, which tells me if we're going to vote on this legislation, it's still going to fail because the green votes are going to turn red, knowing that there's incomplete documents. So you look at it, Hajikullah, I would recommend that we just table this to be on the safe side and make sure these documents are complete and in order. Then we'll have the 2/3 vote for this when the documents are in place. I agree. Why should our people work in buildings that have mold? We're creating an unhealthy place for our people to work. So, I do support this project for our people to have better, safe working environments, but let's do it right. So at this time, I would like to make a motion that we table this legislation and have all the necessary and complete documents that will tell me that I'm able to now vote green. Ere kwagi ahot eshanant I banso case dida oh hajoko because it's not going to make the 2/3 vote. So with this, I would like to just go ahead and table this legislation until we have all the necessary documents in order. If it's by Thursday, great. But if it's before the summer session, that's good. But the money will be secured if we have all the documents. And I will vote green at that time when we see it all. So with that, Speaker, I'd like to make a motion to table this and do it safely. Thank you. I reserve the rest of my time.
Reserve time of 1:06. And the time frame, can you clarify the time frame, Honorableness?
If we have all the necessary documents within the next few days, that would be great. But let's go to up to the summer session.
Ogoshin, thank you. There is a motion. We do have a second by Honorable Chair Parrish. According to Rule 6 of the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 19, it says, C, the sponsor at this option may be given 3 minutes to express his or her reasons not to table legislation. No other further debate shall be allowed. I'll give the time floor over to the sponsors and the co-sponsor if they would like to wish to do the 3-minute statement. Honorable Begay or Honorable Simpson? Honorable Simpson, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the 25th Council. Honorable Delegate Rick Nez and Adish Keto Tewi Lido Aboshini Lido, second by Chairwoman Parrish Shakit. And as a delegate, I'm always willing to work with the council or committee to fix certain things on legislation that goes before the committee or the council. And if we can get all the documents that are requested of the 25th Council, we'll work on as of today, we'll start working on trying to get all the information that's needed, additional information that's needed. Hopefully we get all the additional documents released by Thursday and bring it back to the council. So thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Simpson. So with that statement, we'll go straight to a vote. Colleagues, to the tabling motion.
Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon votes red. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. Once more, Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Unito votes green. Honorable Amber Canesva Crotty is excused. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 14 in favor, 8 opposed, Madam Speaker not voting.
Thank you, staff. With that, we do have a vote of 14 in favor, 8 opposed, and Speaker not voting on the tabling motion. Colleagues, we move down to item G, legislation 0060-23, sponsored by Honorable Danny Simpson, co-sponsored by Honorable Shauna Ann Tlaw. And we'll have staff read the legislation to the record.
Legislation 0060-23, an action relating to the Budget and Finance, Health, Education, and Human Services, and Nabakiat Committees, and the Navajo Nation Council, approving $863,570 from the Sihasin Fund to the Office of Dene Youth to cover a funding shortfall for the Crown Point Youth Complex, approving the related expenditure. Sponsor, Honorable Danny Simpson. Co-sponsor, Honorable Shauna Ann Tlaw. This legislation went before the Budget and Finance, Health, Education, Human Services Committee, and Nabakiat Committees with no amendments. It moved forward to the Navajo Nation Council. This legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order 9. Madam Speaker.
We have a motion by Honorable Toth. Do we have a second? Second by Honorable Chair Charles Newton. Colleagues, will we be having any questions on this legislation? I don't see any. Second call. Third call. Go straight to a vote. Honorable colleagues.
Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito votes green. Honorable Amber Caneswa Crotty is excused. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 21 in favor, 1 opposed, Madam Speaker not voting.
Thank you, staff. We do have a vote of 21 in favor, 1 opposed, and Speaker not voting. The motion carries. Congratulations. Next on our agenda, we have item H, legislation 0065-23, sponsored by Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Staff, could we read the legislation to the record?
Legislation 0065-23, an action relating to the Navajo Committee and the Navajo Nation Council, amending CD-68-22 and the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Andy Nez, PhD's Delegate Region. Chapters Crystal, Fort Defiance, Red Lake Sawmill. Sponsor, Honorable Andy Nez. This legislation went before the Navajo Committee with no amendments. It moved forward to the Navajo Nation Council. This legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording per Navajo Nation per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order 9. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff, for reading that into the record. Do we have a motion for the legislation? Motion by Honorable Chair Parrish, second by Vice Chair Simonson. Colleagues, I believe there will be a call for amendment, so I'll give the floor over to the sponsor, Dr. Andy Nez.
Shadakro, Speaker Curley, my colleagues here on the 25th Navajo Nation Council, Yat E Asin Ado Nowache, Ado Ahiha Nana Ado Kro E Ya Shizje, Andy Nez E and Shia Ado Oga E Nishlido, Tkodachini, E Bashichin, Tkachini Dashachedok Ash Dashanella, Adon Late Sahotso, Don Naha Kostiko AIDS Itli, Yesit Khatahajine, Ade Ishikedo, Ade Ish. Ara kwaeki e yat khatnas nilipit nashnisha 8 sahot sodo nihijido tonel tsiledo beg alchi Fort Defiance, Sawmill, Crystal, and Red Lake, and I proudly serve alongside our communities there. And the amendment here to CD 68-22 regarding the 8.8 delegate regions allocations that were provided initially, that CD 68-22 included several projects and external entities under my predecessor. However, moving forward, we've been meeting with our chapters to obtain their priorities, and at this time, I want to commend the community of Sawmill, Ms. Jamie Bieleman, CSC, and the rest of their staff there for being diligent on submitting their applications, getting it through the eligibility requirement, and coming forth here before NABI as well as the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I did pull this from the consent agenda that Honorable Seth Damon had introduced yesterday, only because I was hoping that we would have the amendment in time. There is an increase to one of the projects. However, at this point, I'm happy to just present what you have in front of you. As you can see, there is a withdrawal of the former chapter renovation phase 3. The community of Sawmill did complete their renovations, and so they withdrew that and instead incorporated a motor grader. So the motor grader, as you all know, will be very helpful to our communities of Sawmill and its surrounding regions, Bill Park there in White Clay, as well as Deer Springs towards the south, towards Blue Canyon. And as many of you may have seen or read or heard, that our region gets significant snow, and so this motor grader would certainly help and assist at the local level as we see assistance coming as well from our agents of INDOT, BIA, as well as Apache County District 2. So moving forward, there is an addition to the cistern systems as well as rural addressing there in our community of Sawmill. So it's pretty straightforward, as you see there in the legislation, but I'm happy to also entertain any questions if needed. But at this point, that's the information that I want to share with you as my colleagues at the 25th. Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Nez. We'll go to the floor for questions. Honorable Chair Vince James. We do have a motion by We had a motion by Honorable Chair Parrish and a second by Honorable Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson. For the legislation. So we're now the request to speak on the legislation. First in queue for comments, questions, we have Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
We're still waiting, I'm sorry, we're still waiting for the amendment language to come up.
Okay. Point of privilege, Honorable Chair Charles Newton.
Speaker, so I'm waiting for the amendment to come up because the sponsor did say that the amendment wasn't ready, but when he was talking, an amendment came up. And now there's a motion on the floor for Amendment 1, so I just need to know what is the amendment. Because I need clarification, but I want to make sure I got it correctly, make sure that my question is not answered in the amendment. Does that make sense?
Thank you, Honorable Chair Charles Newton. There's no current motion on the floor for an amendment yet. Okay, sorry for that explanation. We do have Honorable James that did motion for an amendment, and we're just waiting for staff to make that clarification on the board. For clarification, we'll turn the floor over to Dana, our legal counsel first.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. This is Dana Bobrov, Chief Legal Counsel. So yes, things are very confusing right now. We did get notice this morning from the Department of Justice that there was a technical correction on their eligibility form. It is just a technical correction, and we don't believe that a floor amendment needs to be made to fix that. So I don't, right now, I do not have an amendment. As far as the change in the sawmill project, that amendment will have to come at a later time because we do not have DOJ's eligibility documents yet for that. So, and that's just a dollar change. I think it's actually even reducing it. But we will do that, and I did talk with Dr. Nez. We will make that amendment at the next session, the next time he brings his plan to be amended, so we have that new form. I hope that makes sense. And just going forward, when we're talking about the FRF delegate region plans and you're communicating with my office, Cecilia Thomas in my office, please be sure to include her on your emails. She's the one who's in charge of keeping all of this straight, so much appreciated. Back to you, Speaker. Thank you.
Point of privilege, Honorable Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker, and Dana, I'm glad I wasn't the only one who was confused here. So with the request to remove this from the consent agenda was because there was an amendment that was forthcoming, but that amendment hasn't been completed yet. So is the sponsor then asking us to just vote on the legislation as is, and you'll come back later and do the amendment? Okay, just need a clarification. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Dr. Andy Nez, maybe you can give that clear clarification.
Okay, thank you, Speaker, and I apologize for the confusion. So there is an amendment that will be forthcoming, but that's an increase in the amount for the motor grader. But other than that, some of the small technical amendments are internal. They don't have to be entertained at this point. But that was the amendment I was referring to, not the one that was, which shouldn't have come up on the screen anyway, because our understanding was that there was going to be no amendment, Dana's office and myself, prior to coming here before the 25th. So at this time, the legislation is as is presented in front of you, and I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Point of privilege, Honorable Chair James.
Thank you, Speaker. Just so I'm clear, and then to get clarification on how I'm going to vote, there was an email that was sent to us at 12:38 p.m. and it says amendment to legislation number 0065-23. 1, replace, reissue DOJ eligibility review in Appendix A, and for the following projects: Sawmills Chapter Rollout Dressing attached here to the end of Exhibit A. That's the email that we received, and that's the motion that I was making. So this is out, just for clarification. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chair James, and we'll have legal counsel make that clarification on that email. Dana, legal counsel.
Thank you very much. That email, it went out prior to us receiving some additional information. Regrettably, we should have sent out on that email notification that this amendment's no longer needed. And I apologize that my office didn't do that, but the amendment is not needed. It is, so thank you. And very sorry for the confusion. Thank you.
Hakushi, Honorable Vince James withdraws his motion. Though I don't see, we have one delegate in queue. We'll turn the floor over to Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you. I think I'm going to start making all my motions and debates in point of privilege, because all the items I wanted to talk about were what Delegate James and Delegate Charles Newton brought up. But the second thing I wanted to ask is, Delegate Nez, you said there's going to be another legislation forthcoming, and I guess, colleagues, I think the Office of Legislative Counsel has said that these legislations are generally pretty easy to construct, but I'd like us to also be mindful about the volume of legislations and fiscal recovery plans that are going forward, because in the aggregate, if we're all passing a bunch of them, that's still a lot of hours of work that's moving through the Office of Legislative Counsel. And while we have the right to offer any legislation we want to and move it through the process, I think the fewer number of legislations that we can put together in relation to the FRF, the better off we're going to be. And I just want to offer that. I look forward to voting yes on this legislation, but I just hope that we keep that in mind as we move forward. Originally, the principle was one legislation per delegate regional expenditure plan, but we did leave it open-ended in the law in the event things needed to be amended and what have you. So, Speaker, I'll waive my time and look forward to voting. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Next in queue, we do have Honorable Speaker So.
Need ala alish nalbich in dahoyosna the oyo only the international ossa ubano ni no this clarification pertaining to the amendments, that's what I was gonna speak about, but it's good that Office of Legislative Counsel caught this. So. Just wanted to just highlight that, and let's go move forward. Let's vote. Thank you. Wait my time.
Speaker So. Honorable colleagues, I don't see anybody else in queue for comments or questions. And there is also no reserved time. Any comments? Second call? Third call? Been calling for a vote on the legislation.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton did not vote. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canas-Bacrati is excused. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, Madam Speaker not voting.
Yeah, thank you. We do have a vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting on legislation 0065-23. And the motion carries. Congratulations, Dr. Indinez. Colleagues, we move down to item I, legislation 0067-23. Staff, could you help us read that into the record?
Legislation 0067-23, an action relating to the Navajo Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Nathan Nota's Delegate Region. Chapters include Coyote Canyon, Mexican Springs, Noshchitty, Tohatchee, Bahasla. Sponsor, Honorable Nathan Nota, my apologies. This legislation went before the Navajo Committee with no amendments. It moved forward to Navajo Nation Council. This legislation has been read into the record by electronic reading per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order 9. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff. We do have a motion by Honorable Ricky Nez, second by Honorable Toth. Honorable colleagues, I'll yield the floor over to Honorable Nathan Nota, and let's hope we get this one right. Honorable Nota, you have 20 minutes.
Yate, fellow council delegates, this is in response to the original legislation that I had submitted, 006723. Nathan Nota and Shiedo Tohachado Inasha Tohachado Twin Lakes do Coyote Canyon, Mexican Springs, Noshchitty. Benye council delegate in Shle. The Kodoe di FRF, but the Ninigi ARPA funds. Nikit Beda Hosen, Ahan so she didn't never cut the Japanese, a coin di Hatatelia.
Yego endashil nishota anot khoshin hotatza. You put a lot of time and a lot of effort into this. Ado nihi assessments da ilia sto within each of the chapters. Ado resolutions da ilia. Although we submit it to FRF, DCD, the Department of Justice, they ought to approve it. So it's gone through a lot of vetting. So, you guys are doing the same things. The housing modernization, renovations, weatherizations, rural addressing, bathroom additions, house wiring. A list hopefully this will come out correct, but I do have this amendment, and I'm asking for your votes for these FRF and ARPA projects and advance.
Thank you, Honorable Nota, for that presentation. Colleagues, there is a request for that amendment. Honorable Chair Parrish.
Thank you, Speaker. I motion to offer Amendment 1 to legislation 0067 to, is it, are we on? 23, to add, to make the changes to Delegate Nathan Nota's FRF regional plan.
Honorable colleagues, we have a second by Honorable Vice Chair Simonson. Staff, could you help us read that amendment into the record?
Amendment 1. 1, delete Exhibit A summary sheet and insert new Exhibit A summary sheet attached herein. 2, add DOJ eligibility review and Appendix A for the following projects. 1, Coyote Canyon Chapter SYEP and PEP funding. 2, Nosh Chitty Chapter Bathroom Additions Project. 3, Nosh Chitty Rural Addressing. 4, Twin Lakes Chapter Water and Sewer Infrastructure Project. 5, Twin Lakes Chapter Scatter Water Line Project. 6, Tohatchee Chapter Bathroom Additions Project. 7, Tohatchee Chapter House Wiring Project. 8, Tohatchee Chapter Septic System and Leach Field Project. 9, Tohatchee Chapter Water Line Extension and Hookup Project. And 10, Nosh Chitty Chapter Housing Wiring Project attached herein to the end of Exhibit A. 3, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Council and the Committee hereby authorize Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel to correct grammatical and other technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Cook, for reading that amendment into the record. We also have it on the board here in the chambers. Are there any questions or comments on amendment number 1? Second call. Third call. We're going to vote for amendment number 1.
Oh, okay. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Curtis Cianito. Honorable Curtis Cianito votes green. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty is excused. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, Madam Speaker not voting.
Yeah, thank you. For the record, we do have 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting. The motion carries. Congratulations, Honorable Nota. Oh, that was an amendment. Sorry, too fast. Right. Back to the main motion, honorable colleagues. I don't see anybody else in queue. Second call. Third call. Staff, could we do second reading?
Legislation 0067-23 has one amendment. Amendment 1, delete Exhibit A summary sheet and insert Exhibit A summary sheet attached herein. Add DOJ eligibility review and Appendix A for the following projects. 1, Coyote Canyon Chapter SYEP and PEP funding. 2, Nosh Chitty Chapter Bathroom Additions Project. 3, Nosh Chitty Rural Addressing. 4, Twin Lakes Chapter Water and Sewer Infrastructure Project. 5, Twin Lakes Chapter Scatter Waterline Project. 6, Tohatchee Chapter Bathroom Additions Project. 7, Tohatchee Chapter House Wiring Project. 8, Tohatchee Chapter Septic System and Leach Field Project. 9, Tohatchee Chapter Waterline Extension and Hookup Project. And 10, Nosh Chitty Chapter House Wiring Project. Attach herein to the INA of Exhibit A. 3, renumber or re-letter succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The council and committee hereby authorize Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Counsel to correct grammatical and other technical errors, including adjustment of comprehensive dollar amounts consistent with the intent of this amendment. This amendment supersedes all inconsistent language in any other committee or council amendment. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Cook, for that second reading. Colleagues, we'll go straight to a vote on the main motion. Just a short announcement, lunch was provided by NTUA and Choice Wireless today.
Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Curtis Cianito. Honorable Curtis Cianito votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty is excused. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, Madam Speaker not voting.
Thank you, staff. With that, we have a vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting on the main motion of legislation 0067-23. The motion carries. Congratulations. Again. Next on the agenda, we have item J, legislation 0068-23. Staff, could you help us read the legislation to the record?
Legislation 0068-23, an action relating to the Navajo Committee and the Navajo Nation Council, approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Delegate Region Project Plan for Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.'s Delegate Region. Chapters include Tepekin, Navajo Mountain, Shanto, and El Jato. Sponsor is Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Co-sponsor, Honorable Crystalline Curley. This legislation went before the Navajo Committee with no amendments. It moved forward to the Navajo Nation Council. This legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order 9. Madam Speaker.
Can we get a motion on the legislation? Motion by Honorable Chair Charles Newton, second by Honorable Arvizo. Thank you, colleagues. I believe there will be a request for an amendment, so I'll return the floor over to the sponsor, Honorable Daniels.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. Under the 25th Navajo Nation Council, legislation has been read into the record. As of right now, there is no amendment. So, if there's questions on the legislation, on the main motion, Madam Speaker, there's no amendment. Thank you. Madam Speaker, yes.
Honorable Daniels. Colleagues, are there any additional questions or comments to the legislation? Second call. Third call, no questions, comments. We're going straight to a vote.
Honorable Lamardo Azaret. Honorable Lamardo Azaret. Honorable Lamardo Azaret did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito votes green. Honorable Lamardo Azaret. Honorable Lamardo Azaret. Honorable Lamardo Azarette did not vote. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty is excused. Madam Speaker, with the vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, Madam Speaker not voting.
Thank you, staff. We do have a vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting. Motion carries for legislation 0068-23. Congratulations, Shiyash. Honorable Daniels. Colleagues, we're moving down to item K, legislation 0030-23. Staff, could you, this is sponsored by Honorable Amber Kisnabat Crotty. Do we have any co-sponsors? Okay. We have the co-sponsors here with us. We have Honorable Vince James and Honorable Shondine Parrish.
Legislation 0030-23, an action relating to Nabagiatit committees and the Navajo Nation Council, confirming the appointment of Justin Ahasteen as the Executive Director of the Navajo Nation Washington Office. Sponsor, Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty. Co-sponsor, Honorable Vince James. Co-sponsor, Honorable Shondine Parrish. This legislation went before the Nabagiatit Committee with no amendments. It moved forward to the Navajo Nation Council. This legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order 9. Madam Speaker.
Yeah, thank you. Staff? Do we have a motion for this legislation? We have a motion by Honorable Toth and second by Honorable Vince James. Colleagues, do we have any questions on the floor? We do have questions on the floor. We'll turn the floor over to the co-sponsor of the legislations. You have 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's 25th Navajo Nation Council Ado Ahyehe Speaker Curley for this time today to introduce this legislation. Today it's my privilege to offer co-sponsorship to the confirmation consideration for the 25th Navajo Nation Council for the Executive Director of the Navajo Nation Washington Office. Under the leadership of President Nygren and Vice President Montoya, the administration has selected Mr. Justin Ahasteen to lead the Navajo Nation Washington office in Washington, D.C. Colleagues, we have heard from Mr. Ahasteen during Nabagiatit committee, and many of you have had the pleasure of also meeting and getting to know Mr. Ahasteen. Also in the legislation are supporting documents of his education and his background in his work experience, and he's provided his testimony. So Speaker Curley, at this time I would like to turn the time over to Mr. Ahasteen to also to give him some time to speak and to further the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Parrish, Ado. Thank you, honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. She'e Justin Ahasteen Yanishia, Adonet Nishlinigi e Belegana Ninshle, Tutsanebasis Chim Belegana e Dasache, Nanak Isani e Dashanele, Ba Ogeda de Nasha. My name is Justin Ahasteen. I am from White Cone, Arizona. I started my career in public service in the U.S. Marine Corps, working for the Marine Corps Office of Legislative Affairs as a Congressional Affairs Specialist, working on different provisions of the National Defense Authorization Act, but also managing some of the administrative responsibilities for that office, ensuring that the legislative needs of the Commandant of the Marine Corps and the Legislative Assistant for Headquarters Marine Corps were achieved. After my military service, I moved back to Arizona, where I worked for a private law firm, Didn't get the same sense of purpose, bringing joy to the community, making an impact on the community. So I started to look for ways to get back into the public sector. So after 2 years at the law firm, I decided to work for, at the time it was known as Maricopa Integrated Health Systems. They rebranded and changed to Valleywise Health, which is a public safety net hospital system focused on expanding access to healthcare services to underserved or underrepresented communities. There, I supported the CEO of their federally qualified health centers, managing different programs and grants, and assisting in the preparation for federal audits under the Health Resources and Services Administration, but also looking for different fundings under the Section 330 Public Health Act. One of the major accomplishments from that was being able to secure $17 million for the health system to improve access to care within the Maricopa area. Additionally, we were able to successfully complete a community needs assessment, as well as a opening of 12 new health facility clinics. From there, I worked on contract for 6 months with Hackensack Meridian Health, another private hospital system in New Jersey, doing insurance risk management verification, but also supporting the chief risk officer. And then again, did not get the same sense of purpose of duty, so I decided to look for another position in the public sector, and I was grateful that I found a position in DC with the Navajo Nation Washington office, where I served as a Government and Legislative Affairs Associate, managing some of the portfolios for the nation to include public safety, social services, veteran affairs, road transportation infrastructure, Office of Navajo Hopi Indian Relocation, and the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act amendments. During my time at NNWO, we successfully completed a RECA campaign where we brought post-71 uranium miners down to the Washington, D.C. area to educate members of Congress on the impacts that the legacy of uranium mining had on the Navajo Nation and specifically the post-71 miners. So we've been trying to work them into the Radiation Exposure and Compensation Act amendments. Additionally, we've been doing some work with the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Peoples Movement, ensuring that we have a presence at many of the consultations, formulating those consultation comments in collaboration with our programs and divisions here within the Navajo Nation, but also ensuring that we have staff present at some of the meetings that go on across the country. As the COVID pandemic emergency order had been lifted, we're seeing an increase in the amount of consultations and the opportunities for the nations to provide feedback, but a lot of these are taking place in person, so it's very important that we have a Navajo presence in these consultations because they do have policy development. So we want to make sure that Navajo has a position and that we're moving forward into that. In January, President Nygren appointed me to serve as the Executive Director for the Navajo Nation Washington office. I truly appreciate the opportunity, and I look forward to answering any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ahasteen, for providing a further background and description of your work experience. And thank you, colleagues in the 25th Navajo Nation Council, for listening. That concludes our presentation. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Parrish. We'll move on to the next section of comments and questions. First in queue, we have Honorable Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Chair Parrish, for presenting this legislation on behalf of the appointment of Justin Ahasteen. So I just wanted to give Mr. Ahasteen the opportunity to present himself to this council, which is why I did select the right to speak, because oftentimes we do see confirmations coming down the pipeline. However, during the 24th Navajo Nation Council, what we learned, or what I learned as a new delegate, is that a lot of times once an individual is confirmed, you know, if it goes south with the delegate, it becomes very difficult. And so one of the issues I know that we ran into with the Washington office during the 24th Navajo Nation Council was that there was zero communication. There was no work with the council, even though the Washington office is supposed to be working for the Navajo Nation, for the Navajo people. There was no communication. There was also no assistance when we went to Washington DC. So we often relied on our consultant, Carlisle BA, to make arrangements for us whenever we went out to Washington DC. There was also little to no report that was provided by the Washington DC office. So I do want to get your position on that and your commitment to the 25th Navajo Nation Council that you will be working for council and the president's office. In addition to that, I want to know about the Washington DC house. I visited the house. That the floor continues to be slanted. The windows continue to not close completely. I know that there's still a lot of issues. One side of the house is, termite infested. And so there's a lot of issues with this house that we paid over asking price. I believe we paid $3 million over asking price for this house. And yet my understanding is your office is still renting the office space, and then we purchased this building, which we need to seriously renovate. In addition to that, I also learned during the last visit there with Vice President Montoya that it took our neighbor, because it's in a historic preservation district, it took the neighbor right next door to the Washington DC office 2 years to get her door approved, just to get her door replaced, because it's within that historic preservation district. So when we're talking about renovation, what are we looking at? I also learned during our last visit that we have to go before the board to request to turn that house into an office. None of that was presented to us when the 24th Navajo Nation Council voted on that legislation. I voted red for it. I still have a lot of concerns, but we're spending the Navajo people's money. We're paying for rental, and then we're paying, we've just paid off a house. In addition to that, we're also gonna have taxes owed on that house, and my understanding is millions of dollars of renovation that's gonna have to go into that house, but we have to get it approved by the historic preservation in order to get those renovations that are much needed. In order to get them completed, we have to ask permission. So if I can get an update on that, I reserve my time, Speaker.
Reserve time of 1:12. Thank you, Chair Charles Newton. Just a quick announcement. We do have Larice Manuelito on the north side of the council chamber, who works with Congresswoman Teresa Ledger Fernandez. She is a Northwestern field representative and Navajo Nation liaison, so we welcome you to Navajo Nation Council chambers. And we also, on the south side, also give appreciation to our Sergeant of Arms, Juliana Begay, for being here with us today. Thank you, colleagues. Next in queue, we have Honorable Vice Chair Simonson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Curley, and thank you, Mr. Osteen, as well as Shondine Parrish, Delegate Parrish. Thank you for the presentation, Mr. Osteen. I had the pleasure of meeting you back in February when I went on my first visit to the office there, and I really appreciated your assistance. Being a freshman delegate, I didn't know how to utilize your services, but as soon as you learned that I was there, we were connected right away, and right away it was, like, I serve at your pleasure, what do you need? And I was a little hesitant, and then the first meeting already was scheduled. So I was pleasantly surprised, and I was really thankful for that. And then the briefing that you gave me prior to the meeting, as well as, you certainly shared a lot of knowledge with me that was really important as I, headed into the meeting. And I just want to say, before this body, that I really appreciate the assistance you provided. And in just last week, your presence there and getting us, to important meetings again, and seeing us through the process. I can say that, out there in the communities, we're often questioned about the need for a Washington office. That is often questionable. They say, do we really need a Washington office? Do we need people there? And I'm out there in my community saying, yes, absolutely. We absolutely need somebody there, because you're the eyes and ears. As soon as, news breaks, or as soon as funds become available, you're there, and with the information, receiving information, and you're out there seeking the information as well, and then, sending it back out this way to us. And I also, had a chance to see the Washington House, and I was, very disappointed, that we made such a purchase and that we can't use it. And so, there could be much more said about that, but I'll just leave it at that. And I know that you're finding ways to address that. That wasn't, you inherited that mess. And so I know you're trying to think of ways on how to address all the concerns that, that presents, and then, figuring out how you can get into maybe another building. And, as we're sitting here, and we had the chance to meet with the Coalition of Large Tribes, and, Ms. Delegate Aroso here had just mentioned, and other delegates as well, the idea that maybe with the cult group, if there was a possibility, we could just, collaborate and maybe rent a space there. That might be a way to reduce some of the costs of your existing rent. And so there are many ideas, but thank you for taking us on the tour. It was a nice tour, and you got a chance to check the mail, but your hardship check wasn't in. I have a really good picture of you checking the mail there. But my concern out of that house was, one of the concerns I had just as I was, thinking about it was, if that building were to buckle, what kind of devastation would that be to the next building over, because it is a 3-story building. So that's just, and I'm sure you've thought of that scenario as well, and we don't want to be liable for such things. So thank you very much, and I am going to waive my time.
Thank you, Vice Chair Simonson. Next in queue, we do have Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie joining us via Zoom.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is Sherilyn Yazzie. I'm sorry I'm not able to be there with you today. And thank you for bringing this legislation to our attention, and for everybody in council chambers and also on the line. Building relationships is very important to me, and I know that I've had the opportunity to meet Mr. Austin several times, and just by my interactions with him, I know that he will be a different leader, a different type of leader, a different type of executive director than the previous ones. I know that he will be a collaborative leader and work with the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And I know there is lots of concerns about the Washington House, so I would only ask that would it be out of the question to have a work session just to talk about it and find out what our options are. And I know that we are possibly stuck in a very difficult position with this purchase, but it is something that we do have to talk about, because a lot of our constituents and our communities want to know more about what is going on with the house and how we can what we can do about it. How can we resolve it? Can it be resolved? And so that's something that I just want to put out there. And it's not anything that, I know it's not something that we had done or he had done, but it was just a bad decision is kind of how I saw it. And I want to figure out how we could work with it, if we can work with it. So, but I do want to say that I support Mr. Austin in his position, and it is important that he is there in Washington with his staff. There are many things that we need to make sure that we are learning about different kind of policies and laws that are happening. We need to get those updates right away, and he has been able to do that with us. So I just want to say thank you. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 2:41. Next in queue, we have Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Should I pander and say it's time for a Marine to run the Washington office? Thank you, Mr. Austin, for submitting yourself for review and for public service to our Navajo people and to the government. In relation to quite a few of the comments previously, I want to know when you can commit to providing a plan on how we're going to dispose of the Washington House right now, because it makes no sense, like people were saying, to have paid all this money and then continue to pay rent in another facility. So I don't know if that's something where you can preview your thoughts right now and then give us a concrete report. I mean, nothing's going to change between now and, say, the end of the year and what have you. But I would prefer to have something at least by the summer session in writing for the Budget and Finance Committee and NABI to review, because, you know, these are our finances and it's wasteful at this point. But that said, when the controller was asked to provide a cost-benefit analysis for the house over, I don't know if it was a 20 or 30-year lifetime, it did come out that the house is going to save the Navajo Nation money. And so I hope that some of those records and that analysis is still in your possession. It's probably in my email somewhere. I had asked for that in the last administration, and it was put together and then sent out to us, but I still didn't support it at the time. It didn't make sense. So that's one thing. Second is, you know, I think every director is super eager to work with council up until their inauguration. And then the chain of command is such that you report to the president, right? And that's the same thing with all the division directors. So moving forward, I think we really need a plan that's going to be initiated from your office on how you're going to work with council. I think the biggest issue that directors and the office confront is staffing, because you have so many different commitments that you need to involve yourself with in DC. Then to make yourself available back at the committee level or at the council level becomes pretty cumbersome. So as you think through that, I think assigning staff members within, you know, different legislative and government affairs associates to the different Navajo Nation Council committees would be great. Or if you make a proposal and say, this is seriously the bandwidth that my team has to do X, Y, or Z, and we need some really concrete and discrete priorities of the nation, not just what I would say is the status quo, and that is everything is a priority, therefore nothing is a priority. Anybody can go in there and raise a ruckus in any congressman's office or any senator's office, and it's not necessarily with the backing of a Appointee committee resolution or any sort of policy statement that's come from the nation. And that puts the office and yourself in a difficult position where you still want to respect the delegate and their stature and authority, what have you, from, you know, being an elected leader of the Navajo people, to also making policy and position statements on behalf of the Navajo Nation. And I think the council is the one piece in this whole equation that has sown the greatest amount of confusion with policymakers in DC. And it's going to be very difficult for you to corral that and to figure out, but that's your job. And your job is to say, well, here's the laws and the position statements of the nation as have been expressed by Nabi or by the president of the Navajo Nation, who can articulate or refine some statements of Navajo as they've been expressed in law. And if you see delegates that are diverting from that message or going way off the deep end, you know, that reflects back on all of us. And I've seen that happen many, many times over the past few years, where we get completely off message and we start talking about all sorts of things that are unrelated to the reason we're having the meeting. And so I think sounds like you had a great experience with the delegates who came out, was it last week for TIBIC? But, you know, TIBIC in the grand scheme of things is pretty, well, I don't want to give my whole TIBIC speech right now, but it's sort of hostile to Navajo just because there's so many different other regions who have different priorities and rankings, being smaller tribes. And so we have to work really strongly with Congress, and that's what's important. It's important to have representation there, but I think we can be intimidating if we show up in force. So those are a couple thoughts, and I look forward to seeing you be a successful Washington office director and seeing your plans unfold over this next year.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Slater. At this time, I'll give the floor back to our co-sponsor and Mr. Hosteen for the responses.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. Thank you, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, Vice Chair Jermaine Simonson, Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie, and Vice Chair Carl Slater for your questions today. I will ask Mr. Ahasteen to respond to the points that you have posed. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Delegate Parrish. Madam Chair Charles Newton, thank you for raising those concerns and your encounters with the Washington office. What I can commit, and this has been a directive of President Nygren, is to make sure that we have a collaborative and working relationship with the Navajo Nation Council. I recognize that in previous directors before me may have had somewhat of a fragmented relationship with the Navajo Nation Council, but as you had stated, the Navajo Nation Council is the regulatory body of the nation, and we should be able to ensure that the needs for all of our council delegates and our leaders in Washington, D.C. are met. So you do have my commitment to working with council, and you know, I'm kind of jumping over to Vice Chair Slater's comment on expanding that communication. One of the things that I have done already, and I'm hoping that my staff has reached out, and if they haven't, please let me know and we'll correct that, is having staff participate in the oversight committees. So I have appointed each of my GNLs to an oversight committee, and we will send out that listing to council of who your contact is, and they should be attending most, if not all, of your meetings moving forward. Additionally, in terms of the Washington House, yes, I understand there are concerns of the safety of the property, and we have, what I've been doing right now is trying to get a structural engineer to come do a structural assessment of the property. In reviewing the documents that I have from the previous legislation for the purchase of the property, I see that there was an appraisal report, but the report doesn't have an actual home inspection attached to it, which could have impacted the appraisal pricing. So what we're doing right now is making sure that we have all of the reports available, and we're happy to share that report when it is available with the Navajo Nation Council. And I do welcome the idea of a work session to figure out what is going to be our comprehensive plan, and our office can put together a few scenarios of what we could recommend, or just different scenarios of what the impact may be with the associated scenario. But as of right now, we are in the process of 164 contract review with a licensed structural engineer for the DC area. But once that report does become available, we'll be sure to include council in those discussions. Vice Chair Simonson, thank you. I appreciate your comments. And yes, Colt has expressed interest in working with Navajo Nation, and they are looking for some space to work out of and have a presence in DC. In terms of community concerns and the community needs, one of the things that our office is working on as part of our strategic plan, and we're hoping to start a strategic plan to issue every year, is looking at ways where we can enhance our community engagement. What I've come to learn over the last few months is that a lot of the people back here on the nation are unaware of what the Navajo Nation Washington office actually does. And I want to change that. I want to be able to make sure that people know that we are working, we are advocating on behalf of their needs, and that we're continuing to communicate. So right now, we're still exploring ways that we can enhance our community engagements, but when we do have a strategic plan developed, again, we'll be sending that out to council, but we are working on our communication strategy. One of the biggest challenges that our office has had, though, is our communications officer position has been vacant for almost 2 years now. And it's just with the requirements of the classification for that position and having the adequate income or salary for that position to be sustainable in the DC area has proven to be challenging. So what I've been taking a look at is different alternatives for communications, potentially even contracting out to a communications firm so that they can help us expand our communication and our presence within the DC area. Vice Chair Yazzie, I appreciate your comments as well. And again, back to the Washington House, once the report is available, we'll be sure to engage with council, and maybe this is something that we have a NABI work session on to figure exactly what our options are. And Vice Chair Slater, I appreciate your comments as well. And one of the, like I said, one of the biggest things that we're working on right now is making sure that the Washington office does have a presence, that you have a point of contact that you can work with in Washington, D.C. I understand that a lot of the challenges is the different messaging that goes out to our legislators and our federal agencies on the Hill. So I think with council's support and having those supporting resolutions on the official position of the Navajo Nation, it makes our work a lot easier to try to work with our federal partners on different ask, whether that be a policy change ask or an appropriations ask. Having a supporting resolution from the Navajo Council is very impactful. So I'm hoping that as our team continues to work with the oversights, that we can develop good policies and good recommendations so that we can take that back and advocate at a federal level. But what I would ask from the council is to also ensure that we are working together on a unified messaging. One of the challenges that we had, I think Delegate Slater, you had mentioned, is when we have our individual priorities versus the priorities of all of the nation. I know that there are community needs out there, and we are, want to work and address those community needs, but it makes it difficult when we don't know if meetings are taking place up on the Hill, and then we get a call from a congressional offices 30 minutes later asking if that's the official position of the Navajo Nation, and then we have to go back and making sure that we're not having competing interest or anything like that. So I am focused. One of the biggest commitments that you have for me is working with council to making sure that we have that unified messaging from both the legislative and executive side so that we can push forward our priorities for the nation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ahasteen. Speaker Curley, that concludes the responses. Oh, I apologize. Speaker Pro Tem Vince James.
All right, thank you. Honorable Delegate Parrish, and then for the response, with that, we have Sergeant of Arms here, so we can't move on. Trying to wake you guys up. Good afternoon, colleagues. Legislation 0058-23. Achide ya nasonando le ko kodonat aha o zipin nache. Legislation 0030-23. I'm looking at speaker's notes. Okay, Kotela, I apologize, make that correction. Moving on next to Honorable Nathan Nota, Ado shi bekedo iya Honorable George Toftoli.
I can't, Speaker, Pro Tem Speaker. Mr. Hosting, welcome back to the Navajo Nation. I don't know when you got in, but it's a long trip. Two things. I do support your appointment, first off. When I got to DC, I knew Carlisle Begay was a consultant. I didn't know many of the other consultants that we have. I was introduced, or people introduced me saying that they were consultants for our nation. One was Vince Ridhouse, and the other names I heard was like Greg Smith and things like that. I would like maybe a list of all the consultants that we have from the nation. I'm not sure who all these people are and what their roles and responsibilities are. I would like to maybe get that information as well. When we come to DC, I mentioned yesterday when the president was here, I got gone to a couple of meetings, and Tibic was one of them. I felt like we weren't on a united front when we got there, and I think we all need to work together. This concerns all of us, council delegates, the president's office, speaker's office, your office in DC. I'd like to see more of a united front when we get there, more of a consensus from us as delegates and a nation. I think we'll be stronger if we can get some objectives and the mission that we're there for, and then go into these meetings, especially these large meetings like Tibic, with a united front. I think we would be better off in that sense. So for your leadership, when you get appointed, I would like to see more of that from your perspective and your staff. I think you have a really good staff. I did get a chance to meet quite a few of them, and I think we can do this consensus type of things and be more effective. And those are probably the two things I'd like to request. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nota. Moving on, Honorable George Toth.
Yana te pro temp speaker do kroshawn lagi. Ano in our leaders here, my colleagues, not ano senigi keha. Mr. Hosteen, welcome home. I just want to say thank you for your assistance and guide us around in Washington. And we met a lot of people, and then also your staff. And one of the things that probably work for us is when we visit your office, there should be a travel van because of the expense of taxi and other transportation. When Mr. President was down there, he recommended that we should have a van that we could travel around the city. So that would be a good idea. The other thing I want to say is hopefully we can increase the salary for your staff. Hopefully we can increase their salary, because when I asked them, out of their paycheck, they spend like, the rest, 40%, they said they use that for themselves. So the other one goes to, I guess, apartment and all that. I guess that's what we forgot about our staff, because of the salary that they hold, and we need to increase that. Hopefully this coming budget we can do that. Also, this nation, the council's working on come out with pay scale again for our employees. We should start from the bottom, not from the top, because top already have enough salary or benefit. So I would concentrate from the bottom. Also, I know you communicate with your staff as professionally, and also you're a former Marine, so thank you for serving our country. And always Marine, when they see each other, they always say "Ora," right? Yeah. Also have a good faith, and we appreciate, and I do support Chair, Pro Tem Chair. Thank you.
Kiahet, Honorable To, thank you for the questions. Colleagues, members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, any more questions? Any online? We do have Honorable Otto So.
Yeah, I guess, well, Mr. Asteen, thank you for applying. And I know that you understand the what goes on in Washington, and I believe that you are a good candidate for this position, just because of your tenureship there, working with the other programs that or other agencies you work with, federal agencies, and you already have dialogue and communication set up with other programs. So that's one selling factor for me. The other is that when we really from the 23rd Council to the 24th Council, there has been some dialogue, positive dialogue and negative dialogue between the Navajo Nation Washington office. And I just like to suggest that we continue to move on the positive front, just because at one point that office was not really assisting the tribal council. And we're even told that get your own copies elsewhere, so we actually had to go to Kinko's to get our copies there and get the binders there. And I believe on the last council it really questioned, why are we funding the Navajo Nation Washington office if they're excluding not to work with tribal council at the time. That's where a lot of that issue came up. But with the new tenureship there, I think that you'll do well. The other is that Madam Chief Justice, you really need to make sure that you do have a open door policy with her, because she's another branch chief that is that does many trips to DC pertaining to her advocacy on her federal dollars pertaining to the tribal courts and other federal initiatives that the Chief Justice is pushing. So just to have that factor too, but your office is not just to immediately provide services to the legislative branch and the executive branch. And we know at the end of the day, you work for the president. President tells you jump, you'll say how high. That's your boss. And then the other is that just to make sure, just work with us. That's all as I want. The other is that transportation, which Mr. Toth has alluded to. I think something could be arranged if a delegation of the Navajo Nation Council or leadership shows up. That way, they're all in one area. Cool. The other is the issue about salary. I think one recommendation is to adopt the average salary scale there in Washington. That way, it's not subjected to the Navajo Nation. They have A, B line, whatever numbers they have attached to that. Let's just get the average Washington salary and let's adopt that. That would address all the salary information. That way we could pay adequate salaries to the individuals that work there at the office, because you just alluded to the communication director there. If they're making $100,000 over here, and we're only going to try to pay them $46,000 over here, they're going to go for where they're going to be paying more dollars to them. So and I think that's a recommendation, and you're in that capacity to make that recommendation to the president, and then to have the president move with that initiative to take it to personnel, the director, and implement that, and then have the oversight approve it, just for Washington office, because the cost of living in Washington is a lot higher than the Navajo Nation. Let's just pick up their salary scale, or pick up the federal salary scale, and let's pay them that amount in Washington. Our Navajo Nation Washington employees, they deserve it because they're away from home. And yeah.
Kihat Honorable Otto So for your comments there. Moving on to next individual that's in line is Honorable Lamar Azeret.
Good afternoon. Especially about this thing. I'll eat that. Shay Lomardo Azeret Ancient. On a steady touching in Slona, Credenay, Filipino, Donna, Babash's chain, do Ashie, Dashiche. Ado a cheat as Ado Nasha. Getting she yana, say talk and kill, not at zeal. My todo, Sessan, Aja, getting she do cut in the shore. Coit Aden Nensla. Ado a Hela. Pro Tem Speaker Hela Shadden Ado Arnold Sokwana so Tani, she colleagues the Notlini, where Ado a hair and the sheen of Chair Shanlene Parish, do Quentin Kanya Justin Hastine, a Hela Ado a Sashin Elfana, this kit the 24th Navajo Nation Council, then has appointees, then law. We had some type of representation from OPV just in case there were some questions about their appointees. OU delegates, you had to see, is the salaries, height other yego nolni. So they yego 8 because cases did need delegate out so he could if $5 they later $5 $4 they not then obligata. Well I let the hill neo abiga change that kana they Washington $5 I let in Gis neo but kaib can asla $5, $6, $7 called salary, example, I don't know exactly what their salary is, but we really need to look at raising those. They've got a high cost of living. Everything is high over there. And we need to really push that issue and bring it up when the budget talks come by and help the workers up there, help your staff, and we can go from there. We did have some problems with transportation. There's people that went up there in transportation. Mainly, I guess I can say about me, I didn't know how to go onto Uber, so I had to use taxis and kind of go from there. Some places I walked around and I was tired by the end of the day. I think I walked like 2, 3, 4, 5 miles, and I didn't know how to get on Uber, and some of the staff helped me, but my phone was not even set up to do that. So some type of transportation would be a really good idea for some of the delegates or some of the officials that come up there so they can be driven around. The other thing, I really wanted to thank you. Justin, you were helping me, your staff was really helpful. Anything that we wanted, that we asked for, they were right there to help us. I want to make sure that you go back over there and really thank them from the bottom of our hearts that we're up there. I think that the rest of the staff that were up there will probably just say the same thing. They helped us very much, and we need to make sure they understand that we think about them. So wave my time.
Honorable Azeret for your comments, and then also stating on some concerns and issue to the legislation that is before us. Colleagues, are there any other question? I don't see anybody in the lineup. Online, I don't see anybody. Colleagues, I also wanted to, before I go back to the presenters to respond, I don't know if we should take a 15-minute break, 15-minute recess or 30-minute recess, just because we don't have the restrooms available here. I know some staff and colleagues have been sitting around, and I think we need to be respectful and give them a little break to go to the ladies' rooms, men's rooms, and stretch a little. So I leave it up to you, colleagues. 15 minutes okay to take a recess? And then once we come back from recess, I'll go ahead and give time back to the presenters to respond to the questions that were brought up. So with that, I'll go ahead and call for a 15-minute recess. 25th Navajo Nation Council. Yat nana shel kahasin kloshin at no tliniki. Kodo besh ban sa ani tliniki na din shla ajit anasi tani. Ado nana kodo ndal nashiki. Alto sta. Ado nke kahasin lo isenot aki. Ako kodo onaganjit iya shlat at tahaljin benat iya kwagi. Iya nihinanesh. Ta adelias linko. Di kwagi kin sa ani beshman sa ani bikin sa ani jeda al dahigi dada hits at dadi des card ako at o jeda al dahdon sat na jilto ako eben ya onagan je kwagi islat dahaljin eben ya hol an le ako hiha ako kachin kodon hada hodit la ako 2:02 p.m. at 15-minute recess. Ishla dog at 2:17 p.m. Ako kwagi hindi kato kodo na ati kidin linigi in da ate kido nat ha dot zihito kwai binyana hot ako adonana kodok achin roll call do the 25th Navajo Nation Council, my colleagues. Roll call to reconvene here with our spring session and to come back from the 15-minute recess. Roll call. Adot yuni yor ako njono shinla nan hitash it ko. Tlaid o yota de khani yoloko ashon ta na hoch hoda ashon wi na hon it do bi ga hajen ne da do bi ga hit ajot zi ta ne yon da no hot anan hit nestra ha shinit anegi ko eben nach dan sitze case hot de honan nes o jele to ko njone ko hot ela roll call shi kwaki bana hol jis do le sinat no tenigi.
Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson answered. Roll call. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Sherlyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherlyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherlyn Yazzie answered. Roll call. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Otto So is present. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not answer. Roll call. Pro Temp Speaker, you have 21 members present, including yourself.
Thank you for the roll call. With that, 21 council delegates are here, so that constitutes a quorum. So with that, we'll move back on to the presenters to respond. But before I give them time, I'd like to recognize our honorable council delegate from the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and also the 22nd Council, Honorable Elmer Begay. Yizin Yashatai. Thank you for being in the gallery. Thank you. So with that, I will go ahead and give the floor back to Honorable Parrish for response to comments and questions that were made by Honorable Nota, Honorable Toth, Honorable So, and Honorable Azeret. Kodela.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem Vince James, for recognizing myself and also our agent, Mr. Justin Ahastine, at this time to answer questions. And thank you to our colleagues, Delegate Nathan Nota, Delegate George Toth, Speaker Otto So, and also Delegate Lamardo Azeret for your questions and comments this afternoon. Before I turn the time over to Mr. Ahastine, I'd also like to recognize the Kayenta Township, who is also in the gallery this afternoon. We have a commissioner who is present, and also the economic development specialist from the Kayenta Township. So thank you for being here this afternoon. And colleagues, I'm going to turn the time over to Mr. Ahastine to respond to the questions posed by my colleagues.
Delegate Parrish, and thank you, Pro Tem Speaker James, and honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. Delegate Nota, I agree with you. We need a unified front, and I believe yesterday the President did say that we need to work towards that, and that is exactly why I'm making sure that staff are at the oversight committees to making sure that we have that unified messaging, and that if you have any questions from a federal policy level, that you have the opportunity to ask during your oversight committee meetings. Additionally, we can get you the list of all of the consultants that we work with. I will say that many of the consultants are under the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, and we do utilize their assistance as well. So we'll have to work with the Department of Justice to get all of those consultants, but immediately right off, NNWO does use a few of them in the DC area, so we can work and get you that listing. Delegate Toth, I appreciate your support and your comments as well. It sounds like transportation is a very big issue when we head out to DC, so we'll definitely look into putting in a procurement request for a vehicle that we can utilize amongst our visiting delegations to the DC area to get you to point A to point B, and to transport you from the airport to your hotels. Right now we are limited with staff. But you know, if we have advance notice and we can plan out the logistics, we can make those arrangements certainly, or we can try to work with an agency to provide transportation. Although some of the challenges that our office has experienced is with the procurement processes for the nation. They don't necessarily work for us out in the DC area because most of the procurement processes are based off of vendors here within the Navajo area who may be okay with being paid by check, but most of the businesses out in the DC area usually require a credit card. So we're hoping to work with Budget and Finance as well as the Office of Controller to modify those policies to be more accommodating to the DC area, so we can provide goods and services using our operational P card. In terms of the salary, it sounds like there is a lot of salary concerns for the DC area, and I recognize that, and I've been trying to find creative solutions with the processes now, which include reclassification of positions and modifying the educational experiences so that we have more candidates that are eligible for the positions. One of the biggest things, again, is the cost of living out in the DC area, and with the current inflation rate, the inflation rate doesn't it makes an impact on the current salary. So I welcome another salary assessment. I like the idea of incorporating the GS pay scale for the DC area, but again, any recommendation that we make does have to go through the appropriate approval channels with the nation. So that's going to take some collaboration with the Department of Personnel Management as well as the Budget and Finance Committee with the Navajo Nation Council. Delegate So, I appreciate your comments, and again, I'll re-emphasize my commitment is making sure that we have a unified approach and that NNWO is here to assist all of our council delegates, all of our Navajo leaders when they do go out to DC. So we will have open dialogue. I will never have a closed door policy. I will never shut any of the council delegates out. Because again, it is the Navajo Nation's building. It is the Navajo Nation government that funds our operations in the DC area. So we are more than happy to provide the necessary support to our leaders in order for them to be successful and for us to advance the priorities of the Navajo Nation as a whole nation. I will reach out to the Chief Justice. I know that there is a lot of work that we need, especially with tribal justice reform, and that's one of the biggest things that I think a lot of the tribal nations within Indian country face. So, and it's certainly issues that I ran into as a government legislative affairs associate, seeing the disparities that exist between law enforcement and the tribal courts and the amount of funding that comes out. And that's why I think it's very important that we as a nation advocate and have a presence in DC and have a presence in these consultations so that we can make our position known that we need to change this. And we'll work with our congressional delegations to finding ways that we can get some additional appropriations built into the overall omnibus spending bill throughout the years. But again, we look to council for their guidance for the nation's position, as well as having that unified messaging. A lot of the questions that were raised around some of the salary schedules, again, it takes a collaborative effort, but we'll certainly work with council on addressing those. Delegate Azarette, I apologize that you did not have a good experience with your taxi driver in the DC area or being able to download Uber onto your phone. But again, like I said, we'll look into the procurement for a tribal vehicle so that we have something out there that we can help with transportation and logistics for our visiting delegations. With that, I think I've answered most of your questions, but I do stand for additional questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ahasteen. Speaker Pro Tem, that concludes our response.
Honorable Parrish for that, and then also Mr. Ahasteen, thank you for the response with that. We do have another colleagues in the lineup, Honorable Ricky Ness.
Honorable Pro Tem Speaker Vince James. Yet be was the meeting, Shanala, the neck at Gito Yoba, not Henson. And I do appreciate you, Honorable James. And Arushan, I know Senegi at Arukro, Mr. Austin. I've been reading up and down your resume and your recommendations from people. Neda neber Hanseniki sta in tala sae bestania sa diat eheki njana go na de la la ko nishisalat saw our veterans make good leaders. There's 5 here on the council, and that's probably why they were elected. They always have a very strong commitment to the work that is before them. They don't back down. They charge forward because that's how we're trained. And I do appreciate that. And a few things caught my eye here. One, a gentleman says, he has not one lazy bone in his body that will be tested. And that's probably how it is with my colleagues. Because they're dedicated. They know their focus, their heart. One of your recommendations that a person wrote says that you have a heart of gold. And I see my colleagues that way. That's probably one reason why they were elected. And that's probably one reason why you're sitting before us. Heart of gold. Khajie Hue Yo Ne Hue Jo Ba Olia Ben Chakesh Be Khacholna. You don't think of yourself way up here. It shows humility. Ohostolzen Olia Shin Hota Hochinya Shin Stolia Hota Hanahat A Holo. And based on what I just read through up and down the recommendations, I'm going to vote green for you. Welcome. And one thing that I ask of you, the legislation does say that you will work for the office of the president and vice president. But I want you to know all of us work for the great Navajo Nation. That comes first. You may think you work for the office of the president, vice president, but you work for the great Navajo Nation. Abendli, that's your heart of gold. So, just want us to get to know each other, and hopefully we'll see you down the road in Washington, D.C. and walk the halls of Congress there. Thank you. God bless you. Digin tolong le. Chadal zana kuich. Ehe.
Dan Shinalet, Honorable Nez, Njonosat, Nini Behinzi, Arbigit Otai, Alco, Njonia, Ado, Quadon Hilanasis, Tanin Hito, Hot Echo, Achide Ya, Quadon, reserved time, Ishi Bichet, Eya Equaki, Banahodo, Jishiko, a large about Zohigi, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Atlata Jendo Skito Kiliki na kids Ada. Ashibigit and Tashanala, Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. But Ella
Nala, do I need to read the rules on the delegate's right to speak? I'm just kidding. Mr. Ahastin, I thank you for answering my questions, but one of the questions that you didn't answer was, what is the cost for renovation? And have you started working with the Historical Society on, I guess, letting them know that we will be transforming that home into an office? I think we do need to know that, and if that's information that you can obtain later on and send to us, that would also be good information. But when we toured the home, the first time I toured the home, I got kicked out of there. The second, and that was actually on Facebook, which was kind of funny. And then the second time, I actually got like a full tour of the facility. I was with the vice president at the time, and there was the neighbor right next door who was talking to us about what she had to go through in order to get her door approved, which we thought was very interesting. But I think that there needs to be some information given to council.
Ahiaha, Shanalo, the Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Nana Ahiaha. Ado Okona na Kikona at Eya Quado reserved time, Ikinana, Honorable Yazi, Eya 2 minutes and 41 seconds. Honorable Yazi.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks again. It was good to hear everybody else ask questions, and I learned more about, the work and the expectations and the priorities that you're looking for. And so I don't have any more questions, but I also do want to acknowledge that those that did submit their online comments, thank you for sending those comments, and I enjoyed reading and learning from your eyes, why you are recommending Mr. Austin for this position. I waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Ahiaha, Nana, Achide Ya Ecuador, Honorable Parish Bandit Ish Alto, Kodona, Adikit Linido Sabe Hada Behana or Zigi, Honorable Nance do Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton do Kodo Honorable Yazi Asian Kodo Nut Abject Hot do Zihigi Nana Hosh do Little Honorable Parish.
Ahiahe Speaker Pro Tem Vince James Otto, Chairman Ricky Nez, and Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazi, and Chair Eugenia Charles Newton for your questions and comments today. I'm going to turn the time back over to Mr. Alhastine.
Yeah, thank you, Delegate Parrish. Delegate Nez, thank you. I appreciate those words, and I will certainly utilize my empathy and I will remain humble. As you stated, we do work for the Navajo people, and it's their interest that drives my work, and you have my commitment that I will continue to work with council. It is, again, one of President Nygren's major priorities is to making sure that we have a collaborative effort working with one another. And you know, your words of utilizing the strength of prayer to guide me throughout my journey, I appreciate that. My grandfather was a medicine man before he had passed back in 2016, and he did teach me a lot of our traditional ways, and that's really kind of what's guided me through life and making sure that we could, or at least I think contributes to my journey and in being here today. So I attribute a lot of that to him. Delegate Charles Newton, I am not aware of the cost of renovation at this point. The first step, I think, is getting that structural assessment done, and then figuring out what the recommendations are, or the things that need to be addressed based off of that assessment, and then putting that out for different estimates before we make any decisions on that. We have not reached out to the Historical Society for the DC area yet, but I do know that the building is zoned as residential. Actually, it has no zoning right now. But if we were to make any modifications, then we would have to get a residential variance for that, because I do believe the properties that surround it are residential. It would be very difficult for us to get a commercial variance for that. It's difficult, not impossible, but we'd be working with yet another government on trying to get that variance approved. But once we actually start the work of the remediation to the building, I think that'll overall fill in some of the additional questions that we have of what we're looking at cost-wise. So once we have the report and that we bring that to council and look at what our options are, then I think we can start obtaining different estimates from different vendors on what we could potentially remediate the property with. And I do apologize that you had that experience of being chased out of the home prior to, and you have my commitment that any visiting Navajo leader that wants to come to our property and view it will make those arrangements.
Thank you, Mr. Alhastine, for responding to the questions and comments of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. And thank you for Chair James for serving as Speaker Pro Tem. I'm going to turn Speaker Curley. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chair Parrish, Ado Kodoshiyaj, Honorable Chair Vince James, Kodo Hihet Shukain Wadi for being a pro temp for approximately 40 minutes. Ado Kodo Hihet. And turning back over to the lineup, I don't see anybody else in queue, and I don't see anybody else for reserved time. Colleagues, are there any other additional comments or question? Second call. Third call. I don't see anybody else in queue. And we'll go to the drawing board for a vote for legislation 0030-23.
Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson did not vote. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson did not vote. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty is excused. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, Madam Speaker not voting.
Okay, thank you, staff. We have a vote of 28 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting on legislation 0030-23, and the motion carries forth. And congratulations to our appointment, Mr. Justin Hosteen. Yes, for clarification, he's our first appointment from the Nigerian administration. Colleagues, we're going next to the next item on our agenda, item L, legislation 0053-23. And is sponsored by Honorable Amber Kisnabat-Crotty, co-sponsored by Honorable Seth Damon. We just had added on another co-sponsor, Honorable Shondine Parrish. Do we have any co-sponsors online? Honorable Damon, Honorable Parrish, for legislation 0053-23. Second call for co-sponsors. Third call. We have no sponsors and co-sponsors on the floor. Colleagues, we'll move down to our next item on the agenda. Item M, legislation 0016-23, sponsored by Honorable Vince James. We have our sponsor here with us in the chambers. And for the record, legislation 0053-23 will move on to the next council agenda. Staff, could you help us read legislation 0016-23 into the record, please?
Legislation 0016-23, an action relating to the Navajo Committees and Navajo Nation Council, confirming the appointment of Shauna Vendale as the Executive Director of the Division of General Services. Sponsor is Honorable Vince R. James. This legislation did go before the Navajo Committee with no amendments. This moves forward to Navajo Nation Council. This legislation was read into the record by electronic voice recording per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order Number 9. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. Do we have a motion? Motion by Honorable Toth and second by Honorable Dr. Andy Ness. Honorable colleagues, are there any questions on this legislation? I don't see anybody in queue or any questions on the floor. Oh, there's one question from the floor. We'll give our presenter and Honorable Ms. James 20 minutes for his presentation.
I had speaker ado shinat ano tlinigi kodod natin ishla bishma sa anni tlini ado nana staff no tlinigi iha kwaigit eya e na sosin linin kapeda otlado kodod belta nasis tani biche kotla sali ado kodod dan shinale kodod Mr. Del ilto kwaigin khaniya ako kodod benat sosin linigi shi ad idast ano shin eya ikodo an hilchedish atlako ado nana the quigo shin eya benanish lagito betahas ondo be olkhatit igito betahas on leko ado nana kwaigit nihitena and linigi baho ato ashla je eya aje sabe hatot ze edo da do aje ye kids zone da be hatot zihiki be ho aslin ko kodon hitaton nil soziki aje division of general service bedi ne ko aje da anisha ko adonana nache dan khadan da sekehi biya da anisha di kodo shnalen linigi ikidil ne aje ya itselate de aje da senta do le aje ya national gahiki ebiketen itolik ajen nanish edili jokot out ebebiche ha ot zito inache yan says case do hashit out hanet linibel ishtan ohol ya inache ladin need ako shit kodona nesh benesh adona nesh abohone anit adishli jono shi what hat zi sele to ako adonana anhinadi ni ako naka-action no tlinigin hik no tlinigi nahtida no tra di no da na ni tin to ko ade ton na nesh in lago ade han di ta to kwaigi na nesh di li den net o ha yubich na hot hat shin hit den en linigi do la at ya hashit njono do be khata hotet eda hota hot ahoda nabik ian to le ajin na nesh in do le hard da late da nation linigi na his do da aje in jono na nation do le kala in madon jet do le masan en chain nal stan nal hastini it do le tadi no what in has twin hizani ni hiche yada do yen hiche hata hastio a bit of is constantly ko ashi benina kodo kwaigi ban saha kc given nachet kodo Mr. Shanavan Del Ebiki Hodini Selin ko an he indo an hin hit so dozen chi to di to okot so dozen deni be yel title the nebaza da hit atlet to khatedin da hit so sto ze be na haga ni he otlantan it hot so dozen lini ki be yel title ko ashin to laton khati to kodo yan khalchenen linigin hitaton he khahot ashondin hit no kodo besh bans anani linigi na o khan linigi dinal sos beda na hodit donald sos be to kd legislations linigi ni hitaton in leko for appointments of the executive branch for division director positions kot ako hun shen de eba hasito speaker do kodo shin Mr. Shanavan Del kodo bahuitish ato abeshin to sadlini ye hatot zihnleko had speaker Mr. Del.
Thank you, Shanale. Arunda Shanat no Linigi baseball on 25th Navajo Nation Council yahat shanant ado yaat nike yaat des jonogo shi ya ko nahat leni ben dahil sad neoko she ya shpa hojo kwaiki ya nihitato nan stagi ba hin sen ado indata ni hinahat nada dis inklin so atada long ha ikisnle ado a isens ado openda na ako shea shiliat hut au has twi sani ni hit on hinat ani dan lini ni hit yata hit on hat lini yan sida ke street au yan hast at de lehen linigi o shea kodosh at Shanavan Dale in ship ado in the kin kiel da haslendo White Ruins, Arizona, ade na shan le oho kodo shada ato betra adin he no honel keya anni na has ni Newlands da bati no aber rahi hon alkida kida honit enle tdot gisi shiyaho ado annach enachel gre da hasnido ollgre da hasno da yej Shea Honarani Adona Enschle Ado Kia Ani Ebashichin Tratchini Dashnalado Kintlichini Edashche Ako Hot Au Eyani Delhasizit Shanand Ano Lini Quagi Ado ended da Ashiyaho Anle Kintil Holieda Ad Kon Chija Haja Kon Toya Heka Adon da kon na o yat khelse khad kha in josh da kehte da na anish charge o da beta bel na charge o kuna bi in dan hil kha o trashdo trashcha trahodo jiz lo ako ahuye o shi ya ho ado do hat ide be ayonit au yan side kisten da a jo ba ako hot au atan ses kese lile shnant ai Ado Natin Georgia Holie Gallup High School Shama Baul Train Long Kon Anashit Lows do Ade Nash Trona House Jij Ad Le Homa de Natin Scratch Snow Ade Old Train Linigi El Trobadi Zi Ado in the Daena Nishbike that the Yan Loho should selection 9 long na nishlaten zin hito ni di kontahti ya to hakuishi na isla benina gut net ko na hallo ya na sosin linigi ya ko benige iltra ko ajo hot au tra alki hona au ya na sos wutta hobet zilo ultra isla for two associates to na kinaha ultra agil di na bigasli ado entata di na do ya bachelors na ne selba asla do ya shna nislinigi isla ultra the University of New Mexico ya hot out in shnish ado an ultra tratinis kado koje the never Washington much in shnish shaho ato kwa ya in khala na nation linigi ati lis sheto ni ako disjin de ya ati hot au baish nesto ita shik hoti ni do the never Washington banash nesho khahol jij la o ako hot au yan his teos sin lido leshnant do inta konsha na nishil ke ta hona au enaha nal sos beka isla do ya ahla o ado de no chin la o ado need hesi ya batato ni health education human services ya belch ashtan da ilya ni nan stanlini ado belch atasi ita ko hot ashnan hot it ahun shade ya ni hit ashtan ishtan ni to li hot ashnan thank you.
I can't had Mr. Dell Kodod Adahosin Zin Salinko Hot Ashid Kodo Nikitna Hasid Netlo Leta Shabishmas Anothaniki Natin Ashla Ajit Nahasit Haniki. That will complete our presentation, speaker. Thank you.
Ayahat Shiyaj, Chair Honorable Vince James, Ado Kodo Mr. Dale for your presentation. Ado Kunet Elsa Bijit Estogi for comments and questions. Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, Ado Chanela, for sponsoring this legislation. Mr. Dale, Thank you for applying for this position, and I want to commend you for coming back to the Navajo Nation and help and assisting our Navajo people. I want to know, for your position as Director for General Services, what are your top 3 priorities going to be? I know that there's a lot of issues that are happening in General Services. We did get mentioned, or we did get informed yesterday, I believe, that Delegate Johnson talked about how many, custodians we have on staff. We do see many of our facility, people who are here in the building, keeping the buildings clean and up to par, but we obviously don't have enough. So how do you plan to address your vacancies? And then budget is coming up, and we're not doing, we're not, you can't do carryover at this point. But there's going to be, because of a lot of the vacancies that are currently within your department, what are you planning to do with those additional funds? And I say that because I know that some directors are getting a little bit creative and using the funding from last year to maybe give bonuses or, to help assist with COLA costs. So what are you planning to do with those funds? I reserve my time, Speaker.
Reserve time of 3:34. Honorable colleagues, are there any additional comments? If not, we'll return back the floor to our sponsor, Honorable Chair Vince James.
Akiahat Nana Kodoshin da Mr. Dell, but Adisha. Mr. Dell.
Thank you, Shanala. Aro, thank you, Shama. Na adin kidit ida e yahot au. Ban side kisto bayat ot kihiki e kindasi nel. The top 3 priorities of the Division of General Services. We've been hearing for the past 98 days is our employees are in dire need of adequate working facilities. Our facilities are severely dilapidated. So that is one of our biggest push within the division under facility maintenance, as well as employee housing. Our housing for our employees are also in severe disarray. We are having issues with plumbing. We are having issues with utility connections, settling problems, foundation problems. So overall, it would be our building assessment. Second would be our infrastructure. And by infrastructure, I mean our wastewater, our water systems. Currently, we have facilities that don't have running water or have difficulty with bathroom facilities. And we're in that situation here. The central government should not have to bring out portable restrooms for the public or staff to be using in order to have day-to-day operations. We've just gone through a pandemic where we need hand washing facilities with good sanitary, soaps and disposable items that can be addressed right away, but yet we're running to portable restrooms, and that should not be the way our government is done. So we're working with NTUA as well as facility maintenance and NNTU on developing an infrastructure upgrade plan for the Window Rock campus. It's going to run into the millions, but we're looking at creative financing for that, as well as ways to gather funding. The second is a employee retention program, and that would tie into what we currently have right now and what DPM is working on, and I think all divisions are working on retention and recruitment. Our salaries, our wages are way under par with our neighbors right across the state line at Subway, at Speedway gas station. They're getting paid more than our employees are here in Window Rock. And we lose a lot of our employees, which is leading us to use the personnel savings in the vacant positions to hire temporary employees at a little bit higher salary in order to entice individuals to apply. But they're not becoming permanent. They'd rather work part-time or temporary at a higher salary scale. If that trend continues at the beginning of the fiscal year next year, we'd be stuck in the same situation again. So hopefully legislation developed recommended changes to the personnel policy, to the wage scale as recommended by DPM. Once it's finalized and comes before council, we can address a lot of our vacancies with a higher salary scale for the Navajo Nation employees.
Thank you, Shanale Ikahat. Kodonat ansad lini behind Ziggy. What edo list on speaker?
Goshin Yahat Shiaj, Honorable James, Mr. Dale. Ado Kone Banatsogi, we have Honorable Vice Chair Yazi via Zoom.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, everybody that is at council chambers and also listening online. Sherilyn Yinchia, Ado Wanaga Ninchle, and so I'm related to you, Mr. Dale. And one of the things that I wanted to bring up is it has been brought up that once an executive director gets confirmed, that our relationship seems to change. And the last time you were at Nabakiatit, you didn't answer my question, and I do want to bring it back up because it's important to me that we build strong relationships with each other. So the question I had asked was, would it be out of the question for you to apologize to our council delegate Lamardo Asseret for the disrespectful social media posts? My understanding is we set example here at council and in our executive and judicial branches, and also in your position at the Navajo Nation. And negative social media posts and any kind of genuine news that doesn't have any backing behind it can be very hurtful to ourselves and also to our families and our relatives. And I just want to know, is it ridiculous that we are respectful to one another as we move forward? Please answer my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair Yazi. I don't see any other delegates in queue for questions or comments. And then we go back to reserve time. Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton with 3 minutes and 34 seconds.
Speaker, without taking time away, can I ask that we go back to the presenter before you go back to reserve time?
Thank you, Honorable Chair Charles Newton. Kwado Shiyaj, Honorable Vince James, for responses.
Ikahatan Shamatan Speaker, Ikah Kodon Hanahwin Agi, Do Dana Kodota, Honorable Yazi, Masat, Linige Hatzi Gishi, Kodosh Nalet Eya Ebanad, Ish Atako. Mr. Dell.
Thank you, Chanela. Ado Hia Shmana Adin Kiri Kwagi. Ado Ashi Ahot Ekle O Alle Be Hachi Hatzito Anan Letita Sad Lini Dante Ado Adeya Do Netiko Eya Apahat Ade Tene Ahot Aoya Belshana Holzen a transparency do Hot Agi Be De Ni Jo social media Bigich Alla Hotel in Leho Ado a benachita ya do hajota ya hachi haozi lo batso hoda kos ado be ikishdid lo haljishin linshi o hota ado ashi hoteza hala ya not anin linigi shido hot au be shit atlet kinskelo ado et a question ya hot au saden dante Hada not ani to she klato ahut au betadat in lele. The nachishi sahut au hakit nido alto hishi show ye hoto ye kohoto liligishi eshi ba akuhin zinit et ao ko kutan hito need not ani chileo ti biga habitat nil je be ekech at lo ya to not ani shish do lita so ya she hushto need hot au nestra do sashi a hot au not ani da need le do be te hata hati zi le mtela sa hashinit shi to a hanen si ado do ya hot au na kha to zi hon si case da ho ado ashina le di hot au sa de ya do ya yidat nel nada al to shi ba hasti o den na a do ho but no hot au sa big it ho long jo al to a hot al to be in na da a tiji I ban si case da ban ji a jo hot shi jo hot ya shnant a shi khodo a shi beis ba sa an long jo hot au shi ntsite case le kind kelo banjera a do de bebanant a ban shle o a ko shi hot agi shi khajo a khilnt o nisha o yu ni hit kha na asli don ki a o jo shi e kwa khajo a chi kha to zi o jo hot le jo shnal hot di ni da kui de skanda hot a ya keda ki di ni dis jing de shi dog all chonta Facebook bigit in de biga hata di ni de ek en linki dog all chonta shi kwa hot shnal a shi ani be sa bench hata isti do biga shi da do hesto do ni da jo hot le jo dat a kwiste benik khan lo a kwiste a o bi o na hot out dat il de sa do ya shoni sa be dat glasa a na halra ntella jo shi banach kha khon ni to banach asdil isn national jo hot le a ko she ya hot au sa be kha o zigi shi net the nas legi shi banach kwa apologies and linigi sa ado le o jo hot le ado in the ta the ne hot au bel da nesto an let di ta edo do gezo na het los do gezo na da ik lo shi ashi hot au an let di ya sata ha khato zi de jo hot agi shi ta zan le ho ado nat ya hot au ya be not on nesto it sa ado le eto shi don khaya at eto a ko ban na shi shi kwa hot au san linigi nan ado le shnal delegate Azrit hot au ya nin shi de nesli do big shi khashin za do hot sa do ya at be khat zito you ana let dita jo hot de khoto shi o jo hilna dil nish aslak ena dil ni khajo sa ya at khat din sa be il khanet zi o jo hide to ta it inda ni ke ba it ni hit na ba it khajo hil khanna ne lo li shi do li shnala delegate Azrit a hot le shnala
Ik had nanet aan shnallet Mr. Shana Bindel kodo sa linin bin de kidi ginat aan hanenzis linko. So kwade do le nanet aan shmat speaker. Kwade.
Shahat Shiaj, Honorable James Ado Kone. Vijit Na Asogi, we have Honorable Chair Brenda Jesus.
Yate Ado Nana Hiha Adan Shadeja, Madam Speaker, and also Adan Hiha Honorable Vince James for the legislation to confirm Mr. Dale for Executive Director for General Services Division. Ado Hiha Hashin Sogoshi Nahajo split Mr. Dale from Mr. President Nygren. And oftentimes, having a big step forward to a big challenge like this is usually motivating. So some of the questions that I have is in regards to the buildings that the Navajo Nation leases out under Division of Economic Development for business site leases. I always often argue that we need to be business friendly to our business venturers on Navajo Nation. Right at this point, we have a lot of our lessees that are paying for insurance on the buildings that supposedly Navajo Nation say they own. In the real world, after Navajo Nation, the lessor, which would be the Navajo Nation, would be taking that responsibility and relieving some financial burden off of the business venturers. So I don't know if that would be possible. I did reach out to risk management prior, but maybe that's something that I would really highly recommend for general services to look into with your team. The other part is a semi-annual maintenance policy and procedure for all buildings on Navajo Nation. We need to take care of our building, and again, that goes back to operational and maintenance, and even possible landscaping as well. We like to see possibly some grass that we can attract horses and cows. And or even flowers out there, like flower bed, just to make it a little bit more welcoming, thinking outside the box. And I was thinking that if we get these maintenance services in place for buildings and landscaping, it's just really giving out that message that Navajo Nation is welcoming visitors from across the nation. And then the last one, Shanat, on the airports across the Navajo Nation. I remember that Mr. Garrett Silversmith had come before RDC, but what are the airports really used for? And I understand NDOT just maintains like the pavement or whatever, but I understand it's under the stewardship of general services to really look at how are these airports being planned to be utilized other than medical emergency transport. Maybe another means to where a lot of the delegates can cut down on time to fly from one airport to another. These are some plans that we could actually look at. So it's I don't know if you have had plans or come together with your team in some of these areas that you've probably already started looking into, but in some areas where you might have just not really thought about with your team. Madam Speaker, I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 1:39. Ado kune mijit so gishiyaj. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Speaker Curley, honorable members of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, Honorable Vince James, legislation 0016-23, Mr. Shanovan Dale, not only dot lately General Services has Anja Executive Director to a larger Ohodni na Neil Geheki Nanish E Koro Sadik Behas Ani Adna Oko Ad question shit is Adira. I voted red at your last Nabik. There's a reason I did that. Beshbans anan shlantida do yota jin slow down kesta do yaha shin khait ara yaha the nebedain sanda the hadestigi abeta hunstan tlata according to social media world geheginesh ingaban keso Denne dorsani shin la shin ya deho chedeyos la edo hajo chedeyos ida ina kagone denne yedan zan ebeni na de schnele ne zinda zet at de schnele jodene khait ara doyat ekop go ban chitsekes go khan chikesiki khait au shin di Watch Iriki Nails na Shasunda jotla, the net jotla, the nebet the Asians and Hoton, Nathan and Goda, Ban Chichikisko. You throw people under the bus at Nila. I have that experience. The Quidishi Bushik and Nas what he gave in Nashabahunson. Oh, and the Shnehoda. Beshet all listen la. A quato yat o yat a hochit on hazard go. Behot and is ed or the dish nilta. A hot and then hallo a Rosanta, Mr. Dale. Behach all nillet and then hallo. A cochande and etan hisna, but not a end later, but not in that all is the then hallo Santa. Era hot era, Mr. Dale. Nathan nego apology the nego Santa go. Asian cot era or the no Santa qui. Apology and go in the dina. Nageja, Salant Ibich and Dinas. Ashhode Dana Oshka, a shasse. Shazado hot ego kodo a slange bensne. Ashhode, Shandana a holiga. Harlan Sodazan Shinholo, digging bitchinch or kanko yaha, delats the osha, eko unst. I'm a sinner. Do hot ego dan case la do hot ego da yasht kitla. Big hada sate unst should again ash horde. Did a pahit shanans in the name of Jesus Christ. Kodo hotsa be shasito be hashitle genego da edigen bitchinch or kantle. A co arosargi o be hain be hain zigi o bahain zig o be benansis case, Mr. Dale. Not ani jileka, I say da hocheliasala. Do yojit etchens and la. There's a verse in the Bible in Mark chapter 9, verse 35. It says, if any man desires to be first, the same shall be last and servant of all. De la yon stekad. Tira adnaja shigo shihigo shana akato dorzens and the sela. Tira a kiraji zitiad at nahanda nishikilta adnaja. Hatat e kato bata e kase. Where a kid be ohagi papiskan that's a geo a hate by Hessians and Shinla what up in Nacha or Stalzentle. A he could you
Yaha Shiaj, Kodo, Honorable Rikinez, what asa be Hensi Iki, Ado Kunebijit not Sogi, Honorable Shauna Antla.
Thank you, Shadeja. Madam Speaker, Coalition Linigi, Mr. Vince James, and then Mr. Shauna Vendale. Thank you for presenting the legislation here. I have a few questions regarding the priority list that was mentioned. I do have some concerns within my own agency as far as availability of facilities, so I will need to meet with you and get those addressed. But I'm very thankful that you shared those priorities. And then I also want to acknowledge my colleague, Ms. Sherilyn Yazzie, for addressing, sometimes we have elephants in the room, and I think this was one of them. And I do appreciate Shana, Delegate Ricknez, for his influence and his leadership, and we do need so it's a learning experience, and I do believe that we are implementing what we say as far as fundamental law, and part of that is going to peacemaking and talking things out. So I'm very thankful for my colleagues for bringing that up. I do have questions regarding the fleet management program in regards to some of the programs that used to be there but no longer are there. And one of them that came before me attending a Chinle agency grazing meeting was that we had grazing officials who are using their own personal vehicles, and to define or come up with some possibilities to purchase vehicles. So as grazing representatives, they're not allowed to bid on those vehicles. So those are some of the questions that I have regarding the fleet management program and the auctions. And then I know with the insurance services, there have been a few break-ins as far as the buildings too. And sometimes the break-in is less than what the premium cost is as far as the whatever you're supposed to pay into. So those are some of the questions as far as the insurance, if we can get a little bit more information on that. And then also the responsibility of the chapters with the ARPA. I wanted to find out if the chapters have submitted their information as far as these purchases for vehicles, equipment, and then these buildings that are proposed for construction, if any of them have been going to you to find out what the costs are going to be for that. So with that, I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time of 1:57. We have Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Mr. Dale, thank you for positioning yourself to continue serving your people. I just have one quick question, and that is, we have a lot of chapters that have taken on heavy equipment, and I know you have all sorts of concerns from a liability perspective, but I want to talk to you about fuel services. If you could commit, once you get into office, to assisting some of the chapters in my district on thinking through how we could get fuel services contracts to help assist with the heavy equipment. I know that that's all handled for the internal assets, and water resources, and any program that we have within the government. But our chapters are confronting some issues in obtaining those contracts. And I had emailed, I can't remember who the individual was previously, and got an offer of assistance from NDOT, but it'd really be more helpful to see if we could get WEX cards or something like that, or you could advise the chapters on how they could do that and help with procurement. That's the main thing, and I'll reserve my time, but that's my request to you right now. Thank you.
Reserve time of 3:50. For our sponsor and Mr. Dale to have the responses.
Thank you, Speaker, for the time to respond again. So with that, I'll go ahead and give the floor to Mr. Dale. Chanel.
Thank you, Chanel. Going to Honorable Jesus's question regarding DED building leases. That is something we're looking at collaboratively with the Insurance Services Program as well as Division of Economic Development. They are looking at enticing businesses to come on the Navajo Nation. And one of those steps is absolutely that, the insurance provisions that we require. The current leasing system is using an old BIA form. So the template comes from the old BIA leasing program. So that is being changed, that is being amended. So once that comes forward, that can be presented to, of course, to you guys. But economic development, Mr. Tony Skrlanis is spearheading that in an effort to bring more businesses onto the Navajo Nation and creating a business-friendly environment. But we are working with them from the Insurance Services Program. The Navajo Nation does absorb a lot of the building costs, the facilities out there. It's like the insurance that's required is a renter's insurance, which protects their assets and their property and their inventory. That's one of the provisions that are in the lease agreement. So they may be mistaken that they have to provide the entire building insurance, but all the Navajo Nation buildings are insured from economic development. It's just the business owners have to provide adequate self-insurance on their property, their inventory, their goods to be sold. And that's probably where the concern is about. And you're absolutely right. We are working on a semi-annual maintenance schedule in lieu of an outright purchase or replacement of tribal buildings. We're trying a approach to preserve the existing infrastructure, the existing buildings that we have. And it's actually a quarterly maintenance program we're starting to implement here. Once we have it down on paper and we get the green light from facility maintenance and DOJ, we'll be moving forward with that preventative maintenance plan, because that's been lacking. Everything from facility maintenance has been a Band-Aid approach. After something breaks, then we respond, which should not be the way we're doing things. We should be preventing them. So that's the approach we're taking on that. Landscaping was done by NNTU, Navajo Nation Telecommunications and Utilities. There was a small grant that was provided to them. I think this is the last year. So this coming spring, we'll see a lot of xeriscaping, desert type landscaping. The problem is when we put grass in, it attracts the horses and the cows, and our clients are, some of them are afraid of cows and horses that's standing in their way to finance or to the council delegate's office. So we're trying to prevent them from coming out and being on our property. And they also cause property damage. You know, they'll rub against your vehicles, or, you know, they'll kick something and damage your vehicle. So that's kind of what we're doing, is xeriscaping approach. Airports across the Navajo Nation. The Navajo Nation has 1 airport and 5 airstrips. The airstrips are maintained as far as just maintenance and compliance, paving from NDOT. The Navajo Nation Division Division General Services airports air transportation only manages the Window Rock Airport and the flight services out of Window Rock. So that's the only airport that we have under the Navajo Nation is there. The airstrips are cooperative agreements between the local IHS hospitals and the Navajo Nation, because we have a lot of patients that need to be flown out to Phoenix, Flagstaff, Farmington, Albuquerque. Those landing strips, those airstrips were put in place for that quick response. So to really step in, you could easily add the operating cost of the Window Rock Airport and multiply it times 4. That would give you the overall operating expense, which would be into the millions of dollars that would need to be operated on an annual basis. The Window Rock Airport here also sells fuel for BIA and for our guests, dignitaries that come from Phoenix. So they're able to generate some sort of revenue off the flights that come here into Window Rock. But it's on a small scale, nothing commercial. The response to Honorable Rick Nez, and my apologies if it seemed that way. I was trying to convey to myself my teachings that were presented to me, but I do apologize if it seemed that, you know, I was coming off with the adverse or the deal with it mentality. That wasn't my intent, sir. I was trying to get a point, and it may have been wrong to say it in Navajo, but that's my apologies.
Ashi ani kwa esan dan es de nik adish jing de jo ba ho yos chiba senane ako eshi eo o kwa agi hajo ya nadish kato hajo but hadisti hot eshnant but I do ask Delegate Azrit Shanale to be patient. I will come see you Shanale ado hajo shi ich hadisti Shanale hot do hilneil nicht do gauda and the yado na insle John hinant an let do ni baseball an dat o yugo ni hippi hitch in da has tige hodlo ja hal zahen linhle o hot auto ja schongu alla khat khaslao den na jo ko apant o nisha apa huntao ede ya hot ashnal ashi ich khati zito jo nan di how would you say shanti that to a quite an no nitolational quite sa nanes degi ishi hot edoli quite a shaba hono sendolation and ado kunne amnan a shanant honorable claw priority list. Yes, we do have I think that was mentioned at Hesse. There is several buildings within your region that identification need to happen. Previous administrations have started some projects, but if you may, it's been sitting on the stove for so long. Yado ashon betate da dilje do ba yaha da sigiz ado kadeya handrash da hoel jish hodina oshin hada di khato da di you know, so to speak. But building assessment is one of our biggest priorities that's happening right now, which would help identify the condition of our buildings, the ownership of our buildings, the square footage, and the overall value of all of our property. Risk management's listing is different from what property has. Property's listing is different than what facility maintenance has. So it's just a mess. So we're trying to get a hold of that. We do have a contractor who's in the second phase of that. So Eastern Agency and Shiprock, those buildings are being assessed right now as we speak. Those are strategically done because there are less tribal facilities there than in Winter Rock, Central, and Western. So those ones are going to be the bigger ball of yarn that we're going to have to untangle. But we're getting there. And that contract, we're pushing them to finish the listing by 9/30 of this year. So we'd have something tangible to work with and then get an overall assessment and status of all of our buildings throughout Navajo Nation. Let's see here. Fleet management. You're absolutely right. I believe there is a legislation on the agenda this week rescinding the vehicle sale policy. That would alleviate the exclusion of grazing officials or the public from purchasing and bidding on these tribal vehicles. The fleet management used to take all the vehicles to Albuquerque and have one big buyer purchase all the used vehicles. There was a legislation put in place to give an opportunity to our Navajo employees that opportunity. Come to find out, not all Navajo Nation employees want used tribal vehicles, so they don't bid on them. And now we have over 300 vehicles that are ready for disposal at various fleet agency offices. So if you look at the fleet agency offices where you go, Shiprock, Chinle, Tuba City, Crown Point, all those vehicles along the backside of the fence, those are more than likely just non-serviceable vehicles that need to be excess property. So we are amending that policy to just reopen that and have the people, anybody who wants, you know, shade tree mechanic may want to purchase those. We're giving them that opportunity to do that as well. So that is another big moving piece of the puzzle. Insurance services, you're absolutely right. Damage costs can exceed the deductibles. A lot of chapters have issues with deductibles. Every year there is a annual, what do they call that? Analysis completed to determine actuary study to determine the rates upcoming deductibles per property loss, because the Navajo Nation government has the highest property losses per annual year. That's why our deductibles are around $1,500 per loss. So if a door gets damaged, it may not reach that deductible, but it's all based off the actuary study. But there are opportunities to cost share that, and we are working with the insurance services department to do a cost share or even a self-insured retention with a lower policy deductible that would really benefit some of these chapters who are struggling, and just replacing a simple broken window or a simple broken door that was caused by a vandal, not necessarily burglary, but vandalism. So we are working towards that. We're working on that one. Chapter ARPA heavy equipment machinery. To date, there are $41 million of added inventory to the Navajo Nation's fixed asset listing. So our total insurable values have increased by $41 million, which explains why there's an increase in annual insurance premium year over year. The more value you add to your portfolio, the higher insurance premiums go up. So there is $41 million in inventory. Chapters, we do ask that they do have an agreement with the entities that maintain the road. We have no issues on private or residential areas from an insurance perspective, but on NDOT or on BIA or county roads, we ask that there be some type of MOU, just a simple understanding who's responsible for what. So that, I hope that answers that question. Honorable Delegate Slater, this is definitely something we can work with moving forward. We do have fleet service vehicles out there, and maybe expanding their scope and services, providing fuel service contracts, providing fuel service to chapters. That's not unthought of. It is something we can do. I see the need out there, plus it would help fleet management, because they are a proprietary program, generate some revenue on their part. That way they're asking the council for less money, as if they can operate and generate revenue, that would really benefit them. And they're also out in the community out there and know the roads, know the conditions, and they can provide those direct fuel services at that point to those particular chapters. So that is something we can definitely scope out and work with. I hope I've answered all the questions here. Thank you.
Mr. Dale, for responding again. So with that, that will complete our response on speaker.
Honorable Fitz James. Ado Mr. Dale for your responses. Ado Kune Banas Dogi, we have Shana Honorable Simpson joining us via Zoom.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members of the Council, Shananta Delegate Vic James, Shananta Shanavendale. Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield my time to Honorable Delegate Rick Nez. I believe he didn't finish the statement, so I'd like to yield my remaining time to him, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
4:43. Reserve time of 4:43. Yielding the time over to Honorable Ricky Nez. Do you accept?
Yes, I do accept.
You have 4:43, Shiaj.
Thank you very much. Honorable Simpson for giving me the time. I believe this is the time for us as delegates, as leaders, to make sure that these division directors that are sitting before us and that will sit before us, we're going to ask them questions and make sure that their voice is real. Legislation that you will serve at the pleasure of the Navajo Nation President. Mr. Dale. That is a good thing, Khahachot Lehko. Ishim Benege Khahachot Lehki Bakai Holon Shimpenina E Nachot Eskes. Ohot Ende Dida Na Neshiki Edo President E Habanan Neshtadawales. The great Navajo Nation Altshotanna E Egisabanan Lesh. Die Beshmahas ankom betnashnishiki horata altsko the neyanad nesto. My 6 chapters edition etigro bigata It extends to 110 chapters. That's who I work for. Not only people that live on the Navajo Nation, but there's people that live elsewhere. Mr. Dale, Kodo Agase Nanishinta Zigita Yego Ani Hotsodes indeed. Ani Yegon Chichikis Ajashi Sadiki Kodo Hakijihidi Trahende Not a Joban Chichikisco Ben Najan Tinsela. O chwllato o do chwt egon na ntsi ko da yachelt ki ko do hjona nis pahos dosanda. Den nen khada is ne lodan khitne besh pahas annit leniki ne ge chaga hotjan go santa ho ana peson kha na chata do aden na kha edin ke aro kenda na hal go santa ko a khonanat edan khitna Lek chaga hotjan ko do kenda nahal kago asan ta to arna atji to le do dan hito nida. Ako ebni na khodo khan chago shi di khasi tiko ko dide nkhana shidel any legislation that table delia nte khanado chosto hajoban chas kesto peso Di woke di kidonal chospa khat tendo khodat khashtada zago khodo naspet od ne khalat ne ban chi ke shigibene na khuit itle sate do khot edale edo tago tai president veto ishi akutide the nene na gahale inne chen le khodet chala state khade shas ne chen the netla khayani shi chi yaltke Net and Nahayane, but the Jehit, Dee Nash, but the Najan, and in Agahe, then Najan, Dee Tiger, Bakata, Shata, Hashi, what are the Jin Slow and later had a shot Najan. I roast his son, or you opa Jetel, the Joe hot out and Lehoshi, and the Nod Lepetone. I don't dast he Kodo, Benabanez, Tonda, Bethnila. Dido asha ada hot it a besnela. Diba henchi di tiger gi the netlake it a nes down and look abasha yanda and there are the tiger asha ada halt lodge nela. Then in a gahay nela haletza nela. There's Tinsana besnela. He ate his behind but only. Did and Pa Chilianiki to Hada Halianiki to Hajok Epicenico Coco to Hadahidos after. Even now, I Seba has ticket at last what the Neholand Shanant I, Mr. Dale.
Yahachiyash, Honorable Ricky Nez, Ado Kunebana Sogi Kodo, Honorable Arvisa.
Madam Speaker, Ado Kudo baseball on Ati Slapping Hito Chinigi, Hunza on I see. Mr. Dale, Kehotini Ani, Nahadosli 14 years Ishla, late chapter de Katasata. Le Haishi Hall, Jishon Lon at CSC, Dadli Shigi Dan. Nato Nanashnista. Later hot Sunday epanashnish. Da no yehadasti ako alanji dan has thanigi di president dan linigi such a Danish chang kopata honne. Ako she ado isa dan de. Ahot an his has out Di kudo pes bahasa anni linigi sado yan hoholni hala peso Beta Nishigi yan hasla. Ako hashit au ya hashit ehege nedo. Do hajor bisla an nishtaili. Ahot ai kiti sezon. Ayut abahast kito shedo shashiat eta. Ahot au na an nishigi. Anil tro eya nhitten en linigin hitten long eya banel nistolil. Hala le chapter de Jashi Sad kiji da hat nilinde. De ne eya ba it akola. A Jashi do hitnel nistan de ne ba adil nil winzenle. A hot abansas kisto hot ashi eya nke hoti ni da hot abansen kisto le di kono be bahasa an anan le di bayat hito ben o yoshit is asadan lady hunste a kodi kwa besen dash nishigi basas hito shet anil troen hada hajobai to hot a ya hada dashiyaj njelne sheja wet linigi a hot a bayat hito le shido winzen dan lady in has tuido sani to the zini ye had the has zi da hot de yende ni ke da hot desti hot a hot a ni ya da ho a ko hot a ya nje has zi to le. And I'd like to give the rest of my time back to Delegate Nez.
Time of 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Shirole. Yielding time to Kudo Honorable Nez. Do you accept?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Kudo 2 minutes to 30 seconds.
This is the last time that's been donated to me that I'll accept. Mr. Arviso. Mr. Dale, Tidido Arab and Yahositsi Gatadida. Dag Epacado Nea. So let the cheese go. Hot be Dag Epacado Chinch Narage ton lego. We didn't have no electricity or water. That's where we went to take our bath. In the winter, we got buckets of snow and melted it. We used to filter our water that way. Has twee dashanes nastas lenki. Tlatschitz en gaat zien de schnelle branden neer. Ik heb schanan tahaki schnelle. Ik ben nestle nastas lenki beetje nasha. Doet ziet ego hot zampelpere huizen natentien. Die asha nasik onchahuyos na nela. Gaatje nik etten toon hitch in da gare. Not as got a hushich and alligator they are Betna Azin Nela. She lay na kitty the nebe Holonela. Saib lay sunset lane. Singing the way trading post go but the tunnel tloshko. I see egg istla. Arotic at Betsan sunset lane or clean needy bailed canela. That same need an agahaki belt can you get in Jonago Yahaliaro Yan Josnela? Saint Sana oik and not Oshato to Toyajo Patato Yoyon need a selena. Dick at Nas Jelle or Dick or just Saint Sana start but just a lanela. Ebony Nadina Nisnas Lahagidon bent all zinc go. Nasta is legi the bansen case. Usant Ola do beshleke belah the elegant horzan.
Ich habe Honorable Nez. Ado kone banas to gisha speaker so.
Yeah, I did Schnelle dan in sauce. Aro a bitch that in yado ade na hotosle. Ado a could hold jish. Do ado a hot neda. The Janshi Yoshi Nation. Das still do bin she blas this hot ako ho che o an disney yeah the right now the only selection that the president has brought forth, and we just have to move forth to support. General Services is a division that really needs attention on the oversights, whether it's about the airport, the transit system, the vehicle maintenance, and things like that. Just be mindful that this is a reflection of the administration. Actions that happen, things like that, is usually a reflection of the administration. But not be gahapan jaga ko khalchinet what inka. Shamado shaja what najib nas amado ja akikaya na alchinet what inka. Nacheta aro la ta but not be gahaya na kayo. Alchinet what inka. It's a monkey see, monkey do scenario. But I really hope that is ope ban sin kiss shnale to you know, the administration, this is a really concern of them. They would address this directly, but it's again, it's a reflection. There's no other candidate. Sure, my colleagues can vote in favor and vote against. And oh, naspe, kada hanil neto, hai ha don't need. But the greater need is to provide the services on behalf of the Navajo people. The president has that much trust in you to provide that leadership for general services. And but one thing that I urge is communication with the chapters and all the division directors. The chapters is a program that's under the oversight of the executive branch. And always chapters always tells us, you know, the division director, the program my chapter has been doing that with the former division directors, some division directors pertaining to insurance, especially in general services, the former division director. And the reason why I say this is pertaining to certified chapters regarding insurance, Navajo Nation insurances. They are Khalit Egula Ibel Kislan Nishtobe Ishan Olzen. A bag or a ben yashke. Tatnas Nili as Yego, but not initial. And not the Shnini. It's a function within the executive branch. And I try to stay out of the chapter politics because they're under Title 26. Bebe has ani holon a days niche. Bishman has unquiet this quiet none agon kidil war. There's no oil hashit it hotnas in the little that ignition. Ebony na go addition. The communication effort directly to the chapters is something that I really want to see. Because that's where the breakdown is, and some of my colleagues has expressed that. We need that direct consultation, communication with our chapters in each of the programs, whether it's transportation, whether it's DNR, and so.
Speaker So. Ado Kuna Banastoigi, we have Honorable Dr. Andy Ness.
Shada Speaker, Ado Kudosh Chek, Shanavan, Ado Kudosh Shajaya for introducing legislation to appoint Mr. Dale as the Division Director. Just wanted to reemphasize some stuff. I know as a Division Director you came before the Health, Education, Human Services Committee Not only did we provide you a list of items that we look forward to reviewing, but I just wanted to re-emphasize here on council floor the importance of monitoring touring in our air and no-fly zone. I know within our community of Sawmill going into Chinle, there's those types of activity where your revenue is not generated for the Navajo Nation, but should be in the case here that they're, looking at the Navajo Nation as a site and touring the area from the air. The other thing I want to address is the technical assistance for our relatives here who have unfamiliarity as we progress into the 21st century regarding cloud-based services. And this is something that I feel that as a council, we're really, moving in a direction where we want to be able to eliminate the duplications of services, processing paperwork, carrying around a number of binders, things like that. And I think when it comes to our Navajo Nation employees, our chapter officials, et cetera, that type of technical assistance can be provided. So my question pertaining to that is, when it comes to the budget season, what is the allocation looking like to support the Department of Information Technology, being that this is the primary agent that oversees and works alongside our Navajo Nation employees? And then the next question I have is summarizing the current policy, if any, regarding the bids on that occur and the maximizing of deductions that occurred for bid winners. And then just kind of educate me a little more on that. And then lastly, I do want to stress to my colleagues here that the Records Management Department is under Department of General Services, and I mentioned this at HES as well, that we know there's Office Depot that exists, we know that there's butlers that exist, graduation season is here, but we have here in our own backyard the Records Management Department that does printing services, that binds things and can get these things printed for you as well. So before you take off to your nearest border town, consider coming to our very own Records Management Department. So with that, I reserve the rest of my time. Thank you, Speaker.
Reserve time of 2:25. Auto Kune'enana, Honorable Daniels, via Zoom. Honorable Herman Daniels. Honorable Daniels. I'm sorry for the interruption, but your audio does come in and out. Is this still? Nothing. Honorable Daniels, we have a hard time hearing you in the chambers. I don't know if he hears us. Honorable Daniels, do you hear us? Honorable Daniels?
I still remember one of the dormant things that think twice before you eat something. Think twice before you say something.
Shiyaj, Honorable Daniels, do you hear us? You're calling him? He can't hear us. I believe Honorable Daniels has a low reception area. His audio does come in and out. Is it muted? We'll just notify him that his audio was coming in and out. We'll come back around to him to get better service. At this time, I don't see anybody else in queue. Kudo, we'll return back the floor over to our sponsor, Honorable Vince James.
Don, Shema Speaker, thank you for the time again to provide response. With that, I'll go ahead and give the floor to Shanelle, Mr. Dale, to respond.
Thank you, Shanelle. As division directors, when we applied under the Nigerian administration, I've been reiterated and told to be mindful of the way I comment and the way I discuss things. Stop being too blunt and respecting individuals. That's not to say that that's totally my attitude. It's just in certain situations that I would speak my mind, but I have learned to put brakes on that. I have learned to become more diplomatic in ways, and especially delegates. I always respect council delegates. So I do understand and I do know the great amount of respect that they've had, and I've actually had the privilege of cooking potatoes and fried bread for the late Annie Wanika. But I do apologize, again. Aro Delegate Arviso Shanantai. My previous colleague here with Mr. Ahasteen reiterated a couple of times that working together and collaboratively is ingrained in us daily from President Nigrin and Vice President Montoya. You have to work with your delegates, you have to work with your oversight committee. That's the only way things will get accomplished. That's the only way your divisions can become productive. That's the only way your divisions can become effective. So we're all taught that, we're all ingrained with that teaching on a daily basis. So I do look forward to working with every one of you, and I do appreciate the analogy of the old horse versus young horse. Ni oyo bahoyo nahalende ni hinahat stui sani da aslegi ni masani che benate eya kodeteni khanle nahat days la atsrezeni hata hasya ati kodebeni out ko a battles and la ado shnale delegate. So the divisions dan linigi general services ani hot ad ona nation linigi o de che ajo to huil da jo she ya ajo banachi go ya ajo st di lito nach da to nesto kwagi beni hich in da has tigi hajo ani hich shane di lito besh bahasa an linigi baby shane huin sendo lesh do ni ajo ho that ni hot ek a dit ne hot o ta nish khoda alla patience case bent on nesto alla be ich ka di jahat anabo o ado chide ko Washington la se do lehi kon dash pasto leha ad betena hukie jo edat agishi e jo hilna annesho e de khasht adon nila o all it takes is working collaboratively and working together to address some of these smaller issues that we see, that even includes the chapters, the certified chapters on the insurance program. Their participation agreement is severely outdated. Even when I was there, I've always brought that up. That needs to be addressed. We're bringing them up to date A lot of it is outdated, and outdated by 10, 15, 20 years in some cases. The General Services Plan of Operations should be coming before oversight here. Pretty soon, DOJ is making their final comments. And that has gone through 14, 15 years of just sitting idle. Records management also is another program that has their plan of operations severely outdated. And there are bigger plans to consolidate facility maintenance, telecommunication utilities, and employee housing to make it more efficient and effective as we move forward in our operations. The plans with the chapters, that's absolutely the participation agreement will be revisited, giving more responsibility and more authority to chapters when it comes to insurance, and allowing them to become more active members in the insurance programs. Dr. Nez, written response is ani Monday if you have further questions, absolutely. Airspace has been brought up in our strategic planning with the executive branch from an economic development, from a tourism standpoint, on how can we enforce, charter flight services touring the Navajo Nation, taking photographs from the air of our beautiful Navajo landscape. Cloud-based services, we are rolling out MS-365 for all Navajo Nation network users. That is a cloud-based service, and absolutely chapters will be included in that, where we're all doing a document share. We're not making copies, we're not printing this and that and having to scan an email, but it's all in one shared file with sign-in in your email. That way it's real time and available. As soon as you click that final edit button, that document should be ready to go. But that's a 3,000 user license that NNDIT has procured. Right now, the only problem we have with the complete rollout is each individual network silos. DOH has their own, legislative has their own. That's becoming an issue within the complete rollout of MS-365. General services, within the past month and a half, we've rolled out within a few of our programs electronic timesheets. We're no longer doing paper submission of timesheets. We're doing it within FMIS, and we're the first division to actually roll that out within our Division of General Services, taking advantage of technology, going paperless, becoming more efficient. So we're able to do that with MS-365, incorporating with the FMIS JD Edwards system. So we've really moved forward, we've really advanced. Office Supply Center, if you look at the 6B forms for a lot of tribal programs, that has been taken off the procurement 6B form. So no longer you're mandated to purchase from Office Supply Center in Fort Defiance, allowing opportunities for Office Depot, Office Max, lower costs. But Dr. Nez is absolutely right. For records and duplication, we actually have a records management here in San Benito, which offers very competitive printing services and stuff, banners, those type of things for rallies or events you're having in your communities. Hey, it's a low cost, very quality artwork that they do there, and those services are there for everybody, not just the Navajo government, but for everybody. As far as bid, we usually go with the regular procurement process, 3 bids, lowest bidder or most responsive bidder who's meeting our needs will often get the bid. Oftentimes within the way the nation, and this is verbatim or repeating what everybody already said, is just the payment method. The payment process takes too long. Nobody wants to do business with the Navajo Nation. So when we put a job out there, we have 3 RFPs, for example, 2 refrigerator bids for employee housing, HVAC unit, and appliances. We've only got 1 bidder for each one, and it's a company out of Albuquerque, because all our Navajo businesses say, you guys take too long. You're not going to pay us in time. So, but that's what we're working out, those details, and hopefully we can get something here with amendments to the procurement policy that's on the legislation again this week. So we're looking at addressing those issues as a team under the Niagara Montoya administration.
Mr. Dell, for your responses. We're going to give Honorable Daniels another try via Zoom. Shiaj, Honorable Daniels?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. Yes, I'm going to use my time to Honorable Pope. Thank you so much.
It's time, reserved time of 4:58. Though with the yielding time to Honorable Speaker So. Do you accept?
Yes. See, I heard it right. Yeah.
Honorable So, you do have 4 minutes and 58 seconds.
Yeah. Well, again, just would like to just indicate that main thing is it's not an issue. So yesterday, Speaker Damon indicated something that caught my attention, and the outright indicating that Mr. Nygren has brought forth the open door policy, though the communication indirectly with the council. And and again, earlier I indicated that it's a reflection of the administration on whether it's to policy change, whether it's to the law or to the plan of operation. But the main thing is to try to make things easier so that services that's been provided to the people could be done. You just indicated earlier that you're going paperless with timesheets. No more red ink, using red ink to fill in the time card and so forth. And it's really at one point we were told that the reason why they utilized that red ink was that when it was implemented, a tribal employee had an eye issue and could only see the red ink. And that was the only reason why that was put into policy. And this should have been done. And as a former tribal employee, electronic submittal, I used to travel from Tuba City to Winter Rock just to turn in the timesheet. And I said, can't you guys scan it and submit it and then we can mail it? No, you got to bring it in. Then you look at all these programs bringing money in or bringing the timesheet in bi-weekly, every Wednesday, every other Wednesday, it's on the programs from different agencies. And when you look at Winter Rock, every other Wednesday when people are turning in their timesheets. So I'm really glad that a lot of you're the agency that's taking that lead to be the first. What takes a lot of the time and effort. It is what don't you have this target on you. That's it. What is it? Be talk guys. So ya ni ani this stui ya hard shin lid bahas kahna hunna chahya din Halit eland no ni. Eben na abch khain ni la na. Eben na go o aben na ishnan o go do ne na se o jo ya o hisna an shigi ya de niki. That's the best thing the Navajo people need. That's the best thing that they need, is that a program, the administration to be able to work with leadership, whether it's with council, whether it's with judicial branch. Because those people out there will be calling your office, general service, insurance and burnouts and things like that. And they're on the phone, they want some answers, and when they call, they always say, oh, they're not here, they're on leave. And out there in the field, they get tired of it. Division directors, come out to Western, come see us out there. Whether it's in West.
Speaker, so time. Do I hear I don't know, but you're not still a geisha. Honorable George Toth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Aro nat ani tlenigito kung unza holjisto slash for bringing that legislation before us. Mr. Dale, here I done hitch at the CG ASI committee. Ishin dan la. Aro shot inahat nido lil. So I would ask the council to go ahead and vote on this because we had some more that we need to consider. So, Speaker, I would request to go on and vote on this matter. Thank you.
Do koi head shiche. Das habe hinsi iki. Honorable colleagues, we did been in this debate for approximately almost 2 hours, maybe 2 hours, and we still have reserved time for 4 more honorable delegates here within this council chambers. But at this time, I'll yield the floor back over to our sponsor here, Honorable Vince James, for those remainder of the questions that were asked recently.
Yeah, Nana, Speaker, Kodo, Nanda Adolf Kids Lee, Koshinat, Achide, Ya, Kodo, Shanada and Lene, but not the dish after start vote, if you didn't need a Akoko, Shanala, Mr. Dell, Quaggy, but dish art Nana, not hot or the heat.
Hagoshi Chanel, our honorable delegates, thank you. Ado Chanel Honsa Bihanane Zito Panach she a hotel Hilnati Nisho a sat Lo Ani Shadate out ounces kiss. Though a Haguta it's out there can lead Ashan Linigi Ashite out a yaho. Any Tlendo, the Neko, but in the has tea, Kati, wash to a day, a largest under all. Should they out ounces case Hajo, Hilkati, Jato, Hajo, Ndaki, Lodo, Nahat, Unlini, Bohonet, Zani, Kandadil, Yale, that il Jink, Nihin has under general services to any not nishi, 8 the Yego, baby in the has tea, been that deal nishin. Con Kinadat, H, that a nanish. Biget that a lineage the Yego baby hitch in the has tea. Caught the Nesha as Yugo and the Aljit. Hashit out Yahot out, Hada Anish, Hajo, Ndabi deal Zinto, Hajoj, nada deal Nish. Kodo Naso late Hatin, Slatin, no which nana Hago.
the inta e ba sta da huilia e huna he that the nido le o le o ko ti khishna an nishit e bna cheto ni shna le o do inda ta ko e ya lini jo e pa ya na at hit nido le ko facilities that agi. So just so you know, I'm already in discussions with Department of Energy, U.S. Department of Agriculture on financing our buildings. They did it in Muskogee, they did it in White Mountain, they did it in San Carlos. Well, USDA, you're going to hold your foot to it and do it for us at Navajo. You know, those are the discussions that we've already brought to the table in financing our buildings and providing us grant monies for our buildings, energy efficient buildings. Which helps our overhead costs. So the anticipation is to bring everybody back together, not just here, but within our workplaces as well. Atahot in dobi gahashi da hiti need nila kodo she kodo ya do be nich in this case do hadit out in Hanses case nichiten sin on Hanses case and halish large in that case twistani not ani had khali that anohle had lenda that on law con in I sort traho do just either should ni in da base bahasa anawabenas sitting there. Hajak ikish no yo benes now ako hot na Hanses cation and shanal koda ko basic ashja isil ako that agishan and an hatan sindo lil adoshna ash o ya hesi ya do aj response ni hit de shlan issue that no ilo ado an khan stato lil. This past 98 days, man, has been crazy. We've been cleaning house, so to speak. I'm not firing employees, but we've just been getting people to get back to work. We've been getting priorities lined up. We've been getting people to actually remember what their job responsibilities was. COVID really did a number on us within a division. So slowly we're getting back up to par. But I'm looking at a very aggressive plan here within this year to get back into full operations with our vehicle, with our employee housing, with our facilities, with our custodial services. And thank you, Delegate Johnson. I've known this custodian lady, she works over here since I started. She goes, guess what? I said, what? Delegate Johnson brought us donuts and coffee. I said, did you guys tell him thank you? She was very appreciative. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate that. And, you know, I do my best to promote our employees that way, to encourage them, because I need them here. We need them here to operate our buildings. We need them to clean our buildings. That way we can sit here in comfort, warmth, and clean buildings. I'm not let the employees in Lini don't tashi basic yata kigi ya hot elo has twisan you hajay hunai in haja na il tonda to abena has to abe hot I hot in nest ha to the nest hasi inste but it's his ashik in ilia a ko hot yashiyaho an leko ya na national.
I dan snelle kodonot hanen ko don da she beige up but hina ko later honorable nes ha shinabi khalako kata da za ilgalo na ko dinna to she bele dishugalako ako ya kodo shnat no thniki be ya da dol kid ko Ado benache na nation linigi idol nilban sa case linigi she benache kodoba yalki in leko ado adada alto shinale njono kodo ha zi neko chin li den ko honorable claw kodon hinat an linigi President Nigrin that's a dado man linigi vice President, Mentoya ako. Ako ko ahat egita adole. Shitich ado lebent onish nsengo. Ajin hitli hati shal. Jono ikodo honorable Claudia Khadzi ko. So kodon hinat ahtan Lini Executive Division Director. Jo okot baban saha case to oko do okot be khan si case ko. Open door policy hiti no be hanate zil ko. Oko konzate jo do be istane it Ilias nalen Leniki ko. Do shit kwaigi na do kita do le ko. Do it kwaigi eben yaho at da na de kitten Leniki. Sato khan shin hinanes betho akone. Belia hati dato khaye has ko. Ado unda nana ajeta anish has angelto bechenda huilne. Saad nat Leniki. Biniyad ya ekodo beshmas anani Leniki. Beshbehanne en hitras ni salinko. Ado biniyelto this is your email address. Saad nat ibelch all indo lehti no do okot an hit no ni hit kodalia do ko edo akonna ashi do chini o shi jo hot hisnelne do leh jo ashi olia ko na de kid leni do hot abe bohnet zan le ko ashi hotat ko do ade kwai bin yaho dashnat no leniki natin slap beshbas anani ni hit no na khai CD ki ko shinat kot sato ba hanasi to leknana to na khana huin ki shama speaker kwade dole. Thank you.
Goshi Shiyaj, Honorable James, Ado Kodo, Mr. Dale, Kodo Sad Njinogo, Gilt Queen Naeki Iha, Ado do Bijit na Asota. Nobody is in request to speak. Ado Kwaikishi reserved time, but not Hodoljish. We have reserved time from Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton with 3 minutes and 34 seconds. Honorable Chair Brenda Jesus with 1 minute and 39 seconds. Honorable Claw with 1 minute and 57 seconds. Honorable Dr. Andy Naz with 2 minutes and 25 seconds. Kwaiki Ado Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, 3 minutes and 34 seconds.
Speaker. So I just want to say that I appreciate your response to the questions that I posed. And during this discussion, there's been a lot of references to the way that council delegates are viewed. I know I feel like there's been several. First we're the ear cutters, apparently. We discipline children. We were also referred to as horses. So to that I'll say sometimes I feel like I'm the only jackass running in a field, alongside horses. But I appreciate the way that you, the way that you've come forward and your request for confirmation. I will say that that I do agree that that we should be kind of establishing good working relationships. But as a mother, I always say that when you tell your kids to apologize, usually our kids don't mean it. And I'm sure the mothers here will agree with me. When we're standing there holding our kids' hands and we're saying, apologize, apologize, our kids are looking down, they're like, I'm sorry, but really, they don't mean it. And that's one of the things that I know as a mother, I always used to tell my son, when you're ready to apologize, then you apologize the way that you want to, and the way that you think, is the right way to apologize. So all of these apologies, I can say that as a council delegate, during the 24th Navajo Nation Council, we had even executive directors cuss directly at us in email. And I know that Delegate Kielen Begay sent out that email, but nobody ever chastised that director for for cussing us all out. And if you give me some time, I can probably find that email and forward it. But I remember this director, Division of Community Development, when she sent that email, we were kind of shocked that a director would speak that way to a delegate, but it was never brought up. Nobody ever forced her to apologize. Nobody ever said anything. So I think when you're ready to apologize, you're ready to apologize. If you don't think you did anything wrong, you didn't do anything wrong. So whatever you decide on that, is really going to be up to you. But at the same time, I do also want to point out that I've come here in the evenings, and the lights on, I think it's this side of the parking lot, all the way this way. Yeah, Dana knows what I'm talking about. Because as women, we have to be very careful. We're taught to look around at our surroundings, but the street lights are out. We need those street lights replaced as a matter of safety. Especially for us council delegates, who get cussed out. Some of us, we have restraining orders against people who have punched us. We just always have to be very careful. So then, in terms of Facebook, I get in trouble for that all the time. But I just say, I speak my mind. If you don't like it, delete me. Don't follow me. Don't listen to me. Just let me. But I think that's the purpose of social media. So I just want to say that, Mr. Dale, good luck. I'll vote green for you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Charles Newton. Next, for reserved time, we have Honorable Chair Brenda Jesus with 1 minute and 39 seconds.
I waive my time, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jesus waives her time. Next in line, for reserved time, we have Honorable Shauna Ann Claw with 1 minute and 57 seconds.
Thank you again, Shadeja. Back to our discussion. Mr. Dale, thank you again for answering the questions. And going back to Chinle, we do have an airstrip there, so I would like to see a written plan, if possible, on the uses of it. And to my understanding, the airstrip currently does not have a fueling station, and there are no policies of how that airstrip is being used. If there are any agreements that are in place with the IHS, I would like to see some of those documents as well. And then going back to what my colleague said, Dr. Nez, we do have concerns for flyovers, especially over Canyon de Chelly, and that was one of the main topics of discussion with our chapter. So if we can sit down and meet on that, and then again, some of the facilities within my area, and then telecommunications, I know that some of those telephone lines, they're outdated, and then the equipment is pretty high as far as replacement, the prices. So if we can have a discussion, I'd like some time to sit down with you. And I just want to say thank you again, and then thank you to all my colleagues for the lengthy discussion. I think that we all learn from that, and there are teachings in that, and that we all can agree that, you are a good person as far as the choice for the job. So thank you, Mr. Dale. Waive my time.
Thank you, Honorable Claw waives her time. Next, for reserved time, we have Honorable Dr. Andy Nez with 2 minutes and 25 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, to Kudo Shache, Shauna Vendale, and to Shajat Kudo Vince James for the introduction of this legislation and appointment. Just a point of clarity, and I apologize if I wasn't clear, but on the bidding, quite familiar with the procurement process coming from the Navajo Nation as an employee, but this was related specifically to tribal vehicles and the bidding for those. So if you can just clarify that, that'll be my last question, and thank you, and we look forward to working with you. Madam Speaker, I waive the rest of my time.
Thank you, Honorable Nez. Honorable Nez waives his time. I don't see anybody else in queue for additional questions or comments. Kodoshi, Shiyaj, Honorable Vince James, I return the floor back over to you.
Nana, Shamat Speaker, Kwaikit Aya, reserved time, but not Nada Adel Kedosa, Ninibe Hanada Isiko, Ashi Kododa, Shanala Banada, Dish Atne, Speaker, Leden has Twidon, Hizani, and Hiliana has Kreko, Atoshila da Yada, Adoch Yando, Habada do Katlan, Condiant Neta Hoiga, but just saw Ayat Ehat Nil, the yada ti accommodate and a request each the speaker. So with that, I'll go ahead and give the floor to Mr. Dale to respond to some of the questions and comments that were made. Thank you.
Thank you, Shanala, Ado, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Shanantani, Hehe, Ado, Ko Eya Shama, Sabi Hananin, Zito, Hehe. Security lights, to street lights, kuchu, but net because Aji, oh, Nahash, Edo, with Link, the Diego, Eya, Bahine, or what our Acha, Skate, and the Nahuna, Gato, Doyat, A, Hunasala, Ado, Doyat, A, in Sekisi, Hunana, and Link, oh. Out neck you know, it's a security issue, and we shouldn't expose anybody, tribal employees, council delegates, staff, to those type of situations. I'll definitely get our facility maintenance to start working on that right away. That way we can take care of that dark lighting area and make you feel a lot more comfortable and safer here around the council chambers. Not only that, but it helps in avoiding slips, trips, and falls from a casualty standpoint. Honorable Claw, there is actually a plan and a proposal in place to develop Chinle Airport as a tourist destination from Division of Economic Development. That was put on the drawing board. Also, there are plans out there because of a litigation that occurred, but that's done. But the plans, the agreements from that can be shared. We can sit down and discuss those specifics on the overall use of the airstrip. And then, again, the concern with the airspace around our Navajo Nation, our beautiful sites, especially Canyon de Chelly, the Chushkai Mountains, those areas, they're very tourist opportunistic areas. And because we don't charge for what do they call them, flybys, a lot of our pictures are getting taken out of those areas without proper compensation to the Navajo people and the government. So we are working with economic development on those type of flybys that do occur. So we're working on it, but I would definitely invite you to more discussions we're having with Division of Economic Development on that one. Telecommunications, we are 30 years behind. We tried transferring to VIOP phones, voice over internet, and we all know how that works. Calls drop and you can't hear people, and those are difficulties we're trying to get by with. We're hoping that the CARES funding or the ARPA funding here, which will boost our telecommunications, our broadband network, can help enhance a lot of our communications, even down to the chapter level. We're hoping that it can enhance that, so that way we bring more technology from the broadband office, which was under general services, but is now at President's office. But NNDIT and NNTU still have that opportunity to enhance our telecommunications throughout the chapters. So we are focusing on chapters as well from Division of General Services. Bidding for vehicles, even with vehicles, we have to put specs out there, and then we have to let vendors know through purchasing that there is a bid out there, and then the auto dealers will bid on the basic vehicles that we've requested in our specs, and then from there we go through the proper procurement process with business regulatory, if they're Navajo preference. But because there's no Navajo preferential dealer, we tend to go out of state. We did 71 units this past month. We got bids as far away as Dallas, Texas, which seems to be the lowest. And we've come across issues with supply chain demand on vehicle parts and just numerous headaches. So we may have mixed match tribal vehicles next year, but hopefully they're running and still under warranty. So that's what we're working on, Shade. So it's pretty basic, it's all the same. And we're looking at changing that because they do have a fleet service fund that they have separately, and we're looking at streamlining that process to where they can access those funds as soon as vehicles become available. Because now we're purchasing in bulk, not many auto dealers have 71 vehicles. They can do 20 or they can do 15, but we're required to bid out 71 units. So we are coming across small nuances like that we're trying to sort out. Thank you.
Again, Shanale, Kodonot, and Lenny, Sat, Lenny Behananin, Zeleko. Ashin got ahead of late on Jama Speaker.
Konshi Hihat Shiyaj, Honorable James, Ado Kodo, Shiyaj Lot, Mr. Dale. Honorable colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, we do have another special guest who just joined us this evening, Coconino County Supervisor for District 5, Hodo Shamalina Fowler. She is on the north side of the chambers. Honorable colleagues, I don't see anybody else in queue for questions or comments, and there are no more reserved time. Second call for any comments or questions online. Third call, no comments or questions. Colleagues, we're going to call a vote for legislation 0016-23.
Honorable Norman Begay. Honorable Norman Begay votes green. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson did not vote. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson did not vote. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. Honorable Amber Canes-Bacradi is excused. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 14 in favor, 6 opposed, Madam Speaker not voting.
Yeah, thank you, staff. We have 14 in favor, 6 opposed, and speaker not voting. The motion carries for legislation 0016-23. Congratulations, Kwadoshi Yash, Mr. Dale. Colleagues, we move down to item N, legislation 0021-23. Sponsor, Honorable Vince James. He is here with us in the chambers. We also have an added co-sponsor by Honorable Speaker Ottiso. Staff, could you help us read the legislation to the record?
Legislation 0021-23, an action relating to resource and development and to the Nabakiatik Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, confirming the President's appointment of Garrett Silversmith as the Executive Director of the Navajo Division of Transportation. Sponsor, Honorable Vince R. James. Co-sponsor, Honorable Otto So. This legislation went before the Resource and Development and the Nabakiatik Committees with no amendments. It moved forward to Navajo Nation Council. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order 9, that this legislation was read into the record by electronic voice recording. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, staff, for reading the legislation to the record. Honorable colleagues, a motion by Honorable Tolf, second by Honorable Dr. Andy Nez. Colleagues, will we be having any questions or comments? Second call. Third, I don't see anybody in request to speak. We'll go straight to a vote, honorable colleagues.
Honorable Lamardo Azeret. Honorable Lamardo Azeret. Honorable Lamardo Azeret did not vote. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. Honorable Charlene Yazzie. Honorable Charlene Yazzie. Honorable Charlene Yazzie did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Lamardo Azeret. Honorable Lamardo Azaret. Honorable Lamardo Azaret did not vote. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson did not vote. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. Honorable Sherlyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherlyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherlyn Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Amber Canes-Bacati is excused. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 17 in favor, 0 opposed. Madam Speaker, not voting.
Thank you, staff. With that, we have 17 in favor, 0 opposed, and speaker not voting for legislation 0021-23. Congratulations, Kodoshana, Mr. Silversmith. Colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, we are moving on to item O, legislation 0026-23. And we have sponsored by Honorable Danny Simpson, co-sponsored by Honorable Casey Ellen Johnson, Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, Honorable Helena Nesbigay, Honorable Shondine Parrish. Staff, could you help read the legislation to the record?
Legislation 0026-23, an act relating to law and order, health, education, and human services, resource and development, budget and finance, and Nabikiatkit committees, and Navajo Nation Council, amending CAP-35-18 as amended by CJA-03-21 to extend Sihasin funds reversion deadlines for all projects to 72 months. Sponsor, Honorable Danny Simpson. Co-sponsor, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson. Co-sponsor, Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Co-sponsor, Honorable Helena Nesbigay. Co-sponsor, Honorable Shondine Parrish. This legislation went before Law and Order, Health, Education, and Human Services, Resource and Development, with a due pass with no amendment. However, at Budget and Finance, this legislation has failed without amendment, but it was moved forward to Nabikiatkit Committee. Nabikiatkit Committee had no amendments and a due pass, and it was forward to Navajo Nation Council. Navajo Nation Council Rule Order 9. This legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Madam Speaker.
Ms. Cook for reading that legislation into the record. Colleagues, do we have any questions on this amendment? Motion for, let's take a step back. Motion for legislation 0026-23. Motion by Honorable Arvizo. Is there a second? Second by Honorable Azaret. We do have questions for this legislation, so we'll give 20 minutes to the co-sponsors. Honorable Parrish and Honorable Begay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Speaker Curley, and hello again to my colleagues on the 25th Navajo Nation Council. I am a co-sponsor to legislation 0026-23, and I'm also here with my other co-sponsor, Delegate Helena Nesbigay. And today we are, I'll ask at the end, presenting legislation 0026 23, which is to amend Cap 3518 as amended by CJA 0321 to extend the funds reversion deadline to 72 months for all CHISN projects approved in Cap 3518. And this legislation is not asking the Navajo Nation Council for additional funding. It's just asking for an extension for the projects that are already in process. So each of the projects are in the legislation, and there's a memo from the division director at the time, Dr. Pearl Yellowman, to Chair Rick Nez in the Resource Development Committee that states why the amendment is necessary and some of the reasons why this extension was presented was due to the impact of COVID-19 on the executive offices. So in in Exhibit 4 in the memorandum, it states in the first reason, it says the Navajo Nation Office of the President and Vice President issued an executive order closing governmental offices and schools on March 13th, 2020. And in reason number 2, it says the Navajo Nation government office closures overtly impacted all capital project schedules. Offices such as OMB, OOC, RBDO, and chapters had only essential workers providing minimal services and work related to COVID-19. As a result, CPMD was not able to hold bid openings, contract development, and project coordination meetings to move year 1 and year 2 projects forward. Payments for services rendered were also at a standstill, affecting the drawdown and extending this then extended project timelines forward. Number 3, the CHISN legislation timeframes have been adversely impacted by the pandemic emergency, especially year 1 projects, which expired in 2020. 4 says as a number of COVID-19 positive cases continued to rise, there was uncertainty in the Division of Community Development and particularly the CPMD department. So the memo from Mr. James Adekai outlines the challenges that the division had, and now this legislation sponsored by Delegate Daniel Simpson is presented to ask for an extension with these funds. It is not asking for additional funding. And I believe, Speaker Curley, we also have Mr. James Adekai from the Division of Community Development online. And we also have, and Speaker Curley, I'd like to ask if the prime sponsor is also online to answer any questions. That concludes my presentation, Speaker Curley. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Parrish and Honorable Begay, for the legislation before us. First in queue, we have Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, what was the reason why Budget and Finance had issues with this legislation? Number 2 is, would the sponsor be willing to table this legislation so that we can have further discussions with the executive branch on how they want to proceed forward, especially in light of the CHISN projects and then the ARPA projects that are starting to build up by CPMD? If the sponsor is in agreement to table the legislation to give us time to possibly do a work session, Speaker, if that's okay, I'd like to make a motion to table this legislation and hold a work session to discuss the CHISN projects and then how the executive branch plans to address the CHISN projects in addition to the ARPA projects. I reserve my time.
Reserve time of 4 minutes and 8 seconds. There is a motion on the floor to table this legislation. Is there a second? timeframe? Honorable Charles Newton.
Speaker, that would actually need, I guess, assistance from your office, because I don't know how quickly you guys can put together a work session. But just to give us time, I would say until the next council session, which would be summer council session. That way it'll give us a couple of months to work with the executive branch and schedule this work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Charles Newton. We'll give a few seconds for our staff to input that on the board. Point of privilege, Honorable Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is probably going to be for Office of Legislative Counsel. I just became aware that one of the citizen projects is actually slated to be completed May of 2023, so it's going to affect that project. So if we were to table this legislation allowing for that extension, will it have any effects on the projects that are currently, I guess, that have the deadline of this year?
Thank you, Honorable Charles Newton, for that point of privilege. I'll return the floor to Ms. Barbroff, Legal Counsel, for that specific question. Ms. Barbroff?
Thank you. So this is Dana Bobroff. So if I understand the question was that a project is supposed to be completed soon. So this legislation wouldn't affect projects that are being completed. If this legislation is not passed, then projects that aren't completed by their, now we're at a 48-month time period. That was the last amendment. If projects are not completed by their 48-month timeline, then they are subject to reversion to the CSN fund. That reversion of those funds does require RDC and BNF legislation to revert those funds. I think that answers the question. If not, then I'm here and we'll take more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Legal Counsel, for that clarification. We do have a motion on the floor to table legislation 0026, no longer than Navajo Nation Council summer session, and to have a Nabakiya committee work session to include the executive branch. Do I have a second? Second by Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Colleagues, according to the Navajo Nation Rules of Order, Rule 19C, the sponsor at his option may be given 3 minutes to express his or her reasons not to table the legislation. No other further debate shall be allowed. Honorable Chair Parrish, to yield the 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I'm going to divert my time to the sponsor. Is the sponsor online?
Honorable Simpson, are you still online with us via Zoom?
Madam Chair, I'm here.
3 minutes, you have the floor, Honorable Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the 25th Council. You know, we talk about these projects and a lot has happened, but we've gone through the last 3 years. And it's just something that we which we never went through this pandemic of COVID. And now it's not just health issues that we're facing. Now we're facing inflation. We're facing that people don't want to work. And this project, we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. We don't know what's going to happen next week. We don't know what's going to happen next month, especially with this inflation. And things can change. As you know, that even our banking system, you know, it's really, we don't know what's going to happen next week or a month from now. So if we delay these projects to be completed or to be started and inflation continues to increase, inflation continues to happen, a lot of these projects will become shortfalls. And so I believe that, you know, with what we have gone through for the last 3 years, that, you know, the government office were, the Navajo Nation government office were closed, and a lot of business were closed. And now we have supply chain issues and inflation. So we're back on trying to get back on the road here, trying to get through this whole, this pandemic being, we're at the tail end of it. As you know, President Biden just signed to end the pandemic, and it's time to get back to work. So if this legislation is delayed three more months, you know, we don't know what's going to happen. Inflation can skyrocket. Supply chain might get worse. We don't know. So I plead with the council not to table this, and let's continue to talk about it. And I plead with council to approve this extension. So with that knowledge, Madam Speaker and members of the 25th Council, thank you.
Go ahead, thank you, Honorable Simpson. That concludes the 3-minute statement. Honorable colleagues, we'll go straight to a vote for the tabling motion.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo. Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes red. Honorable Shanna Ann Claw. Honorable Shanna Ann Claw votes green. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus did not vote. Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes green. I'm sorry, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson votes red. Honorable Rick Nez.
Point of privilege by Honorable Vice Chair Slater.
Thanks. My
Point of privilege is a request for the screen that's displayed up there. You can't read the yay and nay votes, and before you used to be able to. So I don't know if you are somehow able to make that happen, but you just see everyone's name and not what the vote tallies are. If you could figure that out, maybe for the next vote, Speaker, I'd appreciate it. Yeah.
Can you do that? Honorable Slater, we can work on that request. However, we have to reboot from our end to edit and then redo the software. It'll give us a few minutes.
Honorable Rick Ness. Honorable Rick Ness did not vote. Honorable Nathan Nota. Right. Honorable Nathan Nota votes red. Honorable Shandine Parrish. Honorable Shandine Parrish votes red. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson votes red. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. Honorable Sherlyn Yazzie. Honorable Sherlyn Yazzie votes red. Going back up. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Jermaine Simonson. Honorable Jermaine Simonson votes green. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. Honorable Amber Canesba Crotty is excused. Madam Speaker, with the vote of 7 in favor, 13 opposed, Madam Speaker not voting.
With that, colleagues, we have 7 in favor, 13 opposed, and Speaker not voting for the tabling motion. So the table motion fails. And we're back on the main motion, honorable colleagues. Next, for request to speak, we have Honorable Chair Vince James.
Shema speakers and members of the 20th Nation Council. This is the reason why I've been asking for orientation. We need an orientation from Division of Community Development. The vote that we just did says a lot about it. How do we address 340 CHSM projects? How do we address 17 Arizona projects, 90 projects in the state of New Mexico, 32 projects in the state of New Mexico? How can Division of Community Development, with the short workforce that they have, how can they address it? On top of that, I didn't even share no numbers on the ARPA projects. So we're talking about maybe over 500 projects. If you add up all of these projects, it is very disturbing. Missing lots of Jim Martin. Work session, the history we are talking about over $1 billion worth of money sitting there at Division of Community Development. And it's the workforce. How can we not understand that? We're short-staffed, we're short-staffed. And a lot of these projects that we're doing extension for goes back to 2018. And we're going to extend it for another 72 months? What is the reason why these projects have not been completed if they were established back in 2018? Work session. So because my chapters have been constantly trying to work with the short staff that is there at Division of Community Development. And I know all the chapters are frustrated, the 110 chapters, trying to figure out how they can move forward with these projects. This is a lot of project, and this is a lot of money that is just sitting there, over $1 billion. If you start adding up all of this project, that's a lot of money. Speaker, and if I'm in order, I'm going to try this again. If we had done this a couple legislation back, if I'm in order, if we can go back, I'd like to make a motion to table this particular item, because it is very important that we get an orientation on all of these projects and the $1 billion that is just sitting there for our Navajo peoples and projects to be completed throughout the whole Navajo Nation. Motion. Speaker, thank you. Reserve my time. Sorry.
Reserve time of 1 minute and 2 seconds. Kauai Honorable James, with your motion, can you give us a specific time frame?
You know, we are really trying to figure out a time frame, and I'm going to put this on the table and say 30 days. But again, Speaker, I look to your leadership because you have your schedule, you have your chief of staff. We have to also embed Division of Community Development, what their schedule is. So if you want me to say 30 days, I'm okay with that. If not, if you think you need more additional time, I can say 60 days. 30 days is perfectly fine? Okay, 30 days, Speaker, thank you.
Honorable Chair James, we'll give staff a few seconds to put that on the board right here. Honorable Vince James, we're getting that Pacific language on for you on the board. Point of privilege, Delegate So.
Thank you very much. I guess on the tabling motion to the citizen funds should be only geared to the cap 3518. That's to the pertaining to the legislation, not any other projects such as ARPA and so forth. Because this legislation is talking indirectly about cap 3518. This legislation does not speak about ARPA and any other citizen fund. So just to sort through the apple and oranges on this request. So thank you.
Speaker So will refer that question, Pacific question, to Ms. Barbara here so she can give some legal guidance on that question. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you. So I'm responding here to Delegate Ottoso's question, and certainly you can structure the work session however you agree to. However, while you're tabling this legislation that deals with CAP 3518 to have a work session, or at least that's what's proposed at the moment. Part of what I interpreted Delegate James to be trying to find out was the volume of projects currently at CPMD, which affect their ability to deal with CAP 3518. So there is nothing legally that prohibits other types of funds that CPMD has projects under from being discussed at the work session. Back to you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Chair Vince James. That's good on the board. All right, colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, we do have a motion to table the legislation, and the terms of the timeline is above. Do we have a second to this tabling motion? Second by Vice Chair Simonson. Colleagues, in regards to Rule 19 of the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, C, the sponsor, at his option, may be given 3 minutes to express his or her reason not to table the legislation. No other further debate shall be allowed. Co-sponsor, Honorable Sean Dean Parrish, give you the 3 minutes.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. I'm going to divert my time to the prime sponsor, Mr. Danny Simpson, Council Delegate.
Honorable Simpson, are you still with us via Zoom?
Yes, I'm here, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Simpson, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and members of the 25th Council, and guests in gallery, and our Navajo people are listening online. Good evening, Hittishi Dida. Our table motion motion advido, second advice Dida. Children study the snow, Hyundai Dida. Let's work together. And Hanat, Council Florida, we hear from across the street too. And she says, I abide by that. I like to work with my colleagues and members of the 25th Council here. A Kodida table guy, I'll support it because it's what was stated within 30 days to have a work session to get more information on this legislation. 0026-23. So, Shikelo Shinedo Shinadani, I'll go ahead and support the table motion. Madam Speaker, once we get the orientation within 30 days to make that request, that special session be conducted within this 30 days to consider this legislation once the work session is done. So I'll go ahead and support the table motion. I thank you, Madam Speaker, and members of the 25th Council.
Shahat sponsor, Honorable Simpson. That concludes the 3-minute statement. Colleagues, we'll go straight to a vote for the tabling motion.
Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon votes green. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson. Honorable Danny Simpson votes green. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus. Honorable Brenda Jesus did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. Honorable Brenda Jesus votes green. Honorable Amber Canas-Bacati is excused. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 13 in favor, 8 opposed, Madam Speaker not voting.
Thank you, staff. We do have a vote of 13 in favor, 8 opposed, and Speaker not voting for the tabling motion. So the legislation is tabled. And we'll set that time within the next 30 days, and we'll be in contact through email. Koto. Ikahat. Honorable colleagues of the 25th Navajo Nation Council, we move down to item P, legislation 0031-23, sponsored by Honorable Vice Chair Casey Ellen Johnson. And we do have 2 co-sponsors. We do have the sponsor here with us in the chambers. Staff, could you help us read the legislation into the record?
Legislation 0031-23, an action relating to health, education, and human services and Nabikiyat committees and Navajo Nation Council, confirming the appointment of Thomas Cody as the Executive Director of the Division of Social Services. Sponsor, Honorable Casey Allen Johnson. Co-sponsor, Amber Canas-Bacati. Co-sponsor, Honorable Norman M. Begay. Co-sponsor, Otto So. This legislation went before the Health, Education, and Human Services and Nabikiyat committees with a due pass and no amendments. It moved forward to Navajo Nation Council. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order 9, this legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Cook. Honorable colleagues, do we have a motion? Motion by Honorable Parrish, second by Honorable Norman Begay. Colleagues, will you have any questions on this legislation? Online? Second call? We do have a request to speak, and we'll give our sponsor 20 minutes.
Honorable 25th Navajo Nation Council, it's very good to be here before you. I want to thank you for all your work, being here throughout the day and yesterday, and everybody that's in the galley, thank you for being here as well. Yeah, Sago, for being here with us. And you guys want something to drink, or I think we have some refreshments. You guys are thirsty. So just want to go ahead and thank you for being here, and I won't take too much more of the time. We'll go ahead and give it to our new Division Director of Social Service, Mr. Thomas Cody. He's also a constituent of mine in District 5 in the Loop area, so I'm very honored to be his sponsor for this legislation. Yeah.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council in the chambers and also online. Yeah, thank you for allowing me to come before you. Pato e na nishin hins kedo hania. I see. I think that's part of this whole process is that I get confirmed by the Navajo Nation Council. Do e koto e kishin da deal nisho inan hidishni on the committee members of the oversight o na bekia committee da kun hididi e a hotashik e shinant don koden ha istegi lede in srido sign in hastrani e ha hodo nihin ha soltra those on Zoom and online, thank you for listening in and being a witness to how the Navajo Nation Council operates. She Thomas Cody when she Hashkaha Zohan Shlon Tratnesani Bashichin na Kaidene da Shichedo ma Ideshkiji da Shanala. They looped it in a Sha'a, you see, the Benta, the Denver, Colorado, the Inashni. So na station ache ad aid Casey Family Program of not his program but Casey Family Programs of balash the show a na station ache but say a quite a national the Navajo Nation. I really learned a lot. I was always told by my first supervisor, if you can work on Navajo, you can work anywhere. And that's so true. I had only 2 employers in Nanta, Navajo Nation and Casey Family Programs, and now you'll be my 3rd if you confirm me this evening. Gina the Queen the Shina de Kito. I met with my office staff. We have a strategic planning session. So my overall goal is to work with the Navajo Nation leadership. It can be the council, it can be the executive branch, judicial branch, and the chapters. I really think chapters don't have a voice in our government. I started this reaching back out to the chapters. So to work with the Navajo Nation leadership, by doing that, I will improve the lives of the children. At the Hogan level, at the grassroots level, social service it's about time we move these dollars back out to the grassroots level, to the Hogan level. And giving voices back to the people at the Hogan level, the local communities, our urban families. We need to rebrand. We need to rebrand social services. We need to get a new face on social services on Navajo. I did that with tribes across the country, and I think it can be done on Navajo. The 4th piece and the final piece is to plant a seed for trauma-informed, creating a trauma-informed organization. On the social service, the chapters, we need to go back to that. We really need to focus on how we address one another at every levels of government. I'm guilty of that. I'm not going to say I'm perfect. I'm guilty of that. My mother, Lola, will tell you I'm guilty of that. And the final one, which I think you will really like, I don't should say George Toth is really the one that's pushing it, is increasing the pay of tribal employees. Hata shi ahoy yahonas kiddo. When I left here, I didn't realize that I had only made $22 an hour for 10, 12 years. When I got the Casey Family Programs in Denver, my check along with my moving expense was 3 times the amount that I was making here on Navajo. And I was like, what was I missing? And I want these employees to feel that same passion that I had when I got the Casey Family Programs, when I saw my first check. And I knew this was an organization I wanted to work for. And that goes back to rebranding. I want to rebrand social services to where tribal employees, our employees at social services will be proud to work at social services. That can be extended to the Navajo Nation. We need to rebrand Navajo Nation to where we're proud to be tribal employees. That's what I want to do. That's why I'm not hesitant to volunteer to do certain projects over at the office of the president. The president, vice president, Shema, their instructions to us is work with the Navajo Nation Council. I reach out to all, majority of you I've reached out to. That's where I'm coming from, Shinanta. And I think in closing, this morning we had a prayer with my siblings and my mom. My brother Daniel told me that this is the place for, hold on, let me grab it really quickly, Shinanta. Esther 4:14. Trust God that He puts you in this position at this time to do what needs to be done. Eben yelka anaha nan stansen. Echaha.
Echehat Kodo Chanel, Honorable Johnson, and also Kodo Chanel, Mr. Cody, for your presentation. First in queue, it's a Hadzi Hiki E Kodo Shache, Honorable Toth.
Yanante, Madam Speaker, thank you for the floor. Also, Bishwas Anitlin Kodo Hia Kon Antanasitra on Hisens Oko. Anyway, Mr. Cody, Adna in Jahadasi Hasi Committee, but I'd like to emphasize again that the salary for our employees are very low. Ako AD Asin Habansen case to Eben Dashnish to Bendelish ko. Halan Halchine that look us good, yeah. Nani Tindo, Job El Tito, Pasito, to praise them. Johut A. Hotanet Linkle. I've been a supervisor and I know what I'm talking about. Adon not ani nazos lit. President do vice. Akot a do Yego adopte Adon Halchen betats ejo nanotin don jo belikina ka ani don't know. Ako ani o Yugo behata isti o she koto appointee shit iliado shitohanas lo ejoido tante joinwe jo hodat ada eben hichata isti de kontasenta ako to hilnelnis to hilnchilnis ako ado staff lenige hotanetlo yo bohnetlinko Panahaja ato the recommendation Khalid not at the what is your recommendation? But you know yo hotanetlin asa natural edo to hotanetlin atle ahot in tashilnish ibna the snake on halchen lengi basot division director tan hidilia Chutashno Tishneko. It a Yapanso case Hala Banda Yitna. Nhalchene Nhandal Lishigi. Ako it a ya the Navajo Nation government in Lenigi Hut and Linko. We put the staff put a lot of hours. Ako family the how long though they like to go home at certain time. Hada dilita danzo ko de do adu kuibich to slaw hot it hot an tlidale. This G de hotera altsojota allen leko si hate and then in wage in the identical. Elo na big ado they oppose it, some of them small business no. So I know what I'm talking about. I used to be a businessman for 2.5 years. So even not the so Ashonde Mr. Cody Chiche Ajo e Yaishin staff dan listo lelko Ato panaha ato lelto aita bishit khalbigi Sabeyataki Jonia Ako even a staff in Lenigi it's about to case toli Ako Washington appointment and hit Iliagi Alton Hitishne Ako Edea bench at this to Arot la bench Hatoti June Yadaita Nash Inla Ako even in Hatsutlido Najinit Leko. We don't want to hear that another story about people letting people go with no reason. They can come back and sue us. So we have to watch ourselves how we make our decision. There's a policy that, and then there's a supervisor there or in place to take care of your department. Ako edi hoteko. Ere bench hanazi siche hoche holonje yaltito jashi ani hocha hatin de hochan hajanato skilo deko to e betahni nado be naste ni ka ko edi adobe atle jo to son dishne to begin kilta halon do neto staff lengi. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Told. Ado Kunebana Sogi, Honorable Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker, and then also thank you to the sponsor of this legislation for another confirmation. I just wanted to give the director some time to introduce himself and then also share with him his experience. So I'm going to reserve my time at this time.
Reserve time of 4:44. Honorable Arvizo.
Sorry. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ado kunena si tani dati. Must be getting late. I'm dozed off. Mr. Cody, I just wanted to say late division director da sometimes you the nanny he has a vision did out the slisto did out a list and say all I'm gonna ask of you is that within your division you have some older people that work in there, and there niche I just ask that you oshapa huns and doles 8 agi ado satota isen doles ado not let the budget yet here jo hala ya kudo by a del tio 8 or libet in the halieda a call what arbitry yada tio Kondian, but the Hajo Baya, Ede Bananosh Kato Lestide. I know you have a vision and a direction, and you're very straightforward, and I like that about you. But Shattenade, Ndaz Nishigi, they've been there a long time, and I would like for you to have that respect, that the fact that they've been there for a long time and just adhere to what they'd like to propose without what did they call it? Ado beyond the halizen halo. Oh, jo besindan nishta to hear them out, hear what they have to say. Ede yaba nanosh comments to Cody, but I like the way you approach things, and you demonstrated it with the le hare la Canada de dash Dave. You demonstrated that down there, and I was pleased with it. Ede, Mr. Cody, thank you. I reserve my time.
Reserve time at 2:36. Ado kunebana so Vice Chair Simonson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Curley, and then thank you, Mr. Cody, as well as Mr. Casey Johnson. Thank you for your time, and I really appreciate the energy of Mr. Cody and the level of work that you want to bring to your division, and getting out to the communities, because I think especially something like social service, you should certainly be out among the people, out among your communities, and assessing the situation out there. So I really appreciate that you as soon as you got into office, you were already out there driving through the communities. So that tells me that you're really interested in what's happening out there. And so I would like to Shae Benya Nabikiyat Hitin Del Nabikiyat Del Skit Benya. I don't hashin sogo ita nahan daswat. So I'd like to go to a vote and cease debate.
Thank you, Honorable Simonson, for that motion to cease debate. We're just looking up some background information from the Nabikiya Tit Committee to see how the votings went. Honorable Simonson, for the record, during Nabikiya Tit Committee meeting, the vote was 17 in favor and 0 opposed, and we're trying to get the time of how long the debate went during that time. So just give us a few minutes so you can make that sound decision. And also, colleagues, we still have 2 reserve times, just for the record. All right, thank you, Honorable Vice Chair, for that motion to cease debate. Just for giving clarification to Rule 12 within the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order. During the Nabikiyatit Committee meeting on March 23rd, there was a vote of 17 in favor and 0 opposed, and the debate was in approximately 2 hours. And Honorable Vice Chair Simonson, we do, for the record, we had 3 council delegates on the floor who did ask questions, and we do still have 2 reserved times by Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton with 4 minutes and 44 seconds, and Honorable Arvizo with 2 minutes and 36 seconds. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, would you be in favor of that cease debate motion, and also Mr. Honorable Arvizo, since you are the only 2 delegates on the floor with reserved times? Honorable Chair Charles Newton. Honorable Arvizo concurs with the cease debate motion.
Speaker, can I just ask one question as a point of privilege?
Point of privilege raised by Honorable Chair Charles Newton.
Speaker, I always get confused on this part because when you're asked to waive your time, and let's say it doesn't pass and it comes back up again, I just want clarification. Our time starts again, right? Brand new. Because it's a new legislation. Okay, I just wanted that on the record. Oh. So I get what I reserve? So I get 4 minutes and 44 seconds?
Yes.
And it's on the record? Okay. I'm good.
You're okay with to go for it with the cease debate?
Let's vote.
Both parties for the... Okay. Yes, for that clarification. So if that motion of cease debate fails, then you would still have that reserved time. Hokoshi? Do you say point of privilege? Point of privilege, Speaker So.
So on the record, you had Madam Chair Charles Newton waive her time, and you had Honorable Arvizo waive his time, and you go to the cease debate. What if the cease debate fails? Their time expired, they waived it. And it's on the record. It doesn't, the time is not restored. So meaning that what I would do is see if that, if the balance is there, the yay and nay. If the yay and nay is not there, you can't honor it. That's all. That's all. Thank you.
Speaker So, for the clarification, for the record, both parties for the who had reserved time didn't waive their time. They just agreed to the cease debate. And if it does fail, they'll still have their reserved time. Okay, there is a second by Honorable Norman Begay for cease debate. Honorable colleagues, pertaining to Rule 12C, cease debate motion shall not be debatable, and it will be forth by a 2/3 vote. Honorable colleagues, go for a vote for motion for that cease debate. For clarification, 2/3 of the voting body.
Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. Honorable Amber Canesba Clary is excused. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 19 in favor, 0 opposed. Madam Speaker, not voting.
Thank you, staff. We do have 19 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting for motion to cease debate. So it does carry forward. Colleagues, we are back on the main motion. We'll go straight forward for a vote.
Who? Honorable Johnson. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito. Honorable Curtis Yanito did not vote. Honorable Amber Canespa Clary is excused. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Madam Speaker, not voting.
Thank you, staff. On the main motion, we do have a vote of 20 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting. The motion carries forward. Congratulations, Mr. Cody. Honorable Toth.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, I meant to say recess for today. Motion.
Do we have a second? Second by Vice Chair Simonson. Any comments or objections to the recess motion? With that, colleagues, we're going for a vote for recess. Honorable colleagues, as a reminder for an announcement, we will have Utah Lieutenant Governor Henderson, who will be coming Thursday morning to the Navajo Nation. And we will also be having the special council, spring council session recognitions starting at 8 a.m. here within the council chambers.
Honorable Seth Damon. Honorable Seth Damon votes green.
Honorable colleagues, this reminder, we do also have dinner on the way, so if you like to wait a few more minutes or maybe about 20 minutes.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable
We
Rick
have,
Nez votes green.
Beef stew and mutton stew. Janae.
Honorable Curtis Unito. Honorable Curtis Unito. Honorable Curtis Unito did not vote. Once more, Honorable Curtis Unito. Honorable Curtis Unito. Honorable Curtis Unito votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa-Crotty is excused. Madam Speaker, with a vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, Madam Speaker not voting.
Right, colleagues, with a vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting for the recessing motion, we recess at 6:14 p.m. And colleagues, tomorrow our colors are blue to raise awareness on autism, Asperger's syndrome, and child abuse awareness. Thank you and have a good evening and drive home safely.